2024 was pathetic. Yep, we got our fair share of great games, but we got a lot of embarrassing ones too, and the bad games were just the tip of the iceberg, as drama has constantly surrounded whether they are good or bad or not. With the year coming to a close, I felt that today would be as good a day as any to revisit the last 12 months' most salacious stories, to celebrate what a show it's been. I am Lady Decade, and this is all the worst drama of 2024. Speaking of this year, gaming has been more expensive than ever, hasn't it? With most new titles setting gamers back an entire $70 a pop. And with most of us recently preparing for Christmas, funds have been depleted, buying gifts for loved ones. With all that out the way, now is the perfect time to be selfish again. But what is better is that I can help you do that without breaking the bank. For example, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming to PC on the 23rd of January 2025, and by pre-ordering with my link, you can get a ludicrous 43% off. Or if you missed the first part of the remake trilogy, get both games in a twin pack and receive 45% off. How can you resist missing out on that? But don't worry, if these are not to your taste, then I can get you up to 90% off of thousands of AAA, indie darlings and retro goodness, including most of the best games of this year. So what are you waiting for? Be selfish, be bougie, and treat yourself. And a huge thanks to Instant Gaming for sponsoring today's mess. Happy shopping. In the all-new story-driven action-adventure, strange, powerful creatures have ravaged the world, leading to planet Earth being abandoned, and what is left of the decimated human race has fled to a colony in outer space. After travelling from the colony, 7th Airborne Squad member Eve arrives on the desolate remains of our planet with a clear-cut mission: to save humankind by reclaiming Earth from the Naytiba, the malevolent force that has devastated it. But as Eve tackles the Naytiba one by one, piecing together the mysteries of the past in the ruins of human civilization, she realises that her mission is far from straightforward. In fact, almost nothing is as it seems. Amidst the hype and anticipation that is building up around this exciting title stand some pretty spicy takes that will mainly revolve around the look of the game's main character, Eve. The most infamous of all of these thus far has come from a journalist named Ben Ossola, a writer from IGN's French subsidiary. It's a dated joke by now, but the old phrase, "you can't spell ignorant without IGN," certainly rings true with their article previewing Stellar Blade. Referring to the demo as an unexpected slap in the face, he would comment that the design of the game, particularly its characters, highlights an obvious bias. We're going to smash the alien, but if we can do it while pleasing these gentlemen, that's a bonus. Continuing to comment on his observation regarding Eve's appearance, he adds that she has a tight jumpsuit featuring absurd proportions, perfect heels for going to war, a ponytail so long that they have to put an option to shorten it in the settings. Nothing works. But it wasn't so much just these opinions that have rubbed many readers the wrong way, but in particular a nasty unsolicited potshot that the rude journalist chose to direct at the creator of the character, spitefully writing, "Eve from Stellar Blade is just bland, a doll sexualized by someone who has never seen a woman." Many people, including me, believe that not only is this comment unnecessary, but extremely unprofessional, and tells us far more about the game journo's toxic bias than it does about the people behind this work of art, unsurprisingly leading to a lot of disgust regarding this sentence. The truth is, though, that in the real world, beyond this writer's wild assumptions, exists a very different reality. A reality in which Stellar Blade artist Hyung-tae Kim is married to a fellow concept artist named Ji-yoon, who, as you can see from this image, is stunning. So not only has the artist behind the character seen a woman, but he sleeps in the same bed as a very attractive one each night too. As for Eve, while she is a fictional character, her body is modelled after a real-life human woman too. When speaking to Push Square, Stellar Blade's artist commented that, "We thought that her body shape would be a good reference for the character that we were pursuing, but the face was created originally in-house. It's just the body of the model that we scanned for the game." The whole situation, if I'm being really honest, just screams stereotypical male feminist. Someone who is completely wrapped up in their warped ideology and a skewed worldview, authoring an article applying his radical leftist Western ideologies onto a Korean game. A game, I might add, is being produced by people from a completely different culture with completely different beauty standards and completely different values. Just to be clear, I'm not even one of those creators who have built their business and image around criticising strange takes put out there by partisan lunatics. I'm pretty non-partisan, and as a female creator I very regularly experience racism and sexism myself, but journos behaving like this, along with the mainstream entertainment medium who are empowering them and giving them their platforms, are the very people driving all the division and dissonance in Western society at present. The irony is, trying his utmost to put himself over as a caring and diligent individual, he doesn't appear to be able to make his point without attacking other people with completely unfounded claims. Delusions, in fact. The journo's displayed ignorance makes him come across as both somewhat racist and misogynistic as a result. This serves as a typical example of far-left bollocks, where someone is so desperate to appear virtuous and holier than thou that they have actually ended up going full circle and become the very thing they decry. This is what happens when you spend your whole life performing mental gymnastics. You end up falling flat on your face and looking insincere. In the West, I feel like we're going through this thing at the moment where everything has to be altered to suit certain agendas. So the uglification of traditionally good-looking characters is rife throughout American and Western media as a whole. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The very specific uglification of women, as from my point of view, the male characters, and I'm not complaining here, are becoming increasingly objectified. I don't see any of these very same journos complaining about the sexualization of Zangief, for example. I feel like this is a massive double standard and exhibits the very biases they claim to be fighting. Like, I shouldn't be looking at Zangief and thinking, oh, but here we are. With regards to the de-beautification of female characters, many continue to deny that this is actually even something that is happening at the moment, despite there being consultancy firms out there like Sweet Baby Inc. at present, who have made a full-time business from developing narratives with the so-called intention to diversify and enrich the video game landscape, an industry where traditional beauty is not only increasingly becoming less welcomed by some, but completely vilified and referred to as misogyny. Beautiful women exist, and not only are males naturally drawn towards looking at beautiful women, but females are just as likely to be more drawn to an attractive looking female on television than an ugly one. This isn't rocket science, it's in our very basic human biology for our eyes to be drawn towards pretty things. Take the slithering of mainstream content that has remained consistently popular with women throughout recent decades. Shows like Love Island and Keeping Up with the Kardashians have been consistent draws with majority female demographics. So if anything, if you want to make games that appeal to the mainstream female, they should consider making games that stylistically look like those shows, rather than filling them up with characters who would look more suited on an Extinction Rebellion march. What the journos are actually asking for when they demand better female representation in games is more games that will appeal to the fringe and more alternative women in society who already play video games anyway. That's not capturing a new market, that's pandering to identity politics. From a personal perspective, it ever increasingly feels like anyone who has any power over the arts and culture in this portion of the world seems to be leaning further and further towards trying to sanitize everything to fit their false utopian vision. It feels like they're trying to destroy everything that is proven to work so it can be torn down and then narcissistically rebuilt in their images, as though they want everything considered beautiful to be recategorized as unacceptable and ugly, and conversely, flip everything on its head so they they can instead be considered the new beauty standard. They try to improve their self-esteem by attacking other people rather than working on themselves. This is infecting every corner of our entertainment and fashion industry. For example, it is now much harder for me than it used to be to buy something as simple as a pencil skirt, because most of the clothes I find on the modern high street look androgynous. I'm talking about the women's section. Lots of unflattering, oversized, box-shaped t-shirts, baggy jeans, essentially the wardrobe of Billie Eilish. Further from this, as another example of this level of ideology being pushed by people from the arts, looking for problems where there are none to score virtue points, a close friend of mine works in television, and not only has everyone in the industry been sent on so-called bias awareness training courses, but TV shows are now scrutinised to such a degree that this friend of mine was told by his editor to remove the phrase "dark horse" from a reality show script, as the person being referred to as the dark horse in the contest was black, and they were worried the viewer might find such phrasing offensive. I mean, really? How on earth is that even a thing? Well, apparently the viewing public is seen as that stupid by the powers that be, who are actively looking for misery where there isn't any. These are the people in charge of running bog standard British daytime television, in my opinion, to have even connected the term dark horse with someone's skin tone comes across in its own way as racist to have even made such a leap in the first place. Or is it simply a case of the mainstream media personnel having such incredible paranoia due to the current climate and fringe radical movements that we're surrounded by, that we're at a point where even moderate individuals are making preposterous comments to ensure their jobs are protected against lunatics with Twitter accounts? These people have completely lost their marbles. They are a sandwich short of a picnic or a shed with no tools, and they are controlling every corner of our arts, fashion and entertainment worlds. Now, as you can see, they want to push their radical Western ideas onto other cultures such as the Korean and the Japanese worlds of gaming. Japan and Korea, although both have close ties to the West, still have very different cultures intact, and it seems very ignorant to want to consume media from that part of the world but expect them to completely pander to whiny, entitled Western sensibilities. What makes this all the worse is the truth is they're the only people peddling these bizarre views, such as finding Stellar Blade offensive and misogynistic, are a very tiny but very loud minority. However, unfortunately, this tiny loud minority happens to hold a lot of roles within the field of game journalism and within other areas of the arts. Essentially, creative fields attract a certain subsection of society, thus meaning Western entertainment media is currently being portrayed with this very specific set of standards being applied to it. One of the key buzzwords that I see these people love to throw around is representation. So what are they actually calling for? The representation in Korean games to be altered for the needs of sensitive Westerners? Speaking of representation, I am from the minority of females who were big into gaming during the 90s. As a child, I was a mega fan of Tomb Raider. I was absolutely mad about Lara Croft. I adored her. She was beautiful, she was smart, cool, strong and brave. I loved everything about her. Here's what is ridiculous though, I never recall once wishing that she looked more like me. I just thought she was brilliant. Nor at any point when watching Dragon Ball Z did I ever wish that I looked more like Goku either. Or Piccolo, for that matter. I appreciate the characters, the story and the setting, and it never really crossed my mind that I wished that fictional video game characters instead looked like me. Video games were always, and still are, fantasy to me. Why would I want to be self-inserted into that fantasy when, for example, I could play as the much more beautiful, triangular, boobalicious Lara Croft? Being a female with light brown skin, I am technically, according to the fringe left, a woman of colour, a label that has been affixed to me whether I like it or not. A label which, for some strange reason, apparently gives me victim points and clout. Prime example, when I first opened this channel, it was only a matter of weeks before YouTube chose to showcase me on YouTube Gaming. I got an opportunity probably based on my gender and race combination in a heavily male space. Back on topic, I don't feel like I need game journalists to continue to screech from the rooftops, begging for so-called more accurate representation while virtuously denouncing all tradition and what we know works. I just want great video games with fantastic gameplay and interesting stories, and we should not expect the entirety of East Asia to change the entertainment they deliver just to appease the loud minority of Westerners. In my opinion, if these people are right about anything, it's that game journalism and entertainment in general is in need of more diversity. However, this doesn't relate to race, gender or beauty standards, but instead more diversity in thought, as it feels like the companies are only hiring people who have the same partisan beliefs as they do. By the way, I'm sorry to those of you who expect content from me to be a little bit more on the whimsical side. The Stellar Blade article caught my attention, and the total erasure of beautiful female characters in media needs to stop now. Let's be honest, the world is an ugly enough place as it is. We don't need it gaining another 50 pounds and dyeing its hair green. After the initial backlash from readers, the article written by the French writer would be edited to include a disclaimer affixed within it. Regarding the sexualized doll sentence and insult directed at the game's creator, it was added to read, "This last sentence has been slightly edited for French-speaking people pretending not to understand what we meant, and the English-speaking mob who Google translated the initial text." Honestly, that doesn't sound defensive and condescending at all. So, taking this patronising new addition to the article into account, could it in fact mean that the internet has been barking up the wrong tree the whole time, and that this was all no more than a communication error? Well, considering that you can't spell ignorant without IGN, rather than take the pompous journalist for his word, I instead decided to do a little bit of journalism of my very own. After all, while I had my doubts, the writer could still be correct. Maybe bad French actors were involved here, causing chaos, and our Google translation tools had let us all down, leading to us drawing the incorrect conclusion. Now, I'm both a petty and unforgiving person, and I now do not trust what's being peddled in my direction. So rather than accept that my compatriots and I, à la résistance, were potentially in the wrong and blown up a situation unnecessarily, I decided to do the next best thing. This led me to one simple solution: contact an actual living and breathing French person who can tell me what's really happened. Indeed, a French friend who was completely removed from the situation and then saw what they had to say. Oh, très bon! A French friend, I might add, who was a school teacher with no connections to the world of gaming whatsoever. As you can see from his simple Facebook response, he would laugh at the original French line and refer to it as rude, but would also point out that so was the writer's pseudo-revision. Truthfully, I can't believe this turn of events. Who's ever heard of a rude Frenchman?
Get lost!
A rude Frenchman? Well, I never!
Bearing this in mind, the disclaimer was clearly nothing more than a deflection at best. Or worse, gaslighting and misinformation to present readers, YouTubers and other people criticising the situation as though they were actually the ones in the wrong and spreading false narratives. The arrogance of these people is astounding. Sacré bleu! Je pense que IGN est très ignorante. Obviously, most following this strange situation closely were able to see straight through this disingenuous tactic. So this leaves the question, what would this contemptuous company have up their sleeve to silence their detractors next? The next step taken by IGN France would be to remove the original writer's name, I'm guessing to shield him from the bombardment of criticism he has been receiving. After these continuous missteps were taken, in a rare twist, IGN actually ended up admitting some level of wrongdoing in this scenario, with the official apology we mentioned at the start of the video taking place next.
Oh, sorry! Sorry! Oh, I'm sorry, don't hurt me, sorry!
Directing this apology towards Yote Kim, the gentleman who is not only the artist behind Eve, but also the director of Stellar Blade and the CEO of Shift Up, the company producing the game. So now you are probably wondering exactly how IGN would word their regrets. Are they truly sorry about this whole fiasco? Would they pen a beautiful and heartfelt apology, waving the white flag and recognising their misdeeds? Well, from my point of view, no. Reading the short apology put out by the company, it's full of deflections, and although acknowledging that this did indeed all happen, evidently the people in charge refused to take any actual accountability for this mess. But before we get around to spilling that tea, let's discuss the creation of the character who would provoke the IGN journalists to make such deranged and derogatory remarks in the first place. In a previous interview with Games Radar, Eve's creator Yote Kim commented that, honestly, when I play a game, I would like to see someone who is better looking than myself. That's what I want. I don't want to see something normal. I want to see something more ideal. I think that is very important in a form of entertainment. This is, after all, entertainment targeted for adults. I don't know about you, but I personally couldn't agree any more with this sentiment. Traditionally in the West for many years, this has always been the direction that entertainment as a whole was pushed in. In the majority of cases, most people prefer to look at people who are considered conventionally beautiful. I'm fed up with people acting like this is something to be ashamed of. It's not. Fair enough if it's part of your religious beliefs, but otherwise you've got no excuse to attempt to refute this basic fact. This is simple biology. Of course, some people will deviate from the norm, but the norm is the norm for a reason. Stellar Blade's director seems to think the same way as the majority of other consumers and has crafted a piece of art accordingly. However, there is currently a movement in the arts and Western game journalism pushing for bland realism and so-called representation to replace everything often seen as the more beautiful and idealistic. So it's not surprising really that the IGN journo was triggered by Eve's appearance and felt the compulsion to insult the shift-up boss by referring to him as basically a sexless weirdo who has never been with a woman before. I often feel that people who behave in this manner are projecting their own self-esteem issues and life experiences onto others. After all, I guess people generally form their worldviews through their own lived experiences. However, this is absolutely not an excuse to behave poorly and treat other people unacceptably. Backfiring massively, it's astonishing when we look back at this fiasco that IGN would end up being forced to make more of a formal response, as it's probably not the best idea to personally insult the people who create the games they are critiquing, particularly when we take into account that insinuating the artist had never been with a woman before wasn't even based in reality. I mean, I thought it was the job of a journalist to report based on facts, even if this was just a really bad joke, which is kind of how I feel IGN France tried to frame it, is a bad joke which doesn't even make sense. IGN would start this apology with the following. Recently, IGN France produced and published a preview of Stellar Blade containing an offensive passage that should never have been kept. The text has now been edited, and here is our official apology to the Shift Up Corporation studio staff. Also, please note that IGN France is an independent branch of IGN and that IGN's editorial staff had nothing to do with this incident. So, as you can see in the first part of this apology, the IGN brand is attempting to distance itself from directly taking responsibility for the content put out by its brand, by essentially to some degree attempting to jettison the French part of the brand. But is this even possible? Let's discuss the inner workings of how IGN operates. Starting in 2006, IGN Entertainment initiated the rollout of regional editions of its websites across multiple countries and pan-regions. Initially, IGN expanded its physical presence outside of the United States by establishing new offices to support these regional platforms. However, later on, IGN adopted a more cost-efficient approach to globalization by franchising its brand. Under this model, IGN licensed various media publishers in numerous countries to utilize the IGN IGN brand and independently manage regional websites. These licensed regional publishers operate on their own servers, although they can connect to IGN's main database, which enables them to import or translate articles and utilize videos hosted on IGN's servers. The Americans who issued the apology might not directly manage the French side of the brand, but at the end of the day, like it or not, IGN France is still a part of IGN. So therefore, distancing themselves from IGN France is basically a load of bollocks. That's like buying a burger full of pubes from a McDonald's, tweeting about it, and then having the official McDonald's account make a statement replying, "It's nothing to do with the McDonald's brand, the branch is just a franchise." No, isn't the entire point of a franchise that there are standardized rules, regulations and procedures so that customers, or in this case readers, know what sort of product they are to be consuming? Washing their hands with it this way, in my opinion, just makes the Americans at IGN look as bad as the ones in France. I don't think their behaviour like this will endear the gaming public to trust them, which in a way makes the first portion of what they've written in their apology pointless. It could in a way make it even worse. I've always believed that if you don't believe you've done something wrong, then don't bloody apologise. Never ever should anyone behave that insincerely. There's nothing worse than simpering statements from snide, spineless losers who only say things for clout and self-preservation rather than substance and belief. These are indeed the type of people you really want to distance yourself from. As for IGN and IGN France, who needs enemies when you have friends like that? Next, they would address the controversy more directly by adding, "The original text of the Stellar Blade preview contained comments that were out of place. While it was never our intention to disrespect ShiftUp or any of its employees or their work, we recognise that the phrase taken in its literal sense was inappropriate, and we regret it. To anyone at ShiftUp Corporation who felt personally targeted and insulted by this passage, we are truly sorry and sincerely apologise." This is a very South Park BP oil spill style apology. Had they said only this without throwing their French compatriots under the proverbial bus, then this would have been an easier apology to accept. Not to mention, they haven't apologised to the thousands and thousands of people who felt alienated by the brand and will probably think twice before revisiting their website again. On a positive note for anyone who is still here, to both ShiftUp's credit and IGN France, if you take the time to actually read their Stellar Blade preview article, what makes this tale all the more tragic is that the writer, you know, the guy in hiding, actually seems to be an otherwise talented writer and would, for the most part, provide the game with fair praise and critique. It's just a shame that the whole thing has been overshadowed by one massive faux pas when trying to score virtue points and inserting identity politics where it was not wanted or needed. Considering it made it through editing to formal publication, it makes me question whose idea it was in the first place, particularly when we added that his name would later be removed from the article. Now, originally this video was supposed to end here. However, briefly after completing writing about everything else you have heard in this crazy tale so far, multiple other YouTubers and other internet sources have just begun running with a story which, if proven to be factually correct, showcases that IGN France's editor not only despises the art style of Stellar Blade, but is blaming the look of the game for, get this, women unaliving themselves. This story has just risen to a completely different level of insanity. IGN France editor-in-chief Erwan Le Floreal reportedly went on an extreme tirade that implied that ShiftUp's character may contribute to women taking their own lives. But this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to this wannabe activist. That parkplace.com highlights his comments, which were brought to public attention by former World of Warcraft team lead Mark Kern. In now deleted comments by La Floreal on IGN France's now infamous Stellar Blade preview, Twitter user Topek899 would translate the editor's alleged comments, which combine going into detail on their honest thoughts on the character design and how damaging they believe it to be to women. After stating that women end their lives due to not being able to live up to the fictional standards expected by men, he adds, and I directly quote from the translated text, that the problem is not the sexy design itself, except that it sucks compared to others, but hey, that doesn't matter. But the percentage of males who will only want this type of fictional body in reality. Obviously, we understand that this does not shock people who think that women are objects who must obey and be beaten. This design makes us sigh and roll our eyes, and we laugh at anyone who needs it, man or woman, but that's it. The certainly clashing remark in the text, which targets the entire creative process, not necessarily a specific designer or the game director, this is obvious to anyone who knows a little French, only had this impact because a good portion of gamers have become too fragile due to being fed the patriarchy. I mean, for feck's sake, there is so much to unpack here from these posts. The man in charge of the French division of IGN clearly illustrates that he has some ultra extreme views and red hot takes on how women's representation should be in video games. When I've heard people say in the past, unhinged game journalists, I always took that with a pinch of salt and assumed this was more of a caricature because some people do tend to exaggerate, especially regarding those with polar opposite politics to them. For example, you get those people who believe anyone conservative in America is a gun-loving, God-fearing, vaccine-hating, anti-abortionist, homesteading doomsday prepper who believes every conspiracy theory they read on Facebook and that the globalists are trying to turn the frickin' frogs gay.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Well, I have no doubt there may very well be someone out there who is indeed like this and ticks every one of these boxes. Most people are not living, breathing stereotypes. But it does actually seem like this French editor-in-chief is the literal embodiment of the negative and bonkers stereotype that some hold about the left. Their very existence and behaviour turn speculation about the sort of people who were suspected to be in charge of these organisations with concrete evidence that there are indeed proper lunatic radicals running the show. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's very concerning. From either side of the political coin, that is really, really concerning. Speaking of this utter lunatic, I don't know what planet this guy's from, but it certainly doesn't seem to be the same one as the rest of us now, does it? For example, where is this world where men only want the type of fictional bodies seen in Stellar Blade? Now, I am sure this might exist in men's fantasies, but there is a huge difference between dreams and reality, no matter how much this Frenchman seems to struggle to separate the two. If you happen to be some kind of masochist, Erwan, and you are watching this, let me just inform you, you're a nut. You're crazy in the coconut. What does that mean? That boy needs therapy. Building on his tirade, beyond directly ridiculing and shaming all men who find the design in Stellar Blade attractive, we can also find yet another example of the publication accusing readers of not understanding the nuances of the article due to not being French speakers, which of course we debunked earlier as complete bollocks earlier in this episode. I mean, dishonest or what? Does this fella really think English speakers don't know anyone at all who can speak French, or indeed be able to speak French themselves? Excuse my French, but what le fuck? Fermez la bouche! Then of course there is also one of the most cringeworthy moments in all of this where he accuses his detractors of being fragile due to being fed the patriarchy. A cartoonishly ridiculous remark which is so hollow that it sounds like someone satirising a leftist male feminist. The only way he could have sounded any more like a stereotype is if he finished the sentence with "triggered, smash the patriarchy." But apart from all of this nonsense, the most alarming part of all of this is, of course, blaming the existence of sexy female video game characters as being responsible for women unaliving themselves. Historically, the moderate gaming community has always made fun of politicians on both ends of the political spectrum for trying to shift the blame for violence, shootings and other crimes onto video games. Traditionally, collectively as gamers, the majority have always derided these takes as preposterous comments made by boomers who have never had a particularly good grasp of reality. Out-of-touch politicians have generally always hated gaming and often try to use it as a scapegoat for real-world problems and issues. However, The fact we are at a point where game website editors also seem to have the same level of contempt for the art form and are using their platforms for activism rather than just reviewing games with as little bias as possible. Well, it's no wonder now that people seem to be ditching legacy media in the droves and instead putting their trust in independent creators. In an article titled "The Gaming Culture War Over Hot Characters is Hilariously Stupid," Mike Drucker begins by stating, "Before I get too deep into what's sure to be a banger of a column, let me just say it was actually a little hard to pick which thing about the culture gaming war is the most stupid. It could be the idea that small consulting companies are the people with the real power over video game development. Hell, I'd even be willing to give the prize for stupid to people who seem to believe their console represents a moral battleground. All good options, but there's nothing more hilariously stupid than, and I'm being sincere here, the war over hot characters in video games." Instantly starting on the rudest note possible, this journalist doesn't hold back on letting you know exactly what he thinks of you, which is commendably honest, but when he's throwing childish insults around rather than focusing on making a clear point, it detracts from anything legitimate he might have had to say. Childish mudslinging like this is playground level discourse and damages the integrity of the article and the publication who are willing to showcase this rubbish. So before we go further, who even is Mike Drucker? Well, according to his bio on The Gamer, he is an Emmy-nominated and Writers Guild Award-winning writer and comedian living in New York. He's written for television shows including Late Night, The Tonight Show and Adam Ruins Everything. He also served as a head writer and executive producer on Full Frontal with Samantha Bee. Outside of television, Mike has written for Nintendo and Sony, working on the English language scripts for games including Kid Icarus Uprising. As you can see from his television background, he appears to have worked for the left wing of legacy media exclusively, so it's not that surprising that he would be framing his arguments in such an unbalanced way. For the record, I know that both sides of the political coin, particularly in the United States, are renowned for doing this, including the use of childish name-calling in their dialogue. Sometimes such insults can come across as humorous due to inflection in speech. However, the tone is lost in his writing and it just comes across as adversarial. It feels to me that he's addressing us as though we are the dregs of society who are a bunch of know-nothings, with him writing off any issues we might have as delusions. Moving further into his condescending piece, he adds, "If you've been following the trades, you've probably heard about a game called Stellar Blade. It's an action game that isn't out yet, but from the small amounts I've seen, seems pretty decent, kind of a Nia vibe. I don't know if it's a first day purchase, but it feels like something I'll end up buying. Unfortunately, that seems less important to the weirdest people online than the fact that the main character, Eve, is hot. And stick with me, her being hot is proof that video games are back in the hands of the real fans." Now, this is where Drucker has completely and entirely missed the point, as there's so much concrete information out there as to why people were angry in the first place. I'm sorry, but what is weird about feeling perturbed when you read statements put out there by game journalists which are intentionally condescending, insulting, and written purposely to generate rage and divide? That sounds like a perfectly rational human reaction to me. I mean, Mr. Drucker, you have demonstrated this in this very article. You write in a way that comes across as though you look down your nose at a huge portion of gamers, writing off their concerns as conspiratorial and accusing hundreds of thousands of people of having a straw man argument, even though all of this Stellar Blade stuff kicked off because a game journalist in a position of responsibility confirmed many gamers' fears about the views of the people who control legacy media. The public's concerns are not irrational. IGN France demonstrated this. People are getting fed up with pompous, lofty and holier-than-thou attitudes to the tastes of the mass market and common gamers. I'll add extra inflection here on the word common. The people who aren't working within the arts and television spheres, the people with normal day jobs who would like their fantasy escapism from their day-to-day drudgery left intact, please. Drucker landed a job as an NBC intern fresh from university, which he declares on his own Twitter, a place where he spotlights past events such as rubbing shoulders with the rich and famous. In fact, a significant part of his online presence seems to be bragging about his connections and who he's worked for. He's worked in the entertainment industry his whole career. He's led a very different life to your average consumer, yet he writes in a style of moral superiority, dismissing people who don't agree with his views as weirdos. By the way, I don't have a problem with all people from legacy media. In fact, I'm friends with some people who work in that field, specifically within the UK. What I will say though is that they are all afraid to voice their thoughts and opinions because of the people who shoot them down and can threaten their jobs, like what you're doing with your article in this instance. Drucker's not threatening jobs with this article, but he's certainly dismissing very genuine concerns as hysterics. Indeed, what a bunch of hysterical gamers we all are. He goes on to say, "The best part of this fight is pretty much one-sided. I did not hear a damn word about Stellar Blade existing until I saw someone post that woke people must be mad at Stellar Blade existing. Stellar journalism there, Drucker. It seems that you couldn't be bothered to actually do any journalism there. Or did you actually do it, but it doesn't fit your curated narrative, so you just chose to act like it didn't even exist?" First of all, I'm not going to talk about the IGN controversy again, as I cannot see how anyone who calls themselves a game journalist would even miss that. But to prove once again that there are indeed people out there who are vehemently against Eve's design, here are some curated posts from Reset era of people who despise Eve's appearance, found on Grum's Twitter page. "I live alone, and I'd still be embarrassed to have this on my TV. That intro sequence is so fucking bad. It's just so many elements of fetishistic infantile nonsense. What the hell with that slow motion? It's sad. I guess that's what we've come down to. There are really talented people working really hard to make a game that glorifies a flagrantly misogynistic depiction of its cast. It's just sad. Haven't been discussed as a game in a good while. This is bad, especially given the developers themselves and the gender war in South Korea. I tend to be ambivalent with sexualized character designs in games, but everything about Stellar Blade is just beyond embarrassing and gross. Kinda hate how it's Sony funded and published. I feel like it wouldn't be getting anywhere nearly as much media attention as it is if it wasn't. I want to believe that Sony was fulfilling a contract and that they won't work with Shift Up again. After it came out, they were a misogynistic developer who punished women working for them for supporting women's rights, but unfortunately, we know they probably don't give a fuck. This is so much more ridiculous and worse than I even thought this game would go for." As you can see, people like this very much do exist, and one thing I will agree with Drucker on is that they are not the majority. These people are the fringe. They are an extreme minority, and one could say the extreme of the extreme minority. But it's not these views themselves which were overly an issue. It's when we get confirmation that the people with these fringe ideologies turn out to be the writers and editors working for massive news outlets like IGN trying to publish propaganda. That's the problem. Contradicting the evidence we've just looked at, which he did not refer to in this article, he states that gamers are actually mad because of another reason altogether. He writes, "I guess the assumption is that a professor from a degenerate college would learn there was a leggy android in a bleep bloop and realise that all their work to destroy God has been for nothing." That seems close to what people seem to believe. I'm not really sure what else could have happened, but as far as I can tell, people online aren't mad. They never were mad. I know I'm not. The only thing I'd criticise the game for is naming a robot lady Eve like it's the first draft. So basically, he's either lying or lives under a rock. Either way, he shouldn't be publishing articles about stuff he knows this little about, apparently. It's not professional. He's displayed no reason for us to believe that he has managed to formulate an informed opinion on this issue, as the whole piece reads like ramblings with no evidence or a solid argument. It's just a hit piece aimed at the type of gamers he doesn't like. Either that, or he does know what actually happened, but it doesn't fit the narrative he's looking for and therefore overlooks it entirely. It comes across as the sloppy work of someone who doesn't even care that his column is so easy to pick apart. There's a level of complacency to it. He's more interested in dunking on gamers and calling them names than writing something truthful and coherent. He would go on to say, "It is embarrassing to get excited that a character's hot, especially when it's mostly because you think someone else will be sad that they're hot. That's also sad. You're not even happy that the character is attractive to you just want someone else to be bummed out." What Drucker is referring to is Schadenfreude, a completely natural feeling most people get. Schadenfreude, the pleasure derived from others' misfortune, is a complex psychological phenomenon influenced by various factors. It can stem from social comparison, where witnessing others' failures boosts one's own self-esteem, as well as from feelings of envy, resentment, or in-group versus out-group dynamics, like the left versus the right and vice versa, or pompous game journalists versus the people they refer to as weirdos, dorks, and dweebs. The belief in a just world can also contribute, as misfortune seen as deserved can evoke satisfaction. For example, people enjoyed seeing the IGN France journalist receive comeuppance because they felt their voices had been heard. Additionally, Schadenfreude may serve as a coping mechanism, offering temporary relief from one's own struggles. Personality traits such as competitiveness or low empathy may further predispose individuals to experience Schadenfreude. Overall, while it's a natural human tendency, its expression and intensity can vary widely among individuals and cultures. This is why people love reading articles about the downfall of popular celebrities or writing an article laughing at gamers being stupid. After all, Drucker appears to have self-esteem issues evident from his website called At the Mountains of Sadness. On this website, he affirms to himself, to make himself feel better about turning 40, a massive list of accolades and achievements from the last 10 years that he achieved. Later in the article, he even talks about his body image issues from his 20s and refers to himself as a pasty, blubbery mess of a man who doesn't own a house or have children and knows nothing about planning his financial future. No one is perfect, nor should they be, and Drucker, to be fair, seems acutely aware of his own perceived shortcomings. So therefore, if you strip away all of his incredible achievements in his career, he fits the narrative of the stereotypical gamer. Just to be clear, just because it's a stereotype doesn't mean it's correct, but it does raise the question, is Drucker's perceived dislike of gamer culture a form of self-loathing, considering he has self-esteem issues and classes himself as a gamer? Is he simply projecting? Moving on in his article to just direct insults at gamers, he says, "So, to a lot of dweebs, a video game company drawing up a conventionally attractive woman probably feels like someone is finally in their corner. Because if the people who draw disgusting normal-bodied characters are your enemy, then the people who draw sexy Jessica Rabbit-style characters are your best friends. Even though, and this is the heartbreaker, neither knows you exist, and both would be worse off for meeting you. This is just nastiness for the complete and utter sake of nastiness, calling people dweebs, dorks and internet weirdos while simultaneously deflecting away from the very issue which caused the Stellar Blade journalist backlash in the first place isn't a good look, and there is no excuse for nastiness, even if they perceive that others have been nasty first. There's never smoke without fire, and there's always room for constructive dialogue." He further says, "I can assure you that very, very, very few people are mad that there's yet another attractive cybernetic robo-frau in a game." He's correct.
Correct, at last.
But he's also missed the point. It's not the fact there's a huge amount of people who are angry about Eve's appearance in Stellar Blade, it's that there are people in very high places who are mad about the character, who are directing insults and potshots at the game's designer. That sort of conduct coming from places like IGN confirms the widespread belief that radical nutjobs do indeed hold positions of power in these organisations. It's not just a conspiracy theory anymore, it's true. It's a small fringe, but a small fringe in places of influence with massive platforms. People like me don't have that kind of reach, let alone the average gamer. Drucker has a platform that Dave from Aberystwyth doesn't. The comment section is the best Dave has. He signs off with the following: "When you get excited about the fantasy of people clutching their pearls, you just seem like a person whose opinions are only based on reacting to someone else. Dorks." Again, a ridiculous statement to make, considering he claims that this article has been made in response to his perceived reaction of gamers. It's a reaction of a reaction, just as this very video is a reaction of a reaction of reaction. Reaction inception. Beautiful. So calling people dorks just for having a natural reaction seems to me as though there's somewhat of a lack of empathy there. Going back to the title of the article, the gaming culture war over hot characters is hilariously stupid. The article doesn't overly actually address this conversation. As you've seen, it's more of a hit piece on gamers' intelligence. So here is my take, seeing as the article didn't really attempt to give one. While on the surface the gaming culture war on hot characters can indeed appear hilariously stupid, if you apply some deeper thinking skills to this phenomenon, this actually makes a lot more sense than many would first think. Let me explain how I see it. No matter what buzzword you throw in about this so-called culture war, when it comes to this particular battle, the crux of the argument is realism versus idealism. Some gamers would like everything to be more realistic, whereas another section wants everything to be idealistic. Depending on your political views, you may see either or as the opposite of each other. Here's what I mean as a centrist looking in at the whole spectrum rather than just the perceived opposition. A lot of people who have really grounded traditional jobs, butcher, baker, candlestick maker, a lot of these people are the facts over feelings sorts, who are seeking idealistic escapism in their games, what they perceive as fantasy. These are the people who work for a living rather than passion, whether they be plumbers, manual workers, bankers, or anything in between. They want to escape the rut of their work and enter a world full of sexy ladies, big guns, and most importantly, fun. On the other hand, people who seem to be more drawn towards the arts, who put feelings above facts, tend to prefer to see what they perceive as realism within their games. For example, more lifelike detail regarding culture and civilizations. If you work in the arts, your working life is probably more fantastical than the average salaryman who turns up to their 9-to-5 job, clock watching all day for a paycheck at the end of each month. This means that, in a way, a more grounded game is their escapism. Obviously, I realise there will be outliers and overlaps. That's the beauty of being a centrist. Neither side is right or wrong, but one thing is clear. Far more people have traditional jobs than those in the arts. This means that this is why the idealistic looking media, not just games, has always been more popular. But this doesn't stop the minority of people, the ones who work in the arts, from trying to create more realistic games reflecting on what appeals to them. And equally as important, game journalists who share their tastes. This is why we have a culture war. The people in the arts do not agree with the majority mass consumer market and in many ways look down their noses at them, as illustrated by Mike Drucker's article. Amongst the latest round of gossip was a series of articles being published about graffiti being removed from the game that some felt could be interpreted as unintentionally racist. However, others feel additional censorship has been implemented into Stellar Blade, which has received a much more adverse reaction from certain gamers. Examples of this, as demonstrated by this tweet, include Eve's holiday bunny outfit being altered to include a boob apron to remove the plunging V-neck on the design.
If you wear a boob apron, then you can look like a librarian, a receptionist, or someone who's allergic to parties. Why would anybody invent something to ruin a man's happiness and take away his dreams?
Aside from the inclusion of an unwanted tit-kerchief in the game in a throwback to the Lieberman attacks on Mortal Kombat, layers of blood splatter have been removed from the game too. In the United States, this is an M-rated game, leading many people to be perplexed as to why any content like this would be removed from the game, particularly when the Stellar Blade Twitter account promoted it just 1 week ago on the 20th 21st of April as being a game that would offer the same uncensored version in all countries. While some believe, and perhaps rightly so, that the changes which have been included are incredibly minor, others believe that, on principle, it was the completely wrong thing to do based on the promise that the game would be completely uncensored. One of these principle-driven individuals, Mark Kern, former World of Warcraft team lead, is so against the altering of Stellar Blade that he has started a popular petition on change.org to get the version of the title many gamers feel they were promised, and thus pre-ordered and spent their hard-earned money on. Kern would outline why his petition matters, as well as an 8-step plan to uncensor the game. Despite being launched just 3 days before the time of writing this video, the petition has already amassed over 44,000 signatures, with that number changing by the time this video was edited. Mark on his petition writes, Stellar Blade is a phenomenal new game they just launched on PlayStation 5 worldwide, but it has a problem. The content has been censored from the original trailer version posted by Sony. We as gamers want this content back. We relied on it, we made the game the #1 pre-order worldwide because of it, and this is the true game we want. Stellar Blade is more than a game, it has become a cultural beacon for freedom of expression in a time where game publishers like Sony are censoring games more than ever. Stellar Blade was a breath of fresh air, and gamers rallied behind it because it meant things were changing, getting better, and the voice of creative freedom was ringing loud and clear. But for reasons unknown, the game was censored, changes were made. What we received after our good faith purchase was not the game as advertised. We believe in the game, we believe in Shift Up, and we are asking to get the game we believed in. Revert the censorship changes, patch the game, and you will find that even more gamers will join you and support you. All gamers can help by signing this petition. It will be printed in Korea and delivered in Korea to Shift Up offices, and physically printed and delivered to Sony PlayStation North America offices. Spread this petition on social media with the Free Stellar Blade hashtag. As for this statement, although quite short, there are a few things to unpack. Firstly, I want to address the point where Mark refers to the game as a cultural beacon for freedom of expression. Playing devil's advocate, you can argue that the term sounds very poetic and over the top, and at the end of the day, is it really? It's a video game with a certain target demographic in mind, produced to make as much money as possible. That being said, Mark actually does have a point. The phrase, a cultural beacon for freedom of expression, typically refers to an entity, institution, city, or country that serves as a prominent symbol or example of supporting and promoting free speech and artistic freedom. This could be a place or organisation known for its encouragement of open dialogue, diverse opinions, artistic experimentation, and, most importantly, resistance against censorship. The fact that only last week the Stellar Blade Twitter account was building hype for the game, promoting it around being uncensored in all countries, is proof of this. Regarding what Mark Kern says about games becoming increasingly more censored than ever, there was certainly a time in the 80s and 90s when video games were heavily censored, particularly when being released on Nintendo platforms. There are countless examples of this ridiculousness, such as poison being removed from Final Fight so you can't be seen hitting a woman, blood being changed to green in Mortal Kombat, and all Christian symbology being removed from series like Castlevania. There's always been mass censorship in video games. This is nothing new. However, based on the way that Stellar Blade was promoted, that's where the problem arises. The point that I assume Mark is trying to make is that games are now being censored in pathetic ways that no one would even have considered in the 90s, with even retro games being retconned to remove content in fear someone might get triggered. Examples of this include the Japanese imperial flag being removed from the bathhouse stage in the most recent iteration of Street Fighter 2, and even more pathetically, some questionable dialogue changes in the Switch version of Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. The craziest of these are some of Bowser's lines being altered to prevent him from fat-shaming his underlings. Yes, You heard me right. A villain in a video game is being prevented from saying certain things in case they are perceived to be too mean. Personally, I feel that if you're offended by what Bowser said, then in his words, I order you to do some sit-ups, Tubby. Honestly, it's such a silly and harmless line to remove. So, bearing in mind that the game was promoted using anti-censorship rhetoric and nonsense like what's going on in Paper Mario at the moment, it's fair that some people feel a bit aggrieved as they don't feel they have been delivered the product they have been sold. This is one of those situations where, although what has been changed, in my own opinion at least, is really very minor, I understand the principle and moral drive behind consumers being unhappy to allow game publishers to pull the rug from under them. People are angry because they feel duped by the marketing. A lot of people have been very vocal in their support for a game, which has then proceeded to mug them off. So after I had finished writing this video, it transpired that Kotaku felt so irritated by Mark Kern's petition that they swiftly proceeded to publish a massive hit piece on not just his petition, but also his personal character and integrity. So just to clarify, I wrote the rest of this video before this hit piece was even released. This part I'm adding about the Kotaku article is just more fuel being chucked on a fire that was already a raging inferno of game journalist propaganda and gaslighting. Senior reporter Ethan Gatch has published a controversial article titled The Stellar Blade Circus Explained. And when I say Stellar Blade Circus Explained, I guess he means a curated version of events that fails to document any of the ongoing game journalist gaslighting we have week by week been spotlighting on here. The false equivalences drawn between the character's design and self-deletion, along with the death threat Mark Kern has since received, which predates the entirety of this video and most certainly this hit piece, which has been designed to destroy his character. But more on that later, as this script has been written in a strange order. Ethan Gatch describes the Free Stellar Blades petition as surprisingly complicated and kind of sad. Then, in just the second paragraph of his article, resorts to name-calling, reducing Mark Kern to, in his words, an online gamer angry grifter. From the trend I have noticed with game journalists and fringe radicals in general recently, everyone I disagree with is a grifter is the new everyone I disagree with is literally Hitler. Just for clarity, I'm not comparing anyone I speak about today to Hitler, I'm just comparing the phrases. Purposefully missing the point and proving there truly is a culture war going on at the moment, the Kotaku article overlooks all the reasons we have been covering as to why the Stellar Blades discourse has been winding people up and instead focuses on framing those who are excited about Stellar Blades being an uncensored experience as being the lowest dregs of society. He accuses a certain contingent of trying to create a Gamergate 2.0, with Kern being one of the names he deems responsible, despite completely ignoring all of the purposeful gaslighting coming from their side that's inciting the majority of the animosity in the first place, including doubling down by relinking this debacle with their previous dishonest article that tried to rewrite history regarding the Sweet Baby Inc. drama. Everything politically on Kotaku is extremely one-sided and extremely hollow. What makes it funnier is that later in the article, Kotaku poke fun at the posted videos on the Stellar Blades petition, referring to them as so awkward they seem like a high-level caricature of the entire manufactured controversy. Which is highly amusing, as it was only last week on this channel that I noted that the editor of Kotaku, Alyssa McCanty, looks and behaves like a caricature of a left-leaning game journalist herself. Are they seriously not noticing this? Are they not looking in the mirror and perhaps considering...
Are we the baddies?
Just to be clear, I do not believe in goodies and baddies in real life. That's confined to fairy tales. I believe there is right and wrong on both sides, and that there is more than one set of defined caricatures in this narrative, and one seems to be much less self-aware than the other. Basically, the more weeks this discourse is going on, the more that both sides are doubling down and, to some degree, reaching continually further to make their curated narratives make sense. What makes this even worse is that if there is one thing the journalists are right about, is that there are thousands of people floating about online who aren't very eloquent when it comes to making the points they want to make about their distaste for the Stellar Blade censorship and ongoing, frankly, bullying from gaming news sites mocking their opinions and perceived lack of understanding. These journalists are more often than not university educated, are trained writers, have massive platforms and, to a degree, can eloquently put their point across. Certainly better than the unwashed masses they seem to look down their noses at, who aren't trained writers defending themselves to the best of their abilities in comment sections. This is an extra layer that makes a lot of this behaviour from game journalists so abhorrent, as firstly, they are clearly educated enough that they should know better, and secondly, they are writing one-sided, biased takes with the pure intention of trying to discredit people. I suppose I'm doing this to some extent myself, but at least I'm self-aware enough to bloody admit it. And for the record, I'm not particularly educated and didn't go to university. Maybe this is why I'm staunchly centrist, why I can see the good and bad on both sides, and why I feel masses of empathy towards those who are being attacked purely over their tastes in gaming. I guess the situation feels so bad because it's coming across like the university-educated game journalists are essentially punching down, even though the people they're punching down at have some very valid points. Now this is where the original story I was working on can now resume, as drama from game journalists doesn't stop there. In fact, an editor of the gaming news site GameSpot.com took to X to poke fun at Mark Kern and tens of thousands of other gamers' grievances. Accompanied by screenshots of Mark Kern's change.org page, Jessica Cogswell states in her tweet, "This is the most unhinged behaviour I've seen in quite some time, and I have a 2-year-old." So, let me get this straight. She disapproves of tens of thousands of gamers who feel they have been missold a product through what they feel to be false marketing and calls them unhinged for feeling that way, with the cherry on top, comparing those she doesn't agree with to babies. Huh, that sounds familiar. Honestly, I don't know where to start with this stupid tweet, as not only is it directly insulting tens of thousands of people, but she's also insulting her own child by alluding to them being unhinged too. I'm a mother of 2 children, currently 3 years old and 5 years old. Both lads at times can be demanding and challenging, but at no point would I refer to their behaviour as being unhinged. They're children, acting like children, so I'm not sure where the dunk is, unless it's her own parenting skills or lack thereof. For the record, I don't know this lady and I have no clue how she parents, and that's no one's business in any way, shape or form, but that doesn't detract from her tweets being unhinged and making little sense whatsoever, even if it was just a rubbish joke attempting to poke fun at the people she doesn't like. When you think about it, it's terrible that people are willing to tweet every random ridiculous thought that pops into their head, no matter how stupid, and it becomes even more alarming when you consider that this woman is an editor of GameSpot. If she can't even handle sending out appropriate tweets that make sense, how can we possibly have any trust or confidence in the outlet that has empowered her? John F. Trent of thatsparkplace.com would highlight that Cogswell's unprovoked attack on gamers is not an isolated incident, and she has years of tweets offering up similarly combative takes and fringe ideas. Collating some of her outrageous tweets, Trent spotlights that as recently as the 29th of March of this year, this professional game journalist would laugh at who she refers to as incel gamer dudes, expecting games to have hot characters and characters representative of them at the same time. I don't know about you lot, but I haven't noticed a correlation between the sorts of people who crave a more idealistic style of design in video games with those who are complaining that video games need more representation. Again, it's that typical example of game journalists gaslighting, making points that don't actually exist. After evidently being rebuked in her replies, she replied calling them weirdos and telling them to get a life. Since her previous tweets didn't make sense, she would double down, mocking those who said to her they didn't even ask for representation, vindictively stating, "Every other fucking time your collective tweets about how woke characters and women are in every role and you miss cis-het white men being allowed in things. Sadly, the way Twitter is designed is to encourage a smooth brain discourse so that people can argue back and forth with one another using limited characters. It incites people to shoot from the hip rather than taking time to think and respond eloquently. The website is basically imbecile battle royale. There are no winners. There are only people trying to make each other look foolish, with ultimately no one winning and everyone looking like heads. Unfortunately for this GameSpot editor, she now has a documented record of making a fool of herself with low-effort takes and unsubstantiated claims and statements. So going back to that last tweet accusing other people of complaining about woke characters and missing cis-hetero white men being allowed in things, she bases her argument by drawing a false equivalence that gamers are asking for representation when that couldn't be further from the case. Online, sadly, most people seem incapable or, at the very least, can't be bothered to try to put across their opinions and beliefs properly. But I should imagine that what the people want, that she's referring to, is not to see themselves represented, but rather instead when they talk about wokeism and the decrease of characters with certain characteristics in games, what they actually mean is they have concerns over what they perceive as forced diversity or tokenism in entertainment media, including games. They might argue that their criticisms are not about excluding diversity, but are against what they see as artificial or heavy-handed inclusion that prioritizes political correctness over storytelling and character development. What they are often trying to express, albeit often very poorly, is that ensuring every group is represented can sometimes come across at the expense of narrative coherence or authenticity, and they might advocate for a more organic approach to character and story creation, where decisions are driven by the narrative needs rather than external social pressures. On the subject of the word woke, it's not really a word that I like to use, as it's a stupid Americanism that doesn't really seem to have a proper universal meaning. What I have noticed though is that in America both sides of the political spectrum seem to use that word as a stick to beat each other with. I only ever seem to see it used in bad faith and is terminology that in the modern day is used in smooth brain arguments of one-upmanship amongst those trying to win the imbecile battle royale. For example, you'll regularly see people who are left-leaning demand others to define woke after they have witnessed someone use it as a pejorative term. This is usually done as a pretext so that they can then dismiss the definition provided, argue that the concept doesn't really exist, or redirect the conversation to focus on perceived inconsistencies in the term's usage. This tactic is often used in debates to challenge the validity or coherence of the term woke, which has evolved to have various connotations depending on the context in which it is used. By asking for a definition, individuals may attempt to expose what they see as a lack of clear and agreed upon meaning, thereby undermining arguments that rely on the term. This strategy can also serve to shift the discussion away from specific criticisms associated with being woke and towards the meta discussion about semantics. Put it this way, on Twitter, on both sides of the political spectrum, their arguments are extremely boring and extremely predictable. They all seem to follow an established script and don't deviate from it. Now, for the sake of pedantry, I found a video recently uploaded by someone who actually commented on one of my recent videos, the short fat otaku. I've only seen a couple of his videos so far, but I've enjoyed them, particularly the one where he actually rather eloquently tries to define the word woke, so if you too would like a better explanation, then check that out. I find the contemporary use of the word woke quite frustrating and choose to avoid it altogether, as it often feels like mere jargon to me. Similarly, you'll seldom hear me use terms like snowflake, social justice warrior, or at the other extreme phrases such as TERF or bigot. I believe these words tend to resemble childish bickering and name-calling more than they contribute to constructive dialogue that leads to meaningful conversation with any kind of positive outcome. Back on the subject of Jessica Cogswell's attacks on gamers, a tirade can be found regarding the term JRPG. In one of the most ignorant exchanges regarding gaming history I've ever seen, agreeing with a fellow game journalist, Hannah Kim, who, if you look at their Twitter, has been looking for work since March of 2023, though they have written for GameSpot and IGN amongst others in the past, claims that the term JRPG was created to otherize an outgroup. See what I mean by these people with partisan views, always using buzz terms when it comes to making fringe takes. The buzzwords are one thing, and we can forgive that, but Hannah Kim goes on one step further and calls the term racist.
Ah, that's racist.
I guess the stereotype rings true. You can't spell ignorant without IGN. So rather than being a normal person and recognising that this is an insane take, Cogswell instead takes it and runs with it, wholeheartedly agreeing never to use the term JRPG again because she feels games should be separated by content rather than the race of who created them. We'll talk more about the term JRPG in a second, but before we get to that, by this absurd logic, does this mean, as someone who has lived in the United Kingdom my whole life, I should not be otherising and outgrouping American football? Despite there already being an existing sport in this country since Tudor times, I might add, and before the United States even existed, called football. Going one step further than this, are we also not supposed to say that we're going to an Indian restaurant, to a Chinese one, a Greek one, an Italian one, etc.? By the logic of these literal radicals, this seems to be how these people who are affiliated with IGN and GameSpot want us all to be policing our speech. As I always say, they are looking for misery where there is none, they are looking for harm where there is none to be found. As for the term JRPG, yes, it indeed does exist as a way to distinguish nuances between two gaming subgenres. Has anyone ever heard anyone refer to the term JRPG in a derogatory manner before this example? Because this lunacy is new to me. I must not spend enough time online. And to compound this view further, to look at the Japanese gaming industry as an outgroup in the first place is also ridiculous. Throughout the 80s and 90s, they were the most powerful and influential gaming superpower on Earth, and to this very day they still remain one of the most dominant national forces in gaming. Japan is both a rich and powerful nation, and in the 80s and 90s they had the strongest economy on the planet, second only to the US. So this Hannah Kim can't even claim the Japanese as being marginalised, another term that these people love to throw around, because, let's be honest, the hardworking people of Japan are not a marginalised group. Amongst the gaming community in general, the term JRPG has mostly been used with reverence. I've never known a single person to hold any kind of negative connotation to that term. These two journalists must have very long arms to be able to make those kinds of reaches. For those innocent people who are using the heinous term JRPG, Cogswell adds that even if you don't mean to use it negatively, you need to think about how it comes across, so you realise it feels a bit ick. Let's be honest, the only people who are going to think something feels a bit ick are the thousands and thousands of people watching this at home, cringing in their seats at the level of ignorance displayed by these takes. Perhaps the most painful reading of all, she has the audacity to add, I think if you're white, please consider thinking before tweeting, actually I don't know that it's racist because, then promptly delete that tweet and listen to the opinions of the people you're putting in the box. Yes, all the millions and millions of crying Japanese people who are terribly sad about the billions of dollars the West have spent on importing their products. They must feel so disrespected and marginalised. Luckily for me in this instance, I'm not white, and I am whom Cogswell would probably refer to as a woman of colour. Maybe this means by her logic I have enough victim points that my voice is deemed valid enough to deserve an opinion in this scenario, but who really knows with these kinds of people? I'm sure they'd find a reason I'm not allowed to say anything, like call me a far-right grifter or a white adjacent or something equally unintelligent. She has loads more tweets and self-loathing takes attached to her accounts based around race, but one particular tweet is perhaps both noteworthy with regards to current goings on. Going on the attack against gamers once more, she writes, "Gamers are fucking bullies and don't even deserve the voices they desperately need to hear. People of colour, especially women working in this industry, have a thicker skin than any one person should need to have, and it sucks that's some prerequisites at this point. Now, what's quite tragic about all of this is that underneath the layers of madness, expletives and insults still lies an element of a good point. However, it's sadly lost under her vitriolic language and communication skills, or lack thereof. Here's the first problem with this post. She sweepingly generalises gamers as a whole as being bullies. Gamers are just people. There are going to be flawed individuals and shady characters across all facets of life. Change the word gamers to any group and you'll see that the issue of bullying isn't unique to gamers but is a problem everywhere. It's unfair and intellectually dishonest to single out gamers when this is a universal human issue that transcends all communities and industries. It's the mass tying of universal issues to terms like gamer or white people, which perpetuates unnecessary division and fuels the identity politics that serve to fragment our society further. This approach overlooks the individual's actions and responsibilities, opting instead for broad generalizations that are both unhelpful and inaccurate. It's essential to address the specifics of behavior and context, rather than assign blame to entire groups based on the actions of a few. However, there is a slither of truth to sometimes even the worst of takes. In this instance, although terribly worded, especially for someone who claims to be a professional editor, women do need a thicker skin working in gaming. This does make sense though. Gaming is a male-dominated hobby, and I feel perhaps even the reason I'm much more drawn to it than many others of my biological sex is because I'm neurodivergent from other women due to having ADHD. I have hyperfocuses that other women don't, and was drawn to gaming even though marketeers at the time weren't trying to target women. Being more educated now, I think looking back it's because for me it was very sensory and could hold my focus unlike many other things. Being a male-dominated space, the unfortunate byproduct of this is that in all likelihood the majority of negative interactions are going to be with men. That doesn't make it acceptable in any way, shape or form, but it does make sense numbers-wise. Cogswell's following tweet in the same thread about gamers being bullies and therefore placing moral responsibility on only white people stated, "If you're a white person, especially one with a reach, a community or in charge of an outlet, hold your community to higher standards regarding bullying." On this note, then I wonder if publications like the one she works at, GameSpot, IGN or Kotaku are going to hold their staff and communities to a high standard and write a piece covering the abhorrent threats targeting Mark Kern, the man behind the Stellar Blade petition, which alerted me to the existence of Jessica Cogswell in the first place. Considering Cogswell's stance, does this imply that she and her fellow game journalists bear some responsibility for the extreme $20,000 bounty placed on Kern by an individual on Twitter? Personally, I don't believe they do, but this seems to follow the logic she suggests. What we should take from this is that neither side should make broad generalizations about entire groups, and everyone should strive to be more considerate in online interactions. I mean, honestly, we're all going to be dead soon anyway. On the 29th of February 2024, a narrative designer from Sweet Baby Inc. tweeted out a series of posts on X, claiming that the company she worked for was the target of a harassment campaign on Steam known as Sweet Baby Inc. Detected. Heading over to Steam, the page describes itself as a tracker for games involved with Sweet Baby Inc. The overview describes the purpose of this Steam group is to let people know if a game is involved with this company. It provides a curated list of games that Sweet Baby Inc. has worked on, all marked as not recommended. Chris Kindred, the narrative designer I mentioned a moment ago, would accuse the page of existing as a harassment group, complaining to Steam that, even excluding the discriminatory language they use, they would still fail Steam's code of conduct. She would encourage all of her followers to report the group, as well as Cabrutus, the Brazilian user in charge of the page. Others would chime in on this and note that Steam doesn't have guidelines for curators that would prevent someone from starting a curated list that focuses on games worked on by particular entities and making recommendations not to buy games associated with a particular entity. While Kindred would try their best to have this small page cancelled and erased from the internet, instead this very public outburst would end up putting more negative attention on the company she worked for, Sweet Baby Inc., than ever before, with the Steam page itself going from less than 10,000 followers to over 376,000 at the time of writing this video. You know, because going out of your way to cancel people on Twitter is such an effective method to endear yourself to the public and rally people to your cause. Unsurprisingly, these adversarial tweets have functioned as a catalyst to begin a Streisand effect, contributing towards the tidal wave of negativity towards what was previously a fairly unknown entity. But beyond this, what was it about Sweet Baby Inc. that has made such a large pool of people choose to follow Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, the Steam detractor group now monitored by hundreds of thousands more users than before? Well, visiting their website begins to provide us with some of the answers. Sweet Baby Inc. describes itself as a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal, a city which seems to keep coming up in these identity politics related videos. They claim to work with others around the globe with a mission to tell better, more empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video games industry. They claim to make games more engaging, more fun, meaningful and more inclusive for everyone. Checking out their services section, they add that they believe gaming needs diverse voices to solve diverse problems. So they provide narrative consultation at any stage of development, boasting a talented team with vetted industry experience to bring stories to life. They assist in 4 key areas: writing, narrative, representation and development, with their outreach program continuously looking to employ new and, in their own words, definitely not mine, marginalised talent, who they believe can change the industry if given the proper support. They boast on this site to have directly worked on a number of huge AAA games, including Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2 and God of War Ragnarok. Their list of clients is essentially a who's who of major game publishers in the West and beyond. Exploring the project section of their website, we can even learn what elements of certain games the company worked on. For example, they worked on story consultation, shaping Spider-Man 2, narrative and character consultation with a focus on representation for God of War Ragnarok, and providing script writing for Suicide Squad and more. When we consider that, in many skeptics' minds, they already look at AAA gaming as an industry that places a heavier emphasis on diversity, equity and inclusion than good gameplay and storytelling, it's not surprising that so many gamers, rightly or wrongly, would take issue with the existence of Sweet Baby Inc., particularly when we can identify on their websites that they appear to have had an active role in working specifically on the DEI elements of products, components in video games that many skeptical players believe to be included for the primary purpose of attracting ESG investment. Essentially, heavier environmental, social and governance investing can be easier achieved as many investors tend to gravitate towards companies that demonstrate a commitment to DEI. They believe that DEI creates a positive brand reputation, which can translate into increased market share and investor confidence. Many regulatory bodies are increasingly focused on diversity, equity and inclusion within corporations. Companies that proactively address these issues are better positioned to comply with evolving regulations, reducing the risk of legal and regulatory penalties. Further to this, companies with diverse staff members mitigate risks, such as reputational risks associated with discrimination or exclusionary practices. This can enhance long-term financial performance and protect shareholder value. So, just like most other things that exist in the West, DEI, like everything else, exists mostly as a sort of cash grab above anything else. To show how important this is, there is even an ESG rating system accompanied by scores out of 100 that is viewable online to aid investors in deciding whom to back, with a score of under 50 evidencing a poor investment and a score of over 70 being a good ESG score. Pro-diversity efforts are slated as being one of the factors to increase this score. Basically, the higher the score, the more money you get. Companies often frame DEI as value-driven initiatives, but the cold hard fact is these initiatives are mainly put in place as a risk management factor to ensure they qualify for ESG. Sure, value and finances do feed into each other, but at the end of the day, none of these companies truly care about anything whatsoever other than making as much money as possible. They value diversity and inclusion all the time they see it as profitable. Hence why in games like Spider-Man 2, when it was released in Saudi Arabia, all the pride flags and any references to the LGBT community would be removed. How very stunning, how very brave. If that's not proof that all of this, from a corporate perspective at least, isn't just all about money, then I don't know what else to tell you. However, just because corporations are inserting diversity as a means to fill their coffers doesn't mean that this diversity is inherently bad. After all, it's not so much that people have a problem with diversity in games, though obviously there are always exceptions to the rules, like trolls for example, is the way the diversity comes across as forced and disingenuous pandering by corporate entities who do not genuinely care and are more motivated by greed than apparent ideals. Who else can remember Finn being removed from the Star Wars posters in China? So therefore Sweet Baby Inc. seems to only exist due to this corporate investment demand and has thus manifested to feed the corporate machine's desires to look like they actually have ethics and pretend they care about things other than money. Even though it's extremely transparent, that's not truly the case. The truth is that Sweet Baby Inc. has seen a gap in the markets they could fill and make a lot of money themselves doing so, whilst getting to preach their ideals to the masses from behind the curtains. However, by drawing attention to themselves on Twitter by kicking off about a relatively inconsequential and small Steam page, they have alerted the larger community to themselves that wasn't aware of them prior to all of this. And to compound matters further, it was done in an unprofessional and petty manner, a perfect example of the Streisand effect and why Sweet Baby Inc.'s very existence irks people. But to make the Streisand effect all the more effective, game journalists all over the show have been publishing articles about Sweet Baby Inc., writing about them favourably while simultaneously attacking gamers as a whole. That's a recipe for disaster, and there's no way that the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected page would have managed to gain that kind of following if it were not for journalists spotlighting this controversy and attempting to gaslight the public yet again. No journalist seems to have done a better job of drumming up support for the Sweet Baby Inc. detraction movement than Alyssa McCanty, the senior editor of Kotaku, who has posted a curated version of events of what has transpired recently. In an insane move which was sure to pour fuel on the fire, this journalist linked the entire movement against Sweet Baby Inc. to old forgotten forum posts on Kiwi Farms, a forum that has garnered a reputation online for organising coordinated trolling and harassment campaigns. Now, I am not saying that the notorious forum didn't have anything to do with the initial heat that Sweet Baby Inc. was feeling before the infamous tweets. However, drawing attention to the platform, the ongoing controversy, while essentially going on to tar all detractors with the same brush, is certainly not an effective way to prevent any trolling Sweet Baby Inc. employees may be experiencing. Let's be honest. All Kotaku really wants is those maximum outrage clicks, and they couldn't really care about the subjects of their articles' well-beings. This is why Kotaku seems happy to both feed the trolls as well as publish ridiculously biased articles like the one we are about to discuss now. Referring to Sweet Baby Inc. detractors as misinformed while completely ignoring everything the company has written about themselves on their own website, she refers to the people who have voiced their distaste for the outfit as bad actors. McCanty goes on to insinuate that anyone who has a problem with the company is basically a crazy conspiracy theorist. Infiltrating a Sweet Baby Inc. detraction Discord server, she highlights a DM conversation she had with one of its users, who informed her that in his opinion, Sweet Baby Inc. is a symptom of other ideological worldviews that they believe to have taken hold of the Western world, media and gaming as a whole, which, to be fair, in my opinion and many others too, is more or less correct. She would then attempt to slam dunk this user by writing that this person stated Sweet Baby Inc. add race and identity group quotas to everything they were involved with, and then gloated that he didn't provide any evidence of this. Whilst this last part about identity group quotas is certainly a misconception, this doesn't mean that the company doesn't try to take control of these facets of video games via other means. At the Game Developers Conference, Kim Belair, the Sweet Baby Inc. co-founder, would state that if you're creatively engaged in AAA work, a field I've been deeply involved in for many years, advocating for important initiatives to your higher-ups is crucial. Should they fail to recognise the value in your proposals, such as the need for consultants or research, consider a direct approach with your marketing team. Paint a vivid picture of the potential consequences if your requests are ignored, emphasising the necessity of fulfilling them. Basically, she's saying if those who work above you do not agree or want to pay for your input, then the method you should implement is to intimidate them by presenting worst case scenarios in order to draw that sweet ESG money out of them. By the way, did I mention that Kim Belair has a degree in marketing? So therefore, I feel she has a greater understanding of what to say to scare people into going in what she considers the right direction. So basically, the direction she can profit from. Building on this, she states, for studios assembling teams, prioritise hiring diverse creators and ensure they're compensated fairly. Diversify not only in creative roles, but across the entire team to combat unconscious biases. It's statements like this that really rub Joe Public the wrong way. While diversity is important and no one is arguing that, it shouldn't overshadow meritocracy. Hiring decisions should be primarily based on talent, skills and qualifications rather than quotas or political correctness. Emphasising diversity for the sake of diversity can lead to overlooking more qualified individuals, ultimately compromising the quality of the team and the work produced. At the same conference, in a strange sequence of events, she compares the average consumer to babies, commenting that despite the evolving landscape of audiences and events, the focus remains predominantly on catering to white, cisgender, heterosexual males. This catering isn't just about offering content for enjoyment, but resembles feeding a picky baby, repeatedly offering what is known to be liked without much variation. This approach has ingrained itself so deeply that it's created a culture afraid of deviating from the norm, for fear of upsetting this picky demographic. Firstly, this is a massive and incredibly condescending false equivalence to draw. You can't compare fully grown people to fussy toddlers who don't want to try eating a carrot. It's completely ludicrous. It's a dismissive and simplistic way of looking at consumers. She seems to think that she knows what's best for them. I can understand that she feels like certain demographics are adverse to change after having a lifetime of apparently being the only people represented, but there has to be a better way of explaining this and comparing people to babies. It's one of those statements that says more about the person saying it than whom they're talking about, as she's projecting how she sees the world. She then goes on to add, the discussion shouldn't be confined to advocacy circles, but should permeate every aspect of the industry, from narrative development to marketing strategies. By integrating these discussions into the fabric of game development, there's a greater chance of effecting meaningful change. Ultimately, the challenge lies in finding ways to amplify these conversations beyond the confines of industry events and advocacy groups, ensuring they become parts of a mainstream discourse. Everything she has just said here directly contradicts what was stated by Alyssa McEntee in her hit piece about the Sweet Baby Inc. detractors. I mean, for crying out loud, one of her subheadings is Sweet Baby Inc. isn't forcing diversity, it's happening naturally, yet I've just shown you direct quotes showing the opposite to be true. She also tried to claim that they are not a DEI consultancy firm, despite the fact that it literally says on their website that they are a consultancy studio diversifying and enriching the video game industry to make it inclusive for everyone. They even have an outreach program specifically looking to employ marginalised talent. Somehow she just runs with the idea that Sweets Baby Inc. are simply a narrative design company, completely ignoring everything else that's mentioned in the company's self-description about what they do on their own website. What is even the purpose of an article like this? Do they not realise that people will just look up this information? I mean, she's actually fully spreading misinformation in this article, and for what purpose? Oh, and if you check out her related TikTok for this article, she calls everyone who disagrees racist, while simultaneously coming across as a caricature of a stereotypical leftist. It's to such a degree, though, that I'm not really sure if this is a comedy gimmick, kind of like a pro wrestler or maybe even Borat, or whether she is off the rails like this in real life too. It's as though she's decided on a conclusion before writing the rest of the article, and be damned any contradicting evidence that would mean changing this conclusion. I also want to add that on the occasions where she directly quotes Kimberley in this article, there are multiple ellipses which indicate missing dialogue. Now, this could just be irrelevant information cut out, or it could be information that doesn't suit the narrative of the article. After all, Alyssa seems to write in an intellectually dishonest manner that seems designed to mislead her audience purposely in an attempt to showcase her curated narrative as fact. So here's a prime example. In her article, she claimed, "The team worked on Suicide Squad long after the story was written, and even then they joined just to write in-game ads, audio logs and NPC barks," CEO Kimberley tells me over video call. Yet if you look at what Sweets Baby Inc. claim on their own website, they worked on script writing, including banter, cutscenes, barks, audio logs, etc. She's so determined to win this argument that she's cutting out the valuable details to make a point she doesn't even have. This is the person in charge behaving like this. These journos seem to feel about gamers the same way JJ Jameson feels about Spider-Man. "Those gamers are a menace to society." Despite mainly focusing on narrative development, even in the call between Kimberley and Alyssa McCanty, she mentions that they do offer cultural consultations or authenticity consultations. Belair states, "We might be asked to look at a story if there's a character in it who is marginalised in a certain way, and the studio wants us to connect them with a consultant who can bring a little bit of authenticity." Personally, I think most people won't have a problem with that. I certainly don't, provided it makes sense to the story and doesn't feel forced or like inclusion for the sake of inclusion. For the record, none of this is anything remotely new. I can give you an example of this as far back as 1993. My husband, Top Hat Gaming Man, once interviewed James Goddard for his YouTube channel when he made a video about T-Hawk. James Goddard worked on many of the classic iterations of Street Fighter 2 and, relevant to today's video, he set up the Capcom US Research and Development Support Team, which handled localization, testing and feedback. He helped with adjustments and the characters' names. He also did very early work in cultural awareness to make characters better represented in the likes of Street Fighter and Slam Masters. He tells my husband an anecdote specific to the character T-Hawk, where he had pulled in a colleague, Steve Patton, who had Native American family members to ensure that the character of T-Hawk was appropriate for mass consumption, as well as being sensitive to the Native American culture and population. Steve Patton is a long-forgotten pioneer of this kind of practice. However, the big difference here is there was no grandstanding at the time from Capcom or anyone else involved. It was a due diligence process, which just made sense. Common sense, in fact, which is all anyone wants. There were no third-party consultancy firms profiteering from it or video games implementing diversity for the sake of diversity. Back then, on the whole, characters had a purpose beyond this, which is why no one was upset by it. As one of the first people to technically consult on diversity in a video game, when questioned about whether diversity has improved in video games today, he stated, "It's been a slow uphill road, but yes. Sadly, that was not always the case though, especially going back to the earliest days of video games, i.e. Oregon Trail. However, I think it was around 2000 or so when some game developers finally started to make more positive steps as to how they represented Native Americans in their games. A personal favourite being the original Prey, which came out in 2006, a game still in my collection to this day. They not only centred the story on a well-written character, Tommy Tawodi, but the voice actor Michael Greyeyes was also Native American and had a fair bit of creative input on the game's development as well. I just want to re-emphasise that Prey came out in 2006. This is 18 years ago. T-Hawk is 31 years old. So this has been going on for years before the modern identity politics movement had begun, and in an era before there were so many companies like Sweets Baby Inc. who acted like they came up with the concept of inclusion. Sweets Baby Inc. and their contemporaries, accompanied by journalists who report on them in a virtuous manner, act like they invented the wheel, and act like there were no games that weren't centred around straight white males. No one minds diversity, people only take issue when it doesn't make sense. For example, when characters appear in environments that do not suit them, much like God of War Ragnarok, which Sweets Baby Inc. worked on, steeped in a Norse mythological aesthetic located within the coldest parts of Northern Europe. The game's immersion is broken for many due to the inclusion of black characters with designs you wouldn't associate with Norse mythology. Having that feeling when playing a game isn't racist, and it isn't nasty. It's just an observation you've had. You wouldn't place me in there, I wouldn't fit in either, and funnily enough, I actually have Viking heritage amongst my tapestry of genetics. This is diversity for the sake of diversity. It's the equivalent of having one of Black Panther's closest advisors in Wakanda being the Welshman Dafydd from Aberystwyth, complete with a herd of sheep. By the way, I'm allowed to say that my grandmother is Welsh, but Dafydd being there wouldn't make sense and no one would want or ask for that. Not even the Welsh. Anyway, Dafydd. There would be very little in the form of complaints about diversity and inclusion if Hollywood and the gaming industry laid off all of the race and gender swapping and instead focused on creating new diverse characters and stories with their own diverse worlds and lore, rather than taking existing ones with established fan bases with certain expectations and then expecting people to accept the changes without questioning it. It doesn't matter what it is, if you change something people like, those people will moan. Even on this channel recently, a few members of my audience have moaned at me for not making solely retro gaming content. Back to the Kotaku article and the phone conversation with the Sweets Baby Inc. higher-ups. Kim Belair goes on to say, the assumption that team members at Sweets Baby Inc. or any marginalised person for that matter can only offer up content that is based on their identity is incredibly frustrating for the team and for marginalised industry members at large. People can't imagine that we might do anything else but DEI, Belair says. They can't imagine that we're just talented writers, that we're talented narrative designers, and that people are hiring us because we tell good stories, because we collaborate well, and because we write video games. They have to diminish our accomplishments to our identities. They can't imagine that the work I did on Spider-Man was story work versus adding pride flags, you know? This is gaslighting and blaming the people's poor perception of them by alluding to prejudice. They blame the public for diminishing what they do when all the public have to go off is what they themselves put out there. If Sweets Baby Inc. don't want people to have this kind of impression, then how about they don't stand up at the Game Developers Conference for 30 minutes talking about DEI and don't dedicate their entire website and digital footprint promoting the importance of hiring them as a consultancy firm for the very purposes of creating empathetic stories while diversifying and enriching the video game industry and making games more inclusive for everyone. They can't have it both ways. Considering Kim Belair has a marketing degree, you'd think they'd have a better idea about how to market their public image. At the close of the call with Alyssa McCanty, Kim Belair hilariously adds, if you're going to come for my work, you can do that. If someone says I wrote a story and you say it's not good, that's totally fine. But if you're going to come for me, at least come correct. Don't be loud and wrong. There's an irony in there somewhere. But to give what they said some level of credence, anyone out there who is spouting that Sweets Baby Inc. are an entity directly controlling gaming and its stories are fundamentally incorrect. However, where the detractors are correct is that Sweets Baby Inc. do indeed have a level of influence and certainly primarily exist based on the way they promote themselves on their website as a company designed to profit off of the DEI movement and get their hands on that sweet ESG money. As mentioned earlier in the video, Belair even explains methods in her GDC speech about how to manipulate companies and get them to play ball and make them feel intimidated in order to take a lack of DEI as a serious threat to the organisation. It's worth noting that this rhetoric was coming out of her mouth 2 years ago, a long time before the backlash and her attempts to retcon the narrative through platforms like Kotaku, who are happy to assist in repainting the picture. Let me reiterate, diversity and inclusion in video games is a good thing, an excellent thing in fact, providing it makes narrative sense. However, all the time there is such an abundance of these consultancy companies who, by the way, are a symptom of the much larger ESG problem we mentioned earlier. They will always be, of course, like anyone else, constantly trying to justify their existence and pitching their importance for the same reason as everyone else, to make as much money as possible. That's all this is, it's all about money. As for Alyssa McCanty, in her final paragraph of her hit piece against gamers, she refers back to her Discord conversation with a Sweets Baby Inc. detractor. She states, "After chatting with Sweets Baby Inc., I returned to my Discord DM with one of the members of the group rallying against them. With the help of Belair's own words, I explained what SBI actually does, its core focus on narrative work, and how DEI is only a small part of their remit." He wouldn't budge. With all due respect, it really just seems like the same thing to me, just a bit more hands-on in the writing process. The end goal is to insert DEI type stuff into the project they are working on. Well, yeah. You don't need to listen to me anymore. Just go and watch the Belair GDC panel and check out their website to make up your own mind. You're not a big fat baby after all. So about a month ago on here I reported that a few people had noticed that the dialogue in certain scenes in The Thousand Year Door had been heavily altered, which actually ended up changing the context of those scenes. So one of the biggest examples of this relates to Bowser, the villainous fiery monster who's always kidnapping women and taking part in special military operations inside of the Mushroom Kingdom and other surrounding sovereign states. Despite Bowser being prominently positioned as a villain, Nintendo deemed it necessary to alter some of his dialogue so that he wasn't quite so mean to members of his Koopa Troop. More specifically, they chose to remove dialogue which radicals would consider fat shaming. Apparently, Bowser telling a turtle to do more sit-ups, Tubby, is very offensive to our sensitive Western ears. The result of this is that Bowser has gone from cucking Mario to becoming the cuck. But they've also removed the context from another scene which completely changes it altogether. So as you can probably recall, there is a playable character who can join your party called Goombella, and then when her and Mario end up in Rogueport, she ends up being catcalled by some other Goombas. So that catcalling has ended up being removed because we can't have some obviously morally grey characters behaving misogynistically. I mean, of course, that would be a step too far for characters who want to be portrayed as being unsavoury. I'm probably best off just showing you what it is that they removed and what they have replaced it with, and in the original version it reads like this. Hey man, what's up? Who's the hottie you got there with you? Then we end up seeing a gang of 3 Goombas come onto the scene. One of them's wearing a very sharp, pointy, dangerous looking hat, and there's another one who is clearly high, and that one shouts out, "What's up baby, why don't you hang with us for a while, we play real nice." Man, what's a fine looking Goomba doing with a tubby moustache man like that? Then you have Goombella respond with sarcasm, which is pretty much how I think most women would probably respond to this, and she shouts out, "Oh, it is like so sweet that you boys think I'm cute, seriously." And then she tells them that they make her want to throw up, and basically tells them to f*** off. So those Goombas then act the victim and then end up attacking Mario and Goombella before inevitably losing to them. I'm not really sure why they needed to take that out, because I thought that it made Goombella look strong and capable, and then showed her standing up to bullies. It also demonstrated that sexism is bad and should not be tolerated. So yes, in the new dialogue, which is much duller, the Goombas take issue with Mario and Goombella from apparently being from the surface, which is much more affluent than Rogueport's underground. They accuse Mario of being a snob and being stuck up for having privileges like clean air to breathe. It's just a completely different scene altogether now, and I don't think it has the same impact as before. So yeah, then the Goombas proceed to tell Mario and Goombella that they're going to teach them some manners, and then they attack. I don't understand what message they're trying to put forward to you. What is it, that poor people are going to probably attack you? It's gone from being a character building scene to one that is arguably classist instead, and I'm just baffled as to why they made that decision. So at the time of producing this video, there's been even more outrage about censorship come out about the game, but this time surrounding the character Vivian. And this time it seems to be causing even more outrage. So some of the sources that are covering this story are saying that Vivian is now being accurately represented from her original Japanese source material now. Other sources are claiming that this is a DEI related retcon that compromises the original story told. Now, which one is it? Because both of these stories are so drastically different from each other that it would be impossible for both of them to be correct. Now, one thing that I will say though is that one of these sides is choosing to omit quite a bit of information from the narrative. So the first source that I want to have a quick look at would be Kotaku. Now, many people would label Kotaku as extremely left-leaning, and in their article about this, they are saying that the new English localization of the game finally restores the trans identity of one of the characters, as I mentioned earlier, Vivian. So they would pair their title of this article with a picture of Mario, or specifically Paper Mario, waving a trans flag. Now, I feel that's somewhat a little bit misleading, but if you look at the image credit, they actually credit both Nintendo and themselves, which means that they're essentially owning up to doctoring the image to get Mario waving a trans flag. So I want to give you some more context to the situation by reading the first couple of paragraphs from their article, which are actually 100% accurate. So they go like this. Vivian is a villain turned party member in The Thousand Year Door. When Mario first meets the witch, she's a member of the antagonistic Shadow Sirens group alongside her sisters Beldam and Marilyn. It's clear she doesn't get along with her sisters and that they bully her, but the specifics of how and why were slightly different in the English and German localizations on the GameCube than they were in the original Japanese version. In that version, Vivian was often referred to with male pronouns as an insult, despite her asserting that the Shadow Sirens were made up of 3 sisters. The group's introduction in Japanese and several other localizations had Vivian introduce the group as sisters, which led to her sisters insulting her and referring to her as a man. The English localization, however, rewrote the scene to make her misstate the group's name as the Shadow Beauties, which prompted angry but non-gendered insults regarding her appearance from her sisters. So as I said earlier, those 2 paragraphs for the most part are basically true. It's the next paragraph which is a bit naughty. In the Switch remake, Vivian explicitly discusses her gender identity and her sister's transphobia with Mario. She says she realised that she was their sister, not their brother, and that her sister's bullying has gotten worse since. The constant berating from her sisters is what prompts Vivian to join Mario's party, and now new and old players can see the original context in 2024. So basically it's distorting the truth. That last sentence in particular is distorting the truth about how the remake is faithful to the original Japanese source material. The final sentence is at best a misconception and at worst an intentional lie, to basically perpetuate the narrative that they want you to believe. They're misleading people into believing that no retconning has taken place, but instead we're being served the original delivery. And that's simply not true and verifiably easy to disprove. I feel that the article was actually intentionally really short, and I think it's because the discussion involved has some very nuanced levels of complexity to it, and they just didn't want to go into that. But it's actually the final sentence of the article that really sums up exactly what the writer thought. They've prioritised adding in this particular line over reporting accurately what actually happened. They write, Vivian's story only takes up a few scenes, but now you get the satisfaction of taking down transphobic arseholes on the Switch. So it's my opinion that the complexities for this have been purposefully omitted because the writer was more interested in delivering a piece that was going to be used and weaponized against those with differing political opinions to themselves. But the article would more or less have been fine were it not for that last sentence. Again, Kotaku have just proved that they're more interested in pushing an agenda rather than reporting on facts. So now that we've looked at an article from the left, let's take a look at an article from the right. That Park Place would also report on this, and they do tend to report from a rather right-wing lens. Their article is completely different from the one that has been delivered by Kotaku. So that Park Place would mention that they believe that Nintendo of America have made Vivian a trans character, even though he or she, depending on which region you played the game in originally, was not originally a trans character. And they would back this up by saying, as noted by YouTuber Shortfatataku during an appearance on Side Scrollers, the original Japanese version of the game describes the character as an otokonoko, or a femboy, basically a male who dresses up in women's clothes. Shortfatataku explains while reading a post from Majinken 1987, in the original party info and in the original game and Gumbella's tattle log, it says that Vivian is an otokonoko, an effeminate male otherwise known as a male daughter or femboy, or a trap. Not trans, that's a delusional headcanon. His catch card uses the same word, again, not trans. Next, Shortfatataku shared the catch card which reads, one of Mario's partners introduced in Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, a cute boy wielding fire magic who was once part of a group of enemies known as the Shadow Trio. So I think the first thing to mention about this is that the information delivered in that article directly conflicts what was written in the Kotaku piece. And also I'm pretty confident that a large majority of people who are trans would say that there would be a difference between being trans or being a crossdresser / femboy. What I will say though is I do think it's amusing that it's the right-wing article that is pointing out the difference between being trans and being a crossdresser, rather than the left-leaning article, which I would have thought would be a bit more hot on details like that. Basically, I feel that the left-leaning website saying that the character has always been trans is just simply not true. So, for clarity, I have met people who are trans, and I've also met people who are cross-dressers, and they are not the same thing. They lead extremely different lives, and I think a massive important factor here is that people who are cross-dressers are not dysphoric in their biological bodies. They like dressing in the opposite gender's clothes, and that can be on occasion or it can be all the time, but they don't feel the need to formally transition to the opposite gender. I feel like Kotaku should have been able to differentiate the difference between these rather than basically promoting outright lies to win an argument. Like, there wasn't that kind of argument there in the first place. They've made a point that didn't exist. The rest of the That Park Place article seems to actually take a lot of issue with Nintendo actively advertising for Nintendo of America DEI related job roles. I personally do not like the idea of people receiving DEI related jobs over meritocracy. That's my personal opinion. I just feel like that I wouldn't say that this particular revision to Vivian is even necessarily a bad thing. I just feel like there's bad faith reporting on both sides in this instance. Both, I feel, are intentionally trying to spin a yarn to create outrage and division. I think that the reality of it is it's actually probably a lot more simple than it's being put out to be. I think that the original depiction of Vivian in the Japanese source material was represented differently in the English localized version put out by Nintendo of America, and I think it was probably more along the lines of Nintendo of America probably just weren't comfortable with explaining cross-dressing to children. It was easier back then to omit that detail and just make Vivian a girl from the get-go. However, with trans people now being represented more regularly in Western media, it would now be an incredibly simple retcon to make to just make Vivian trans now. I think it's important to point out as well that even though in the original Japanese source material that the character of Vivian was classed as a cross-dresser, in her dialogue she did express that she wanted to be female, so I don't see a problem with therefore making the character trans now. I mean, it's a lot more common now than it was 20 years ago, and they clearly wanted to identify as female even though they were labelled as male back then. I don't see a problem with it. So, going back to the two articles, which one lied and which one told the truth? Well, Kotaku outright lied and misled their audience, whereas that Park Place was a lot more factual in their delivery, but they did still omit a lot of context that was quite important to the original character, and did also omit reasons why it would make sense for that character to have been changed accordingly. I think that therefore the answer would be that if you want to formulate coherent opinions, you need to check multiple different sources, because more often than not, those sources are putting forward a particular agenda. It's better to check things from the wider political spectrum to then be able to come up with a nice, sensible, centrist point of view. Basically, you need to get into the habit of fact-checking things for yourself, and there's enough tools online for you to be able to do this yourself without having really any problems in being able to do that. And everyone needs to stop being so bloody partisan about everything. Like, we're never going to get rid of all of this horrible division and divide until people stop being so black and white and tribal about everything that ever happens. I made a video recently covering the dialogue changes and how different websites reported on them drastically differently from each other depending on their political leanings. However, some of the comments really stuck out to me because I noticed dozens and dozens of people complaining that $60 was way too steep for a remake of a 20-year-old game. So yes, again, I agree. I feel that $60 is a bit much, considering that much less work would have gone into creating the port of that game from the GameCube over to the Switch than you would have on a brand new AAA title. But I must stress, that in itself is not the reason why I think people should be furious at the price. Let's be fair though, Nintendo have put far less effort into re-releasing games in the past, including the entirety of the Wii U library, which was re-released on the Switch, and people were more than happy to pay full whack for those games, and that's like PS3 and 360 era games. So yeah, I completely agree, that is completely and utterly taking the piss, but it's nothing new, and there are so many people that are happy to pay for it. The price problem with the 1000-Year Door is far more egregious, and if I was an American, I would be absolutely spitting nails about this. So here is the big issue that I need to highlight to you, and that is that the price for Paper Mario The 1000-Year Door in the US is completely different to everywhere else that I've looked into. And I'm not just saying like a little bit more expensive, I'm saying astronomically more expensive. Not just a little bit, but hugely more expensive. When I saw that people in my comment section were highlighting that the game was $60, I cringed a little bit, because generally speaking, if a game is for sale in America at $60, you can normally expect it to be being sold in the UK for £60. That's generally how it's always been. They seem to use the same numeric for the US and the UK. And that's something that I have talked briefly about a little bit in the past on this channel. So at the moment, £60 is translating as $76, which does sound horrendous, because it is, but there is a reason for that. our price of £60 includes 20% VAT, which obviously the American price at $60 does not. So yes, we are paying more, but that is literally because the British taxman is taking significantly more than the American taxman is. So just to put it into a little bit of context, if you live in California, you're going to be paying $60 for the base game and then another $6 on top of that, just under, for your tax. Whereas over here in the UK, we're going to be paying an additional $10 on that simply because our VAT is at 20% instead. Here's the twist though, because fortunately for me, I was wrong in this case, and my assumption was wrong in a bizarre turn of events because the price here was actually significantly cheaper than the price in the US. When I say significantly, I do mean significantly. Drum roll please.
No.
So I got Paper Mario the 1,000 Year Door for 40 quid. Okay, so 40 quid, that's including the 20% VAT. So remove the VAT, that is £32 or $40.
That's mental. Come off it.
So taking tax out of the equation, US citizens are paying 50% more than British citizens are for the exact same product. This made me think, like, is this just something between Britain and America, or is there more to this? So my Patreon backers and people within my Discord server have been helping me do a little bit of research by checking various different websites and shops and so on and so forth across the globe, or at least within countries that we ourselves can access. We've been having a good old look into all of this, and we have found quite a few price discrepancies from country to country. So my Patreon backers and Discord server members have helped me to verify that within the confines of Europe, the price seems to be more or less level pegging with Britain, with increases and decreases seeming to mostly depend on how much VAT the country pays locally. But this isn't all that I've noticed, because apart from Americans being charged an insane amount for this game in comparison to their European counterparts, the price that the game is being sold for in Japan makes even Europeans look like they are being ripped off. So when I switched my Amazon account to show listings from Japan instead, I found the Japanese language release of Paper Mario the 1,000 Year Door, and that was for sale for 5,382 yen, which is £27 or $35. Now, just like in Europe, they include the sales tax within the price of the game. So the price of VAT in Japan comes in at 10%. So just to make that clear, Japanese consumers, if you take away the 10% of VAT that they are being charged on the product, they are getting Paper Mario the 1,000 Year Door for $31.50, which American consumers are paying $60 for. Like, that is insane. So all of the prices that I've looked at so far have been for the physical release of the game, and you might be sitting there thinking, come on, I'm savvy, there's definitely a way that I can pay the European price for that game over the US price. Did I hear someone say VPN? No, this isn't a sponsorship, don't worry. Anyway, a VPN would be utterly useless in this scenario anyway. What do I mean by that? To make this plan utterly foolproof for Nintendo, in Britain at the moment, if you want to pay for a digital download copy of this game, then you're looking at paying £50. So $63 for the digital version of the game. That's £10 more expensive than the physical copy in the shop. So if you're a European or a non-US citizen, then you're better off buying the physical version of the game and not the digital version, because with the digital version you're being conned just like the Americans. So you might be wondering whether this is just a case of European games being cheaper across the board than their American counterparts. And I have had several people try to say to me that the increase in price in America must be down to inflation. But if that was the case, then surely that same trend would apply to other games as well. So I highlighted on here recently that I found Stellar Blade for sale in a shop at £70, which is the equivalent of $88 US. And I'm not going to go into all of the ins and outs of that again. If you want to take a look back at my previous video, then it's still there. But yeah, basically I found it utterly preposterous that we were paying so much more than our American counterparts for that game. But when you look at it, that's a AAA brand new game. Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door is a re-release of a GameCube game. I was a little bit shocked because I hadn't realised how much the cost of games had gone up recently. Paying a premium in the UK was nothing new. That's always been the case, generally speaking, but it's only been a few weeks and I'm shocked and horrified on behalf of US citizens. It's left me with a few questions like, why has no one else noticed this? And why is no one else covering this? And what on earth is going on here? I'd also like to know where all of this extra money is going in the supply chain. Like, is it going directly to Nintendo, or is it going in the pockets of the American retail corporations? So whenever I normally bring up the topic of disposable income, I normally get a lot of comments from people who are American citizens, and they're often explaining to me that they're having a really tough time at the moment, and I'm not saying that you're not, but whenever I research this online, when you look at the amount of disposable income that the average US citizen has and then compare it to the amount of disposable income that a European citizen has, then even though everyone is generally worse off, American citizens are less worse off, statistically speaking, than their European counterparts. So the reason that I was bringing that up is because I was wondering whether the astronomically higher price in the US was because Nintendo was considering that American citizens might have more money to spend than their European counterparts. So my question to you is, what do you think the reason is for the price hike on just this particular game? Because to my knowledge, this isn't really how prices usually work. I think that no matter where you live in the world though, most of us can be in agreement that prices for games are getting more and more expensive. Black Myth Wukong is a game that many feel delivers the perfect level of entertainment. It's a great looking game to play with a fun premise, so what is there to actually even be angry about? Well, to begin answering that loaded question, first I want to take you back to an article published and written by IGN this time last year. In this piece titled How Black Myth Wukong Developers' History of Sexism is Complicating Its Journey to the West, the online game industry news giant went into great detail, providing as many reasons as possible to disincentivize people from buying this game in the future, highlighting what they deem to be as problematic behavior by the developers behind this game, painting a picture that they are misogynistic and sexist individuals. The article fits the very definition of a hit piece, with the journalists, or should I say activists, responsible digging through nearly 2 decades of social media posts, attempting to paint the people behind the game in as bad a light as possible. What's really astounding is the article is longer and has more effort put into it than the vast majority of their game reviews. A concerted effort indeed to discredit a game which was, at the time, a whole year away from release. Despite publishing an article with a headline promising that it will highlight the Wukong developers' history of sexism, nothing in the piece directly demonstrates such a defamatory claim, with instead we get thousands of words grasping at straws, providing us with nothing more than conjecture and offence at crude jokes and vulgarity. So let's break down what seems to have offended the IGN activists so very badly that they had to sift through 16 years worth of social media posts to destroy a game developer's reputation. So let's dig into what was highlighted. They would point out that several posts have surfaced from the Chinese social media website Weibo, written by individuals from the studio, that contain multiple references to genitalia and sexual innuendos. They go on to claim that these very posts have provoked a backlash among some in the games community, many of whom are women. Before showing any evidence of this, they attempt to pair this outrage with the fact that they report that Game Science in 2015 produced what they personally deemed to be offensive recruitment posters for the studio, claiming that such material culturally ingrained sexism into the company, which we will discuss more in a moment. More insanely, rather than speak with any women who have worked or at least associated with Game Science, instead, in their own words, IGN spoke to several women familiar with gaming culture, and, in the eyes of many female players, Game Science has a notably negative reputation, said Jen, pseudonym, a Chinese games designer who's now based outside of China. I admire their dedication and work. I had high expectations for their game until I came across their misogynistic remarks around 2021, which was reported in the news. Basically, they did the Chinese equivalent of interviewing anonymous Twitter users who have no connection to the game and asking for their opinions without gathering genuine evidence, and then reporting opinions as facts. As you may have just picked up on, Jen doesn't even reside in China, let alone work with or for Game Science. So straight away, at no point did they manage to speak with anyone who suffered firsthand any misogyny or sexism working for Game Science, just internet users who were offended by social media posts. So I guess we ought to look at these incredibly sexist and misogynistic posts, which are so horrendous that they are being reported on by IGN, some of which were more than a decade old when IGN dug them out. They first head back to 16 years before the article was written to highlight comments made by Feng Ji, one of Game Science's co-founders. They write, Feng in particular has an outsized presence within the games industry with a penchant for sharing introspective insights on game development, peppered with crude metaphors and boorish innuendos. In 2007, he penned a lengthy article titled Who Has Murdered Our Game?, where he delved into the difficulties of game development in China. Feng compared failed projects to stillborn babies, given that many games had to cease development despite being worked on for a year or so. He then brought up this analogy. Is it because the sperm isn't virile enough? Is the pregnancy too short? Is the baby lacking nutrition? Are the doctors in charge of cesarean sections lowly skilled? Why can't we produce a healthy child product? IGN would provide no further context regarding this particular quote, as it's obviously neither sexist nor misogynistic, whichever way you look at it. At best, it's a vulgar comparison to make, so I guess they're highlighting this to make him look as bad as possible, as it doesn't relate to the perceived issue. The funny thing is that if you go to their source and find the quote before he even makes the audacious comparison, he acknowledges that his statement is indeed cruel, but he felt it was an appropriate metaphor to describe his devastation as a game developer of cancelled projects. As a mother, I do think that comparing the two is ridiculous, but who am I to tell him what he can and cannot feel or write in his article? That's the job of the Chinese government. Jokes aside, I'll dive into that aspect later, but by the way, on the subject of vulgarity, let's just remember for a moment that this article wasn't penned in 2023. Feng wrote this in 2007. IGN had to go back that far to try and tarnish Feng's name. China has a different culture from us altogether. In 2024, the majority of the world actually considers the West to be the most vulgar culture on Earth. For a moment, let's wind things back to 2007 when Feng penned that emotional article. One of the most popular shows on American TV was 2.5 Men, a sitcom starring a literal cocaine-addicted actor, and was known for its humour centred around gender stereotypes, promiscuity, and often derogatory jokes about women and various ethnic groups. For the record, I don't find anything offensive about 2.5 Men now, nor did I back then. But edgy humour was very much still on vogue back then, so if you're going to cancel this developer, then you'll need to cancel the entire Western entertainment medium whilst you're at it. There was none of this culture war bollocks back then. After bringing up this old nonsense that has no relevance to the conversation whatsoever, IGN would finally show us a Weibo post from 2020 that finally relates to Feng's time working on Black Myth Wukong. The post was largely about Feng's high level of criticism against himself, wishing that what had gone viral showcasing progress on the game could have been better. But once again, it would be the arguably vulgar and dark jokes that IGN would take issue with. Joking regarding improving the game's quality, Feng would comment, "I want to expand my circle and hire more people, get licked until I can't get an erection." Several lines down, he also added, "I know you just happen to be a little depressed. It is my honour to provide you with some comfort in the lower half of your body. I got wet after watching it a couple of times. The pressure in my crotch is immense." Once again, that's not misogyny or sexism, that's just vulgarity. Using this as a base, despite there being no misogyny or sexism that I can find in any of these statements, IGN goes on to write, "These crude expressions and the culture of sexism also seem to extend to the rest of game science as well, even prior to the studio's founding. In a 2014 annual meeting held at Tencent, members of the Azura Online team, some of them being the co-founders of game science, produced a video that poked fun at the imagined plight of its team after the game was shut down. In this video, a few male employees were depicted as adult film actors and a rapist after they lost their jobs, whereas some of its female staff had to work as nightclub hostesses and foot bath attendants. Tencent declined to comment for this piece. Once again, this article gets more and more ridiculous. It's all about the same sort of stuff, dark, edgy, vulgar humour. That's not the same as sexism or misogyny. In fact, isn't that a joke of equality? As that's at the equal expense of both male and female employees. The mind boggles. In an attempt to build their game science nothing burger even bigger and juicier, IGN finally brought up the recruitment posters they mentioned at the start of the article, which apparently IGN has seen and verified but doesn't want to show us. Like Sega and most video game magazine publications of the 90s, in their recruitment campaign, Game Science brought their edgy humour to the forefront, making it clearly obvious to anyone who wanted to work for them from the start what kind of humour and culture they have within the company. IGN states, in one poster, a risque illustration that resembles the artwork of Austrian artist Egon Schiele is accompanied by a header that says mandatory self-pleasure. In another poster that featured the rear view of a woman, the ad reads, "Don't screw your colleagues." In the same ad, friends with benefits were also implied as an office perk. And a third poster featuring a dumbbell is far more pointed, with the ad stating that fatties should f off. Attitudes are different in China, but in all seriousness, these are clearly jokes. And if I had to work for other people, I would prefer to work for people with a sense of humour, who didn't take themselves seriously, rather than overly corporate entities who belittle staff by embarrassingly sending them on sensibility training courses and forcing them to navigate through a thicket of political correctness at every turn. I know where I would be more relaxed, but according to IGN, having a sense of humour is a problem. I'll be honest, I think a lot of the posts that IGN are pointing out to be problematic are just plain funny. Look at this one, for example, that they took issue with. I was nearly crying laughing when I saw this one. The snake spirit is different from what I imagined, but if I cover the bottom half with my hand, it's still possible to jerk off. It's amazing, it's so good. Apart from that, a massive portion of the IGN diatribe isn't so much even targeted at game science, but at sexism in general across the whole Chinese video game industry, and complaining that the Chinese government stamp out feminism. I, for one, am not one to argue that there wouldn't be a problem regarding the treatment of women in China. From an outsider's perspective looking in at least, it's not just women who have no right to voice their thoughts and opinions against the country, the government and how things are done, but every single citizen who lives under the tyranny of the CCP. So I understand why someone might feel a bit aggrieved regarding the way the people of China are treated. However, I don't think it's fair to victimize a couple of game developers responsible for seemingly nothing more than cracking a few jokes that some deem vulgar. IGN essentially dedicated 4,000 words to building a straw man argument. All that huge effort, and they provided zero tangible evidence of actual sexism or misogyny committed by game science developers. The whole article feels like a crucifixion over nothing. See what I did there? I made a vulgar comparison for effect. Cancel me! The article, although raising some eyebrows at the time amongst some onlookers, went largely unnoticed by many, but the controversy would begin to pick up some steam after cross-pollinating with other internet drama. Earlier this year, a story circulated that game publishers were hiring a consultancy company known as Sweet Baby Inc. to assist with DEI in their games. The Sweet Baby debacle is quite convoluted, so I recommend watching my in-depth video on the subject after you finish this one. However, during the period when Sweet Baby was a hot topic, another story circulated online. It suggested that the negative press Black Myth Wukong received from IGN was due to the Chinese company's refusal to pay $7 million to Sweet Baby Inc. This refusal was allegedly because Sweet Baby Inc. wanted to be hired to incorporate DEI initiatives into the game, which the company declined. One gaming news account on X, known as Pirate Nation, would circulate a translated tweet that was allegedly from the Chinese media. It read, "The reason why the team behind Black Myth Wukong has been subjected to persistent sexist attacks and slander since their first promotional video is because they have consistently refused political correctness guidance and rejected the extortionate guidance fees of millions of dollars demanded by these political correctness teams." Actually, such teams are quite common in Europe and America. They interfere with works like Assassin's Creed, Dying Light 2, Stay Human, and God of War by pushing for politically correct female protagonists. These changes are the direct result of the interference and guidance of such teams. Game science teams refuse to communicate with these groups and reject their interference. Most importantly, they refuse to pay the exorbitant $7 million in guidance fees. This is the direct reason why they are being attacked and slandered. Some justifications are based on the team's lack of diversity or representation, which doesn't align with the political correctness standards. A typical example is an article by a major IGN writer criticizing Hogwarts Legacy and refusing to evaluate or promote it due to its alleged lack of political correctness. It's widely believed, though, that this story is fake news, as no credible source has been able to substantiate this story. One thing which is 100% real, though, is the existence of the IGN article, which would begin to receive a lot of negative attention and additional backlash after this rumour was spread, which helps promote the Sweet Baby / Black Myth Wukong conspiracy. In August 2024, Black Myth Wukong would finally hit shelves, proving to be a smash hit despite IGN dragging the game's reputation through the mud during the previous year. Within days of release, That Park Place would report on Asmongold clips relating to the infamous article and the original writing showcased for Feng Ji. It states, "A clip from Asmongold Clips notes that Feng Ji's comment is a used idiom in the Chinese language, as a colloquial expression used humorously or sarcastically to describe a situation where excessive flattery or sycophancy has an overwhelming and paralysing effect on someone. The use of such metaphors can be found in informal speech on social media." So, beyond being neither sexist nor misogynistic, like I pointed out myself, apparently, according to this source at least, when not translated directly to English, the statements are less vulgar too. Asmongold also suggested that the posts were intentionally translated in the most uncharitable way possible to help push the narrative that the developer is sexist and misogynistic. Rebecca Valentine, who worked on the controversial article the previous year, would soon have a statement attached to IGN's Black Myth Wukong preview article from June 2024. While she would agree with the previewer that it is indeed a great game, she would double down on her sexism allegations. Black Myth Wukong looks like it'll be a great game. It's gorgeous, with snappy combat, fantastic monster design, and some really interesting boss fights. It is also true that several of the people who are making it have made disparaging remarks about women and don't seem to be interested in either retracting their past statements or in supporting the numerous women who are being harassed in online conversations about Black Myth Wukong purely for expressing their discomfort with those statements. Both of these ideas can exist simultaneously. What audiences want to do about this conflict is ultimately their choice. Adding some cringe-worthy jargon you would only hear from the likes of a Californian or their ilk, she adds, I didn't see any women or femme-coded characters in the demo, and I was able to confirm from Game Science that there was none present in the section of the game presented to the press. Doubling down on her perception that misogynists must have made this video game. I still haven't seen any conclusive evidence that supports this very strong opinion though. But I have seen the Snake Lady. While having no real evidence that the makers of the game were sexist, this did not prevent Tom Regan, a journalist from The Guardian, from opting to perpetuate further the sexism narrative that Rebecca had started. Game Science flatly refused to answer Tom's questions about the allegations, with Tom adding, "It is disappointing that Game Science is opting to invite journalists to speak to them and play the game, but refusing to answer their questions. Perhaps there is no reassurance to offer." Failing to say anything at all, Game Science is also failing to distance itself and its game from the multiple crude, disparaging and misogynistic comments attributed to its employees and leadership. Again, what misogynistic comments? At this stage, I can see potentially why Game Science are ignoring this. These activists probably look like fools to them by making completely baseless claims with no evidence. GameSpot would choose to peddle the sexism narrative too, adding, "It should be noted that allegations against Game Science have surfaced over the years via reports of the developer fostering a sexist culture and work environment, with numerous women in the Chinese gaming community highlighting these problems within the studio, as well as backlash following crude and controversial social media posts by Game Science co-founder Ji Feng." With their article linking back to the Guardian article, which in turn links back to the IGN article, creating a whole chain regurgitating the same ridiculous story, which, as I said earlier, all appears to be based on people reporting opinion as facts, without having any genuine facts or evidence in place. Essentially, if misogyny were a criminal act, these journos wouldn't be able to put a case together to present to a judge to prove it. While you might think the Black Myth Wukong controversy had ended, a new wave of drama soon hit the internet. Stories began circulating that Game Science was banning content creators who had received game keys from including politics, feminist propaganda and other similar content in their coverage of the game. That Park Place highlighted a tweet from an X account known as Legal Mindset, run by an X user known as Andrew Esquire, who works as a legal analyst. The agreement informs content creators that they cannot insult other influencers or players, and that they are not to use any offensive language or humour. It then notes that they cannot include politics, violence, nudity, feminist propaganda, fetishization, and other content that instigates negative discourse. Furthermore, it also bans trigger words such as quarantine or isolation or COVID-19, and prevents creators from discussing content related to China's game industry policies, news, etc. While it must be said that a few of these terms relate specifically to the fact that it's a game being produced in China and would therefore need to satisfy the Chinese government's own dubious censorship requirements, as an influencer myself who has been given dozens upon dozens of keys myself in the past, most Western publishers likewise place restrictions on what can or cannot be said within related content. This is normal. Repeat. This is completely normal. It's madness that this particular aspect has even picked up any traction, bearing in mind that the streamers reporting this would be in the same position as me and would certainly know this. This situation feels incredibly agenda-driven. The outrage this generated would result in the story going as far as even being picked up by the bloody BBC. They would largely comment on the game's success, but report on the controversy that, ahead of Black Myth's release, some content creators and streamers revealed that a company affiliated with its developer had sent them a list of topics to avoid talking about while live streaming the game, including feminist propaganda, fetishization, and other content that instigates negative discourse. The BBC would add, while it's not clear what precisely was meant by feminist propaganda, a widely circulated report by video game publication IGN in November alleged a history of sexist and inappropriate behaviour from employees of Game Science, the studio behind Black Myth. One thing is highly likely. Through the lens of the Chinese government, that the highly criticised IGN article by Rebecca Valentine that featured zero concrete facts to substantiate her claims could have certainly been interpreted by the CCP as feminist propaganda. And as you know, these communists want to be as disassociated from as many Western values as possible. This, however, does not mean that they do not have a problem with feminism, but what it does mean is that they do have a huge problem with Western propaganda and its potential influence and perceived damage to their carefully curated Chinese culture. In fact, to put it into perspective about how much they want to control things in their own country, they have what's known as state feminism already in place. After all, this does make sense considering that China is a communist region and a core value of communism, no matter how poorly implemented it is in practice, is, of course, equality. The CCP's state feminism espouses gender equality in the context of their socialist development policies. On a basic level, this state-sponsored feminism aligns with the goals of the ruling Communist Party and does not necessarily address feminist concerns, particularly those brought up by radical feminism or Western feminism as they view it, which demands more profound societal changes than the state is willing to endorse or implement. That's not game science's fault, and I think is incredibly unfair and incredibly uneducated and foolish for that matter to attack game science about this when they can only work within the confines of the legal system they reside in. But then again, this is all irrelevant really, as the only gotchas IGN managed to put forward regarding game science was digging up perceived crude jokes from over a decade ago, which didn't even back up their stringy narrative they failed to weave. Going back to the BBC article, they would add that multiple content creators refused to review the game, claiming its developers were trying to censor discussion and stifle freedom of speech, with others choosing to directly defy the warnings. I just want to add that if these developers are apparently stifling free speech by attaching terms and conditions when handing out game keys, then many Western and Japanese developers are guilty of the same censorship. And you could argue this is worse because it's not state-sanctioned like it is for Chinese companies. The companies located within democratic countries who carry out these practices literally do it for the purpose of greed. I'm sure you can imagine the restrictions Nintendo would put in place when dealing with influencers. They would never touch someone like me with a barge pole. They even terminated Beat 'em Up Woods in the past, and he's a very safe and vanilla chappy compared to me. They would also report that one creator with the username MoonMoon launched a Twitch stream of Black Myth titled COVID-19 Isolation Taiwan is a Real Country Feminism Propaganda, with another streamer, Rui Zhong, discussing China's one-child policy on camera while playing the game. They also noted that as recently as late August 2024, Chinese social media platform Weibo banned 138 users who were deemed to be violating its guidelines when discussing Black Myth Wukong. Later, that parkplace.com would comment that someone from Game Science would finally respond to the sexism allegations. Fei Fi would address the comments made in the past by co-founder Ji Feng. The article states, Fei Fi indicates this post came in the wake of a game demonstration for Black Myth Wukong to recruit talent for the game. She specifically notes that IGN mistranslated his, Ji Feng's, first sentence in the above post. She notes that what he, Ji Feng, was trying to convey in Chinese was, I just wanted to recruit a few people but received more praise than expected, which made me feel uneasy. She then stated, however, just because I understand what he was trying to say doesn't mean I approve of his way of saying it. You can call him rude and crude, but there's no need to label him as sexist. Fei Fi states exactly what I had also interpreted when reading Ji Feng's comments, and I didn't need to be Chinese to understand them. It's incredibly bad faith when journalists purposefully take people's comments out of context. In fact, Fei Fi goes on to detail that there was significant Chinese backlash for these remarks. The backlash against them, Jifeng, on the Chinese internet actually started at this point when the first video came out and wasn't anything new. Their inappropriate remarks from before were dug up and widely spread at this time. This spread reached beyond the gaming community, and every year since, whenever they, Jifeng, released a new video, it sparks another wave of criticism, with people arguing fiercely over it. IGN's report last year was late to the game. So basically, Jifeng has already been suffering at the hands of the Chinese internet for all of this apparent wrongthink, and then has Western journalists taking issue with his colourful language and using it as an opportunity to bury him all over again. These journalists can sometimes be really nasty pieces of work who have no consideration for their thoughtless grandstanding. After the backlash and the online discourse all this drama was causing, it was only a matter of time before the writer of the original article, Rebecca Valentine, locked her X account and ceased communication with the online public. I guess in this case, what goes around comes around, eh? Speaking of these people, someone we haven't touched on in this video yet is her co-author of the infamous article who would work on translating Jifeng's social media posts and other Chinese sources, Ki-Hoon Chan, who, according to the IGN site, only ever worked with the company on that one toxic article that has caused so many problems within the gaming community, has also come under fire recently. Now, what's really ironic about this is that despite making efforts to make someone else appear misogynistic and sexist via the exploitation of less than generously translated vulgar jokes, has recently been discovered to have a not so squeaky clean reputation himself. In fact, he appears to be very openly racist. This isn't a case of vulgar jokes and distasteful metaphors being portrayed as something more. This is a man just being full-on and openly disgustingly racist. This tweet, for example, from 2022, is much more recent than Jifeng's post that they're criticizing, and it reads as, "Do I hate white people? Yes. And if you're a friend, you'll understand why this is never personal. I hate white privilege so much, their ability to scream reverse racism when faced with a tiny bit of criticism. The world revolves around them, even in Singapore, every day. Just imagine changing the word white to literally any other group of people. For example, gay people, black people, Jewish people, Islamic people, Chinese people. Using the word white doesn't change the context of this statement, it's just racist. Not reverse racist, just racist. Hating people because of their skin colour they didn't choose to have. And the second line, no person would accept being told, well, it's not personal, I hate your race, you're still my friend. What a psycho way of thinking. To think that it's okay to tweet stuff like that. It's like saying something like, you're pretty nice for a black person. That's a morally corrupt way of thinking. What's most ridiculous about this, these people are accusing game developers of being misogynistic and sexist based on their personal perception of jokes and metaphors, yet they're being openly racist in public. Where's everyone now reaching out to IGN for comments for publishing the work of an openly racist individual? Disgusting. The hypocrisy is incredible. As of today, this horrible little person is continuing to defend Rebecca Valentine and her poorly written hit piece that backfired right in her face. With her out of the picture now, while some might have felt this was the end of criticism around the politics surrounding the game, a journalist by the name of Tom Foley of Esports, yes, this is another Tom, would publish another hit piece on a title that would send the internet into quite the frenzy, titled Black Myth Wukong's shameless lack of diversity is attracting the wrong type of fans. Oh yeah, by the way, while the article's title may sound utterly ridiculous, attacking a game about monkeys and all the other sweet animals, depressingly, this wasn't even the first time that idiotic journalists had attacked a game for not having enough focus on gender equality. When the game was making the rounds on the review sites, ScreenRant.com would downgrade Black Myth Wukong when reviewing the title due to them claiming that it largely lacks inclusion and representation. In Tom Foley's piece, he says says that Black Myth Wukong's toxic audience bullied the Screen Rant journalist off the internet. A journalist whom I will add was another individual who directly chose to peddle IGN's highly criticised and curated narrative. I can't find the name of the journalist if you're wondering why I haven't named them, because Screen Rant have removed it from all of the related articles. Why bother having hot takes if you're not going to stand by them and then go into hiding? It's pathetic. So, the Screen Rant piece states, it's important to mention the controversies surrounding the game's studio and the reports of misogyny and sexism from developers. Playing as a female gamer allowed me to notice issues surrounding inclusion and representation. As far as chapters 1 and 2, while characters are clearly fictitious and fantastical creatures, there were no female or feminine NPCs, enemies or bosses present. The only exception, if you can call it female, is a boss named Mother of Stones in Chapter 2, which is nothing more than a still glowing rock with no abilities being guarded by other enemies. They scathingly add that the lack of diversity and inclusivity resonates with the misogynistic comments reported to have been made by the developers, which expressed disdain for women playing their games. Although Black Myth Wukong does have truly enjoyable moments, the underlying feeling that women aren't welcome in this world felt present throughout my gameplay experience. So, men watching, tell me about how you felt excluded when playing Shantae, or Tomb Raider, or Metroid. Honestly, how do these people have jobs? As for this later hit piece against the game and its player base, Tom Foley of Esports would treat his reader base as though they're all pathetic little wimps in need of coddling like little bitches, with his opening line being, "We shouldn't be carrying hate into what should be a safe space for everyone." Whilst I'm all for a world of less hate, anyone who uses phrases seriously such as safe spaces is a weakling wet lettuce. In fact, to use this sort of person's own rhetoric against them, the term safe space should be considered an instant red flag that you're about to be exhausted by bullshit. In this article, which contains more red flags than the communist motherland China itself, Tom whines, "No one should ever face hate for doing their job." We agree then, Tom. So why should IGN journalists be allowed to aim so much hate at Chinese game developers just doing their jobs, Tom? Why the hypocrisy, Tom? The sheer hubris from these awful activist journos is astounding. The excruciatingly sheer lack of self-awareness is dazzling. They wonder why the internet continues to tear them apart when they make ridiculous contradictory statements like that. He goes on to say, this is all symptomatic of a wider problem that's damaging the industry we love. Yes, the journalists, them, their fault. They're the ones writing hit pieces and causing all of this division, and then acting all coy and confused at all the hate and drama they've caused. Jesus Christ, Tom! What the hell are you doing, Tom? You're moaning about the problem that you have helped create, you and your cohorts. In one fabulous effort to tell us all off, he writes, purely from a business perspective, diverse games appeal to more players, which can improve sales by helping developers tap into new markets. Diverse games feel more relatable to a broader audience and satisfy the community's growing demand for inclusivity in the industry. How many times does this opinion need to be challenged? The proof is generally always in the pudding. Where are these big properties? Anyway, you might really vehemently believe what you're writing, but 10 million people have bought this game in the first week. What Tom is basically doing is parroting propaganda he's fallen for. The whole article sounds like corporate jargon, but by his profile, he's only been a journalist since last year, so it's not surprising that his arguments are so shallow. Something that pains me to say is that this guy is a white guy who studied in the wealthy city of Edinburgh in Scotland with a degree in chemistry and used to work for AstraZeneca. I hate to refer to myself as a woman of colour with no education, but if we're boxing people and characters up via diversity of characteristics, like how Tom wants us to perceive the world, that's exactly what I am to him. Not who I am, what I am. It's very dehumanising. Tom's right about one thing, from a certain point of view. Diverse games appeal to more gamers but are diverse in the experience they deliver, not bedroom preferences, gender and skin colour. That's surface level bullshit that the radical fringe has an obsession with. If the general public is seeing buckets and buckets of different diversity in every Western produced AAA game, is not grinding their gears because they hate diversity itself. It's because the use of diversity in most games appears disingenuous, lacking in artistic integrity, and deployed with the sole purpose of presenting games in a certain way to make shareholders feel their investments are safe from lawsuits and criticism at the hands of litigious opportunists. Obviously, I know there are way more moving parts than this, but this video is getting very long now, and essentially what is safe for shareholders is often incredibly boring to many gamers because there are only so many times you've seen an unrealistically diverse cast until it becomes cliche, painfully predictable, and overly corporate. Online comment sections won't be able to put this as eloquently as I have, but generally speaking, that's why people celebrate games that feel less pandering to corporate needs. Also, generally speaking, the moment the activist journalists start moaning about a game, they've more or less sealed that game's success. Look at Stellar Blade. The fact that Western journalists have buried the developers over claims of sexism, misogyny, and a lack of diversity feels like an incredibly trivial reason to be angry with this game. When I first saw this discourse, I'd assumed it was backlash along the lines of Huawei and TikTok, with concerns about the Chinese government's access to data and interventions in the West and the rest of the world. This was a rare instance where I thought I would be siding with the journalists, as I thought there were going to be some really important issues brought up, which seemed to be largely ignored, but I was completely wrong. It's dumb really. I should have expected that they would be attacking individuals over dubious, at best, claims of bullshit rather than real journalism. After all, the Chinese government follows an authoritarian model. The country lacks free elections, and censorship and the suppression of dissent are completely normalised there. These are issues which are much broader than sexism and misogyny, so they're incredibly weird things to focus on considering how everything in the country is suppressed. To be honest, I could bash China all day. But that doesn't mean that I have a problem with individual game developers or even just normal people from there, nor do I feel not buying a video game from the second richest and second most powerful country on earth is going to in any way stifle the power and influence they already hold. At the end of the day, we already unfortunately live on a planet where Western governments led by Democrat Bill Clinton and supported by globalists such as Tony Blair and Angela Merkel decided it was a great idea to lift trade restrictions with China and allow a known authoritarian regime to become the manufacturing and electronics powerhouse that they are today. Aside from the censorship, we now have a superpower out there whose human rights record is alarming. The treatment of religious groups, the crackdown on freedom of expression, and particularly the oppressive measures against ethnic minorities like the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, are stark examples of governance that flies in the face of respect for human dignity. The ideological differences between the collectivist state-centric model employed by China and the individualistic market-driven approach most of us here in the West advocate are seriously profound and do not mix well. The country is full-on authoritarian communists. Communism and authoritarianism are massive problems, and they go hand in hand because there's no other way to make communism work. So if you're going to moan about anything Chinese, moan about a lack of freedom of expression, freedom of ownership, censorship, unelected governments, authoritarianism, social credits, communism, anything but a fucking game and developers making vulgar jokes is an insult to everyone's intelligence, and quite frankly, these Western journos should be ashamed. These journos sound like 14-year-olds trying to talk about geopolitics. So, ignore the noise. Except that geopolitics is an incredibly complex and nuanced subject which, to be frank, even at points today I have massively oversimplified, and instead enjoy a game that doesn't pander and instead offers us a level of escapism that is becoming increasingly rare in this forever more divided world. Dustborn, the one we are discussing today, is the poster child for attracting attention for all the wrong reasons. Through its Steam description, it lures players in with the promise to embark on a perilous road trip across a divided states of America. It assures gamers that they will be able to use the power of words to shape relationships with your crew, get out of trouble, and reach your final destination. But once you're in, the reality is a far cry from the hype. The game's lofty ambition to blend storytelling, social commentary, and innovative gameplay centered around dialogue quickly crumbles under the weight of its own pretentiousness. What was supposed to be a deep, character-driven experience is nothing more than a shallow, plodding mess that would, in most cases, even make the most open-minded gamers cringe at its sheer hubris. This one is that ridiculous. In an old interview found on PSU.com, a developer from Red Thread Games, the people behind the title, would proclaim that, as game developers, we wanted to tell a story that felt relevant and thematically timely, with a cast of characters that could more accurately represent our player base and the setting, and to hopefully have some positive impact on the world, in addition to being an entertaining game. Reflecting on this statement, I suppose a 2 out of 4 isn't terrible. It has indeed had a large impact on the world, but it would be tough to argue that this has been positive or entertaining as a finished product. But what it does successfully do is tell a story that is relevant and timely, especially bearing in mind the culture wars currently plaguing the Western world. We can even give them a huge pat on the back for potentially creating a game that accurately represents the player base, considering that according to Steam at the time of writing this video, an entire 9 people are playing this game around the world, with a measly all-time peak player count of 83. They did say they wanted to create a game that accurately catered to their player base, and it seems that they did this very well for the 9 people playing this on Steam, and the 3 watching on Twitch. Those are insanely low numbers. To put into perspective how small an audience that is, Cassette Beasts, a small indie game that I have played, currently has 160 people playing it right now with a 2700 peak. Cassette Beasts was basically a game made in a bedroom which is over a year old, unlike Dustborn, which cost close to $2 million to produce, coming out last month. In the same interview, the developer states that the idea behind Dustborn's setting and characters was also influenced by a series of political events that deeply affected us all, beginning in the summer of 2016 and continuing until, well, today. With some sources, including that parkplace.com, attribute to the rise of Donald Trump's political campaign. No matter what you make of this statement, one thing we do know is that the game was purposely created to be combative and politically charged. This can be seen through every narrative, design and mechanical element implemented into the game. Dustborn pretends to be a cutting-edge action-adventure game set in a laughably altered version of America. The plot drags us through the dreary tale of Pax, a stereotypical con artist with the cliched ability to weaponize language, who finds herself tasked with carting a so-called mysterious package from one end of the continent to the other. Throughout this tediously long road trip, Pax scrapes together a motley crew that seems to check all the boxes for diversity but lacks any real substance or originality. Pax, our main character, is a 30-something black woman adorned with tattoos. She's designed to be shrewd and deceptive, manipulating others with her supposed superpower of using words to her advantage. Pax comes across as aggressive, quick to anger and paranoid, and although this accurately depicts your typical far-left activist, it doesn't make for a likeable protagonist. She is so angry all the time. Pax, more like Tampax. I mean, they walked into that one, didn't they? Like, did they not think of that before giving her that name? Jesus Christ. Despite her awful personality, you might be surprised that Pax has managed to make friends. Sai, her best friend, is described as a whirlwind of emotions and a true rebel spirit, which paints an image of instability rather than strength, and the claim that her vocal powers are formidable in manipulating density and weight would be impressive if she weren't clearly failing to use them on herself. Seems like the only thing she's managing to manipulate is the number on the scale, and not in the way she'd hope. But all women are 10s, right? Building on our cast of so-called outcasts, Noam is portrayed as Pax's on-again, off-again romantic partner. The introduction of Noam in the game feels awkward and contrived, particularly in the way their pronouns are prominently splashed across the screen almost instantly. This approach is embarrassing because it's yet another superficial way to place diversity at the forefront. Rather than allowing the character's identity to unfold naturally within the storyline, this method comes off as an overzealous box-ticking exercise that reduces a potentially complex character to a mere token. Focusing on pronouns this way reduces a key aspect of someone's identity to a flashy, gimmicky introduction, thereby ridiculing the very notion it aims to respect. Although, to be fair, looking at many Twitter bios, it's definitely what they want. Most hilarious of all though, out of our main human protagonists, we have Theo, a middle-aged, likely straight male. Now, at first glance, you might feel that the inclusion of such a character isn't very progressive at all, until you realise he's the only character in the game who has no vocal powers, and instead only uses his attentive listening skills to his advantage. Unlike the others, he doesn't have the opportunity to scream about what he wants in the game. Insanely, none of this game has been made as a parody, as much as the characters sound like they are from a South Park episode. Revisiting the thoroughly unpleasant Pax, her expertise lies in manipulating individuals, often pushing them to the brink of hysteria or other detrimental outcomes. Her toxic repertoire includes an ability known as normalize, which against their will warps people's perceptions, forcing others to think certain behaviours or feelings are normal. Additionally, she can sow discord, a divisive power that incites animosity and conflict among individuals, fostering disputes and even physical altercations. True to her stereotypical nature, she also possesses the power to cancel those who dissent or disagree with her, effectively ostracizing them from their social circles and allies.
You've been cancelled.
Building on her perceived powers, in the game's words, not mine, Pax is a bully. The game explicitly states that she has learned to bully people to coerce them into doing things they may not want to do, or at least make them feel terrible about themselves. When has behaving in this manner ever been considered a good thing, let alone be featured as the main attribute of a hero in a video game? This mischaracterization not only warps the concept of heroism, but also troublingly glorifies toxic and destructive behavior.
You are racist.
This game and its characters are incredibly difficult to like, so speaking of characters who are hard to like, let's see what the game journalists thought of this. Games Radar highlights the premise of the game that explores freeing a group from oppression from the dangers of a fascist, broken America, and despite the game's low quality, comments that, combined with its oddly sustained length, the sheer amount of topics and issues it wants to address, and its growing cast of colourful LGBTQ+ characters, it almost lives up to its promise as an epic political road trip saga about people with superpowers. However, despite seemingly showing support for the game's political messaging, even they add, I can't fault it for having ambition and a lot to say, but Dustborn loses power when it feels the need to look straight into the camera and make sure you understood it, hammering home points over and over again. They would also add that Dustborn is unabashedly queer. Dustborn's execution could be cleaner, and it could avoid undermining itself just to get its point across, but it's nice to play a game with something to say, even if it struggles to do it. Forbes would declare the game among the most unrepentantly liberal and left-leaning games out there, but add, even if you fall within its clear target audience, Dustborn's jarring start, odd mechanics and weird characters raise some strong early opinions, and it has a few missteps along the way. You might immediately want to take it out on the characters being unlikable in different ways, though that's kind of the point, as they have their imperfections, but it occasionally feels like Dustborn doesn't fully trust your intelligence. It rightly wears its heart on its sleeve, but still has a habit of mishandling strong allegories by spelling them out for you, to the point you can feel a little patronised, given its obvious audience is far from ideal. Despite admitting somewhat that this game often undermines players' intelligence, Forbes would recommend this unpopular game anyway, concluding, "Those who refuse to play it on principle don't know what they're missing. Dustborn might need patience and an open mind, but if you don't have either, what's the point in trying something new?" Amusingly, despite this game being incredibly flawed and politically one-sided, IGN would almost comically comment that, "To make Dustborn worthwhile, you need to embrace the whole package." And I'm assuming they are not talking about size. So yeah, rather interestingly, this game is so in your face regarding its standing politically that, to some degree, it's even taking game journalists aback who, for some reason, are nearly always incredibly left-leaning. They, on the whole, seem to be recommending that people play the game despite admitting that it is often, at points, very intelligence insulting. As one would likely expect, the mass general public hasn't been quite as forgiving towards the game as the likes of IGN, with many showing incredible anger and frustration that allegedly most of the funding that was gathered to produce this game was directly from taxpayers. That's right, you might have paid for this game without even buying it. Outspoken ex-user Grums would highlight information proclaiming that Dustborn used far more government money than has been previously reported. He alleges the Norwegian Film Institute funded the game for 14 million kroner, or nearly 1.4 million USD. This is in addition to the 150,000 euros from the Creative EU grants programme. He adds that, in his opinion, Dustborn is basically an Antifa training game. You bash the fash across the divided states of America by using vocal powers to call people racist. He then proceeds to show a screenshot which is verification of the 150,000 EU grant, as well as those given by the Norwegian Film Institute, a governmental organisation in Norway responsible for supporting and promoting Norwegian film and media production, who, like the EU, are funded by European taxpayers. In a series of further tweets, Grums states that Red Thread Games looks to be funding multiple games by using government grants, even though statistics show that their games do not make money. What a farce. He adds that the company seemed to grift off of EU taxpayers, which are awarded in part on ESG criteria. He also shows us another screenshot demonstrating that the Norwegian Film Institute focuses on productions where the percentage of women in key roles is a factor. He believes the funding may have been pursued through their publisher, Quantic Dream, via their Spotlight Reports program. Grums believes all of this funding is the reason that Red Thread Games is able to continue to produce titles, even though it doesn't seem the games can make enough money to pay for their production. He concludes that it's concerning that Dustborn has been crafted as a political agitprop tool backed by taxpayers who do not want this kind of disruption to their cultures or society, but it is clear the Red Thread Games does not care or depend on gamers' sales for their continued existence or ability to produce political propaganda games. With the game's politically charged nature, incredibly low player numbers, and the fact that it seems that it may have been funded by the taxpayer rather than making a profit through being sold to a huge audience, it quickly becomes clear why a backlash against the game's existence is mounting up, and it goes way beyond the title's aggressively loaded messaging itself. Stuttering Craig from the YouTube show Side Scrollers would also add to the conversation on X, adding that everyone might be laughing at Norway and the EU for funding Dustborn, but a quick search shows that the US also provided $275,000 of funding for a new counter-disinformation game, highlighting the notice of funding opportunity. This, of course, also annoyed people, with it becoming blatantly apparent that gamers don't want their governments wasting their taxes on pushing political agendas through gaming. It's an abhorrent way to allocate financial resources, actually. During the pushback against the existence of Dustborn, as is usual when these sorts of stories are unravelling, Kotaku.com would side against the backlash to this game, with one journalist, Kenneth Shepard, commenting, "It's always, stop making my games woke and make your own, until someone actually does it. Then these sorts of people find a new reason to harass developers who made a game they weren't the target audience for. The goalpost moves once again." Alright, Kenneth, so it has nothing to do with citizens having their taxes stolen to fund politically loaded art projects they want nothing to do with. According to Google user ratings, only 4% of people like this video game, with it being heavily criticised for both its political messaging and how it allegedly was funded. Red Thread Games, the developers behind Dustborn, would ultimately opt to respond directly to the criticism, including in their statement that "We expected Dustborn to spark conversation and debate, and look forward to engaging with our players in a positive and constructive fashion. Unfortunately, that conversation has been drowned out by a tidal wave of hate and abuse." Despite claims that they were looking forward to engaging with players and sparking conversation and debate, Red Thread Games would then cowardly lock replies on the tweet, removing gamers from the opportunity to engage, converse, and debate. How very progressive. Aside from the fact that people are upset with the fact that the taxpayer paid for this politically motivated game without an audience, while the narrative of Dustborn itself isn't very good, the narrative around the narrative of Dustborn is poetic. Dustborn tells a tale of Pax, an aggressive and manipulative woman who, as a central part of her toxic behaviour, bullies those she disagrees with, using coercion to make them feel terrible about themselves. As mentioned earlier in the video, I believe this sort of behaviour is not a good thing at all, and was baffled that the developers chose to feature such attributes in their heroine. This raises an important question. If, according to the developers, this is considered heroic behaviour, then by their logic, wouldn't those who bully others over disagreements about the existence of this game also be considered heroes? Again, I do not support bullying those I disagree with, but it seems a certain video game does. That's not to mention the use of the power of words, the exact power the game's detractors are using right now. Dustborn's portrayal of its protagonist and the underlying messages it conveys have sparked considerable debate, and for good reason. The game seems to inadvertently champion behaviours that are generally deemed negative, which raises legitimate concerns about the values being promoted, particularly when the agenda is being pushed using taxpayer money. The launch of Concord has been nothing short of an absolute catastrophe for Sony. However, to fully appreciate how they managed to implode under the sheer weight of their arrogance and hubris, we first need to take a step back and examine how this train wreck of a project even got off the ground. In April of 2023, The Verge reported that Sony had added a new developer to its PlayStation Studios roster, with the brand looking to push further into live service games. This new developer was an entity known as Firewalk Studios, with the article outlining that the acquisition was made to help build an original AAA multiplayer game. While at the time it was hazy as to what such a title would become, Sony's head of PlayStation Studios, Herman Hulst, would clue in fans with the current direction via a PlayStation blog post. Amongst the post, it would state, "We continue to be impressed by the team's ambitions to build a modern multiplayer game that connects players in new and innovative ways." Building up more anticipation, later in a press release he would add, "I think fans will be very pleased when they see what Firewalk has in store for them." Originally founded in 2018, Firewalk Studios, based in Bellevue, Washington, was part of Probably Monsters, a game company put together by a handful of industry veterans, led by the ever-optimistic Harold Ryan, serving as president and CEO. Even before the merger with Sony, Ryan was already making bold, if not borderline arrogant, predictions. In an interview with GamesBeat, he smugly proclaimed, "It's not surprising that Sony would turn to Probably Monsters, as the PlayStation company still makes some huge bets on blockbusters. I recently argued that AAA games aren't under siege or disappearing." If that wasn't enough, he further doubled down with, Everything in games is getting funded. Investors are pouring money into public offerings, acquisitions and game startups. Like there was no chance this gravy train could ever derail. And to top it off, he adds, "For me, AAA exists as a way for us to plan and ensure longer term careers for the people that are working here." Really? Looking back at these quotes now, it's clear Harold was swimming in delusion, acting as if raking in cash from games was always going to be a guaranteed success. Honestly, it feels like I'm reading someone's hubris-filled praise of the allegedly unsinkable Titanic before its infamous tragic end. With the groundwork haphazardly slapped together for what was to come, we arrive at May 2024's PlayStation State of Play, an infamous day that will go down in history as the moment the public collectively turned its back on a multi-million-dollar disaster of a video game from the very second it was unveiled. Watching the event live, we were subjected to Concord with little context about the game's genre. Instead, we were force-fed a cringe-worthy, drawn-out cinematic set in some generic sci-fi world, filled with an awkwardly diverse cast, seemingly thrown together just to tick all the boxes. The tone was painfully reminiscent of Disney's absolute butchery of Star Wars. Concord came off like a preview for The Acolyte, another soulless pandering mess designed for modern audiences, and the safety of shareholders that would inevitably get axed because, surprise, no one wants this crap. Even though the character designs were downright hideous, there was still a sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, we'd get an epic space adventure like the glory days of Mass Effect. But of course, that faint glimmer of optimism was obliterated in no time, as all our hopes and expectations soon came crashing down. After 5 agonising minutes of this boring cinematic, most of us felt our hearts sink as studio head Tony Hsu revealed that they'd just wasted our time by force-feeding us the backstory for a generic 5 versus 5 competitive first-person shooter. Because, you know, that's exactly the kind of game where the first thing anyone cares about is story, right? What an absolute joke. They eventually dragged us through some bland gameplay footage of what could only be described as a pathetic Overwatch knockoff, featuring a roster of the most soulless factory-produced characters imaginable. Sony wasted 10 excruciating minutes of millions of people's time, subjecting us to footage of a game so utterly unappealing, it's a wonder anyone stayed awake. Rather expectedly, after being subjected to such a show, PlayStation fans were outraged with the Concord trailer on YouTube being disliked into oblivion and a matching comment section that illustrated consumer disgust. On top of an already lifeless and painfully boring looking game, some players couldn't help but notice the blatant pandering to corporate trends. Even a robot had its pronouns obnoxiously plastered on the screen because, apparently in the dystopian world of soulless gaming, even machines need to adhere to the latest trends in identity politics. Concord was an eyesore of everything wrong with modern gaming, oozing with cringe-worthy stereotypes, from hollow diversity checkboxes to the endless barrage of microtransactions. It's like when someone took every bad idea possible, blended it into one giant mess and slapped a price tag on it. What an absolute disaster. Backlash for this game could be found everywhere, with it increasingly becoming difficult to find any praise for this title, and by late June, the game's director of IP, Kim Crines, would reluctantly address some of the negative feedback the trailer was receiving. In an interview with VGC, when speaking about the trailer, she insinuated that players didn't like the look of the game simply as they had not seen enough of it, basically trying to claim that the trailer doesn't do what they had in store. She commented, "Yeah, that trailer, that moment was such a tiny slice of everything we've been working on for years and years. We're excited for the game and for the IP, and for the game to be in people's hands, the IP to be in people's minds. I'm personally very excited for the IP, for folks to delve into the Galactic Guide, if that is something they choose to do, for these vignettes to come out on a weekly basis. You'll start to fall in love with the depth of the characters, and that's something you learn week to week. Their personalities will unfold, their relationships will unfold for you, their backstories. None of that is something you can get in a tiny little slice of it. There's something there, so I'm glad folks watched it. I'm glad they participated, and I can't wait for them to see more, to see everything that is there. To give Kim the benefit of the doubt for a moment, maybe she could have been right at this point. After all, no one had played the game as of yet. However, all of that would change when Concord's early access beta was opened. Running from the 12th of July to the 14th of July 2024, despite being open to anyone who had pre-ordered the game or had been given a code by someone else who pre-ordered the game. Embarrassingly, that parkplace.com would report that this game that cost hundreds of millions of dollars to produce hit a peak of 1,124 players in its first 24 hours. Reception to the gameplay was also lukewarm at best. Not at all good news for a project of this financial magnitude. A little over a month after the disappointing early access beta, an open beta for a wider audience was scheduled to begin. TrueTrophies.com reported that Concord's second free weekend on PS5 defied logic by seeing an 8% drop in players compared to the previous period. The writer of this article, Kez Elias Stevenson, who bravely admits he was looking forward to the game, would comment that while the decrease isn't significant, the drop is still unexpected given that the first beta was initially supposed to be limited to pre-orders only, and this second beta was supposed to be the open beta for all players. They would intelligently add, Concord's betas suggest players won't even return to a second beta to play for a second weekend. If Sony wants this thing to succeed, something big has to happen in the perception of this game in the month before release. Despite it becoming increasingly clear that the writing was firmly on the wall regarding this game's future, this did not prevent its developers from desperately attempting to tell us otherwise. In an interview with PC Gamer, John Wisniewski, the lead character designer for this corporate abomination, would insist that he and the rest of the team at Firewalk Studios were strapped in and ready to push it for years to come. That's right, the people who made this game thought that you were stupid enough to give them money for years. The hubris is astounding. Still, maybe all of us who were monitoring the online reception of this game were wrong. Perhaps, out in the real world, the modern audience that Firewalk Studio designed the game for wasn't imaginary and was eagerly awaiting the official launch to dive in. So, with that said, let's move on to the ridiculous launch of this game. That parkplace.com posted an article revealing the game's disastrous launch. In the first 4 hours, according to Steam database, the player count peaked at a pitiful 697. VG Insights estimated sales at barely 3,000 copies, while PlayTracker generously suggested 6,500. Utterly pathetic numbers for a game that's burned through hundreds of millions of dollars. An embarrassing failure by any measure. Arriving dead out the gate, it wouldn't be long until some people who worked on this rejected game would begin to take out their frustration and disappointment on the gaming public. One former Concord developer who posts from the X account with the tag @anem_Zander would initially express his excitement that the game had finally been launched, and was insanely proud that this was the first game they had worked on. Another user would respond by stating, "I'm so sorry this has to be your first. I do not believe it is you or any of the other devs' fault that this game has performed so poorly. I can tell that a lot of effort was put into completing this game. It just came out at the wrong time and genre." Rather than take the comment for what it was, Zander would angrily dismiss any negativity that existed around the game and use this as an opportunity to bash gamers. He would arrogantly respond by saying, "I don't really care. It was a huge labour from a lot of insanely talented people making an awesome game. Why would I care about a bunch of talentless freaks hating on it?" This tweet has since been deleted, but screenshots still exist of it out there. After the first weekend, Concord's player count quickly diminished and declined by an incredible 42%. That 697 peak we mentioned, which happened in the first 4 hours the game had been online, remained the same 3 days later, with this screenshot showing a peak of just over 402 over those 24 hours. On top of the low player count, some users of the game would begin complaining that there are exorbitantly long matchmaking times. That parkplace.com documented a Reddit user, for example, describing how bad their Concord experience has been, with them stating, "So just waited 8 mins for matchmaking and then it timed out. I love the game and want to play it. Unfortunately, I can't wait 8 mins plus between games. Decided to play something else and come back on peak hours. This really doesn't look promising at all." As documented earlier, prior to the game's release, many gamers slammed Concord's design, saying it resembled nothing more than a lazy checkbox-driven corporate exercise. They argue that the game is an insipid, soulless attempt to cram in as much diversity as possible, with no regards for creativity or authenticity, merely pandering to perceived modern trends that few who live in the real world would care about. Adding fuel to the fire, thepinknews.com would later report that one of the main characters was modeled after Jamila Adderley, a black transgender activist known for the song It's Raining Them.
This is great banter. It really is.
I can see why the inclusion of such a character, who is so clearly tied to identity politics, would feel like a cynical corporate ploy to appear politically correct and safe to shareholders. Although, let's be fair, I'm pretty sure the shareholders would have preferred a game that people actually liked and didn't get cancelled. Simply stuffing a title full of checkboxes for diversity doesn't automatically make a game better. Audiences are looking for rich narratives, engaging gameplay, and immersive worlds. When a game starts to prioritise ticking off social or political agendas over these essential aspects, it instantly alienates a significant portion of its player base who feel patronised and turned off by such blatant pandering. I can't believe how many times I need to say this regarding modern games, but diversity for diversity's sake, especially when it feels forced or tokenistic, rarely results in meaningful engagement, making this strategy not just creatively bankrupt, but commercially short-sighted as well. There is certainly a place for activism, but is it really in a $100 million commercial product that needs to turn astronomical profits to survive? I'll leave you to answer that one. Less than 2 weeks after this game's official launch, PlayStation would formally pull the plug on Concord, not only shutting down the game but offering everyone who had paid for it a full refund in the process. The market for this game just doesn't exist. Across the internet, many celebrated, feeling that their voice had finally been acknowledged, or at the very least, that their wallets had made an impact, contributing to Concord's downfall. Many game journalists, though, would take issue with such a stance. Kenneth Shepard from Kotaku.com, for example, commented, "Whether you like Concord or not, this should rattle you. Sony and Firewalk spent a lot of time and money on this game as part of its big live service push, and it's flopping so hard that Sony is pulling the plug before it can even hit its 1-month anniversary. The PlayStation fan in me hopes that if all of this comes crashing down regardless, someone at Sony realises this cannot continue and is righting the ship as we speak." Following the demise of Concord, YouTube channel Hero Hey would highlight a number of deleted tweets supposedly from Amanda Kiefer, a senior concept artist at Firewalk Studios, who responded to another tweet from an individual stating they want to try redesigning Concord characters essentially just for fun. Such a tweet seems to be driven by the fact that the characters look unappealing, is one of the many reasons the mass public didn't like the look of the game. Amanda allegedly bitterly responded saying, "I was going to DM you after seeing this, but this site makes me pay to do that. So at the risk of getting dogpiled, I'm just going to say this here. A lot affected the art side of Concord, including design by committee failure of some leadership to listen to the art team, etc. The character concept art team, including myself, is going through an extremely difficult time emotionally, and some of the team no longer want to work in games, design characters, or even do art anymore after this. Because of this, posts like yours, though understandable, are unfortunately ill-timed. None of us know which way the wind will blow with the studio. We are worried sick and terrified of the future. Not only that, but we have been shouldering the brunt of the emotional labour as executives/directors dodge most of the blame. Behind the scenes of all this talk about Concord and character designs, people's livelihoods are at risk, and there are very real financial consequences that might hurt us even more. That's just what I can say from our point of view. I'm not saying change a course or anything. Us artists like being able to use social media to promote our work and get more jobs. But I am saying we see this and it does absolutely affect us since we just got our teeth kicked in. While layoffs, financial struggles and emotional strain are valid concerns, Kiefer's reference to emotional labour and the idea that executives are dodging responsibility while artists bear the brunt of the consequences can come across as a guilt trip. It attempts to shift sympathy towards the artist rather than focusing on the larger issue of why the game failed. The tweets emphasise victimhood instead rather than the issue of a $100 million game being developed that hardly anyone wants to play. One thing is for sure though, no matter who's to blame in this situation, Concord is not a financially viable game. PCGamer.com would be another publication that would choose to bash gamers rather than mock the mega corporation trying to shove a subpar product down everyone's throats. Siding against their own reader base, they would chastise gamers, stating the eagerness to grave dance on unpopular games has become a bad habit. They would add that jubilation over Concord's low turnout derives to some degree from an I told you so sense of justice. The idea that out-of-touch, creatively bankrupt executives are cynically chasing trends, and that the rest of us would have had the common sense to avoid releasing a Concord. But it's not actually that easy to know why one game succeeds and another doesn't. My guess at the real reason for all of this grave dancing is that it feels like a victory over FOMO. Beating up on unpopular games is also a way to passively farm a satisfying sense of vindication. If I never paid attention to a game that fails at launch, it affirms the correctness of my judgment and the immaculacy of my taste without any effort on my part. Either way, the reflex to cheer for Concord's failure, as if it's deserved, only produces resentment and misunderstandings, creating an environment where everything is deemed obvious and real analysis is drowned out in favour of shareable quips, surface-level observations, and hyperbole. Regarding all of this, in my opinion, the journalists' claim that gaming communities revel in the downfall of games is a condescending oversimplification that blatantly ignores valid consumer complaints. The critique against games, especially those that fail to live up to the hype, often originates from genuine frustration with industry malpractices like overpromising and under-delivering or ignoring customer feedback. Something that the PlayStation brand has been incredibly guilty of over the years, which makes it feel all the more shocking that they were unable to make Concord in some way work. To dismiss Concord's criticisms as nothing more than schadenfreude overlooks the real issues of gamers feeling cheated or sidelined by corporate giants, casting their legitimate grievances as trivial or baseless. After all, the customer is always right, including in this instance, so this journalist should not feel as though they know better. The idea that criticising a failed game is just an easy way to affirm one's taste without effort completely overlooks the significance of critical dialogue in propelling the industry forwards. Surely a so-called game journalist, or as they like to call themselves, critics, should know better than this, right? You'd think so at least. Despite the death of Concord, another large component in the game's narrative that Sony has largely ignored is that, according to the game's lead character designer John Wisniewski, the title has been in development about 8 years before now, meaning Concord, in some form at least, was in the works years before Sony acquired Firewalk. Considering the timing, this might shed some light on why such a painfully tone-deaf and outdated game concept was dragged out in 2024, despite it being an embarrassing and cliché mess from every angle. Everything about Concord reeks of stale, outdated ideas, like someone lazily dug it up from the graveyard of forgotten concepts that should have been left to rot. It's almost laughable that when companies like Sony claim to be making games for a modern audience, they're so out of touch that they think today's gamers are still stuck in 2016, clinging to the same tired trends. It's a testament to how little they've evolved. The disconnect between their supposed modern audience and what gamers actually want now is embarrassing, and Concord is a perfect example of their staggering failure to read the room. Ah yes, the beautiful Lollipop Chainsaw, a classic hack-and-slash action video game developed by Grasshopper Manufacture and published by Warner Bros. Interactive Entertainment. Originally released back in 2012 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, this game quickly garnered a cult following due to its fun gameplay, standout presentation and engaging premise. The game follows the story of Juliet Starling, a high school cheerleader who comes from a family of zombie hunters. On her 18th birthday, Juliet's school is overrun by zombies and she must use her chainsaw along with her combat skills to fight off the undead. Amongst connoisseurs, the title is celebrated for its dark humour, over-the-top violence and stylised visual aesthetic, which combines a bubblegum colourful world with gory action. The game oozes appeal. However, while it got a lot of praise back in the day, not everyone has always loved the game. Its harshest critic of all in 2012 was IGN, scoring the game that Destructoid and Famitsu had given 9 out of 10s an insanely low 5 out of 10 instead, a review score far lower than any other gaming site. While I think this score is insanely unfair for reasons I will break down shortly, let's first move on to a more pressing matter: IGN's current refusal to review Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. If you look up this new release of the game on their website, you will be able to identify that they have not reviewed it. Within their basic summary, they declare that Lollipop Chainsaw Repop is a remake of the original Lollipop Chainsaw, which leaves the story unchanged, with the focus on quality of life improvements and additional gameplay content. So, as you can see, no legitimate excuse has been given as to why they are refusing to grade Repop on their website. IGN's short summary regarding the game seems to suggest that because the game is a revised version of a previous released game from over a decade ago, then therefore it is completely undeserving of any critical scrutiny. A false potential reason for a cop-out, considering that they seem to review remakes and remasters all the time. Take Metroid Prime, for example. They gave the original version of the game a 9.8 out of 10 on the GameCube. Then, when it was remastered to be experienced on the Nintendo Switch, they gave it a 10 out of 10 due to its improvements. Sometimes they even go as far as to cover what is essentially the same game 3 times. They first reviewed The Last of Us on the PS3, giving it a 10 out of 10. Then, they gave the remastered PS4 version another 10 out of 10 before downgrading The Last of Us in its Part 1 form on the PS5 to a 9 out of 10. They justify giving the improved and refined version of the game a lower grade due to it not being retrofitted with every one of the sequel's best changes. If we are to see IGN's review of Lollipop Chainsaw from 2013 as still valid, then these different review scores given to The Last of Us on different pieces of hardware shouldn't exist, especially if the most refined version of the game has the lowest review score. This makes their entire system nonsense. For example, if The Last of Us on the PS5 remake is improved and refined, it should logically deserve a higher score, not a lower one. Downgrading a game that is more polished compared to its predecessors contradicts the very purpose of improvements in a remake or remaster. One thing is for sure, the reasoning for downgrading The Last of Us remake on the PS5 appears inconsistent with how they reviewed other remastered titles like Metroid Prime. While Metroid Prime was praised for its improvements, the same standards were not applied to The Last of Us PS5 version. This selective application of review criteria undermines their justification for the downgrade, thus demonstrating that IGN's approach to reviewing games is unhinged and lacks any transparent logic. So from what we have discussed thus far, from game to game at least, IGN's rating system doesn't seem to have any coherent logic behind it anyway. It appears that they just award games with numbers for clicks. But with this in mind, this still doesn't explain why they chose to ignore Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, yet go to the effort of reviewing other remakes and remasters. It feels like IGN might have a different reason as to why they are actively choosing not to review this game, and sadly, it strongly seems like the answer to this question lies within the culture wars. As highlighted a lot on this channel over the last year, many game journalists are aggressively progressive, with them often notoriously opting to use video game reviews as a medium to push their political views and often wild opinions to the forefront. While the likes of Kotaku and TheGamer.com are notorious for their biased reporting, IGN has also jumped on the bandwagon this year, stirring up plenty of controversy. Two glaring examples that come to mind, both thoroughly dissected here, involve IGN France and their absurd claim that Eve from Stellar Blade is an unrealistic representation of a woman that could supposedly drive real girls to unalive themselves. Then there was the debacle when one of their journalists penned an incoherent hit piece on the Black Myth Wukong development team, digging up edgy jokes from nearly 20 years ago to accuse them of sexism and misogyny baselessly. This isn't journalism. It's ideological activism masquerading as news, and we need to keep calling this out for what it is. The phrase never gets old. You can't spell ignorance without IGN. One recurring and painfully obvious theme, as evidenced by both examples, is that IGN seems to employ a lot of people with rigid, self-righteous beliefs about how women should be portrayed within gaming. It's as if they've appointed themselves as the moral arbiters of digital depictions, pushing their narrow agenda while pretending it's some kind of universal truth. Rather than engaging in actual game journalism, they're more focused on policing what they think is acceptable, dictating how female characters must conform to their ideological standards. It's hypocritical and patronising, reducing the complexity of representation to whatever fits their activist narrative, and it's becoming tiresome. Considering that Juliet from Lollipop Chainsaw is conventionally attractive and has been designed in a way to appeal to a male hetero audience, you know, the main market who spends large sums of money on video games, it becomes incredibly easy to speculate why IGN might be avoiding talking about this game. Keeping all of IGN's recent controversies in mind, when commenting on the game, they have placed themselves into what is, for them, a lose-lose-lose situation. They refuse to give the game a higher score or any additional praise because they're terrified of giving their ever-growing army of critics any more ammunition. At the same time, they don't dare bury the game outright, knowing that it would alienate what's left of their already dwindling audience. However, by choosing to ignore the game entirely, they've shot themselves in the foot anyway, exposing their agenda for all to see while simultaneously making themselves look utterly spineless. It's a balancing act that's fooling no one, and instead of saving face, they're just proving to everyone how irrelevant and out of touch they've become. What makes this all the worse is that the 5 out of 10 review published by IGN over a decade ago is full of all the sort of unfair criticism and activist-style drivel you expect them to launch at any game where you play as a sexy woman. Mitch Dyer, the journalist behind the original Lollipop Chainsaw hit piece, seems to have views that fit the mould of a stereotypical game activist like a glove, so he would thus focus on how he didn't like how the game's star character had been sexualized. The review states, "Everything is excessively violent, excessively sexual, and mashed together with glitter, sparkles and rainbows. Thematically, it's a weird, funny mix. At some point, however, the over-the-top exploitation of a hypersexualized high school student isn't the parody it started as anymore. For every zombie Juliet Starling decapitates with her chainsaw, someone calls her a whore, talks about masturbating to her, or comments on her gigantic breasts. In and out of combat, the primary goal of Lollipop Chainsaw is the money shot, whether it's up Starling's skirt or down her shirt. Obscenity eventually hits a point where it's no longer contributing to anything. When shocking and titillating the player takes precedence over the core gameplay loop, we have problems. From my perspective at least, this review completely misses the point and reflects the out-of-touch elitism typical of game journalists. First, Lollipop Chainsaw was never intended to be a delicate, moral commentary on societal issues. It's an exaggerated, unapologetic piece of entertainment, a satire of pop culture and media excess, which the critic fails to grasp. The journalist's obsession with the portrayal of the lead character Juliet Starling as hypersexualized, and the constant commentary on her appearance says more about their own discomfort than anything inherently wrong with the game. The reality is Juliet's character is designed to challenge the prudish, self-righteous moral policing that insists on limiting what can be shown or how female characters should be portrayed. By acting as if this kind of content is a problem, the reviewer is revealing their desire for restrictive censorship wrapped in a supposed concern for exploitation. It's all very condescending. The argument that the game's focus on shock and titillation overshadows the gameplay is also missing the point. The core appeal of Lollipop Chainsaw is its irreverent, rule-breaking energy that delivers something fun, chaotic, and distinctly not politically correct. In fact, returning to the stagnant and sanitized safe world of 2024, it's this very irreverence that makes the game special and resonates with many players who are tired of being told what's appropriate to enjoy. Mitch's critique ultimately comes off as preachy, condescending, and more concerned with conforming to progressive cultural norms than actually reviewing the game on its own merits. If you're easily offended or looking for moral lessons in your entertainment, this game clearly isn't for them, but Mitch could have made that clear without giving the game such a low score. But to frame Lollipop Chainsaw as some sort of cultural problem because it refuses to comply with politically correct sensibilities only proves that the reviewer doesn't understand satire, fun, or why people might want to escape into a world that doesn't constantly preach to them. The real problem here was never the game. It's the uptight, moralistic critics who think everything needs to fit their narrow, puritanical worldview and, more broadly, IGN and their ilk. What makes this tale all the crazier is that Mitch Dyer, the writer behind the original hit piece, is remembered for his many notorious blunders in game journalism, perhaps most infamously his incredibly unfair burial of Double Dragon Neon, a title that is considered today as one of the greatest Double Dragon games of all time. This time, however, it was not just downgraded due to him not enjoying the sexualization of women, but get this, because he believed beat-em-ups was a dead genre and, in his own words, never ever coming back, assigning the game an insultingly low 4 out of 10. Past this point, not only would Double Dragon Neon become a fan favourite that has now seen releases on multiple generations of different hardware, but the beat-em-up genre came back and became mainstream, resulting in the success of River City Girls, Streets of Rage 4, Shredder's Revenge, and so many more. This guy is clearly just a massive idiot, providing even more justification for why IGN should have reviewed Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. Mitch Dyer has some of the worst gaming takes that have ever been published online. Unsurprisingly, clearly having a distaste for playing most video games, Mitch Dyer quit IGN in 2016, instead becoming a writer and working on the story of Star Wars Battlefront 2. Since then, Mitch Dyer has been less in the public spotlight compared to his time at IGN, with most of his updates relating to his career in game writing and development. An arguably wise move considering some of his hot takes. IGN's handling of Lollipop Chainsaw Repop's review, especially when juxtaposed against other 2024 releases, highlights a frustrating inconsistency. The original game, though initially marred by politically motivated critiques, garnered a dedicated fanbase, and Repop stands as a testament to its lasting appeal. When a game like Dustborn, widely rejected by the gaming community, can earn a 7 out of 10, or Concord can secure a similar score only to be pulled from the marketplace within days, it raises legitimate questions about IGN's credibility in evaluating games fairly. For a game like Lollipop Chainsaw to receive a worse score than these clear missteps feels not only unjustified but dismissive of its millions of fans. The disparity in scoring between popular titles and obvious commercial failures underscores a deeper issue in gaming journalism, where bias and misplaced priorities can tarnish a game's legacy. In the case of Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, fans and critics alike deserve a review that respects the game for what it offers, rather than one tainted by misguided comparisons and past prejudices. Honestly, IGN. Warhammer 40,000 is basically the ultimate nerd holy grail. A tabletop game where you spend absurd amounts of money on tiny plastic soldiers, meticulously paint them with the dedication of a Renaissance artist, and then wage epic battles using rules so complicated you'd think you were filing your taxes. What might surprise you is that despite looking like snakes and ladders with boys' toys on the surface, the reality is that the lore is deeper than the Mariana Trench, and those who play it might end up knowing more about fictional space emperors than they do about their own loved ones. Imagine chess where each piece costs as much as a car payment and comes equipped with a 300-page backstory. In essence, it's the perfect blend of meticulous detail, sci-fi madness, and financial extravagance, all encased in the welcoming arms of sheer nerdiness. While it may demand a bit too much dedication for many, one of the most remarkable aspects of Space Marine 2 is how it allows players to dive into this vast, intricate universe in an incredibly accessible manner. This isn't the first time a game has successfully captured the essence of its world. For instance, the original Space Marine video game, released in 2011, earned a dedicated following thanks to its compelling gameplay and authentic portrayal of the Warhammer 40,000 universe. The sequel picks up the narrative, fulfilling the high expectations of fans who had waited its arrival for more than a decade. Space Marine 2 delivers exactly what it promises. Developed by Saber Interactive using their advanced Swarm engine, the game renders hundreds of enemies on screen at once, creating epic and intense battles. In this sequel, players step into the boots of Lieutenant Demetrian Titus, a legendary Ultramarine. The game offers intense, fast-paced combat as players face relentless tyrannid swarms, with options to play solo or team up with friends in a 3-player co-op mode. It's essentially simple testosterone-fueled mayhem, which doesn't require too much thinking, and is digestible enough for more or less anyone to pick up and play. On the 10th of September 2024, a medium-sized YouTuber known as Legendary Drops uploaded a video titled "Space Marine 2 is a reminder of what we lost." Like many who have played the game, this content creator fell in love with it and chose to start his popular video by showering the game with well-deserved praise, declaring that Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 oozes with so much masculinity that I feel like I've been in a desert for the last few years. It has themes that no one wants to go near anymore. For courage and honor, for brotherhood, for the Emperor. It's so good, it's such a fun game, but the entire time I was playing it, I couldn't help but shake this feeling of nostalgia. The game reminds me of something I've lost, something we have lost. The content creator's enthusiastic response to Space Marine 2 showcases a deep appreciation for qualities that have been neglected in recent cultural and media landscapes. Describing the game as a refreshing return to core values, seeing the game as a reminder of the virtues and themes once commonplace, but now increasingly rare in the repetitive and corporately safe modern narratives in the gaming industry. He goes on to add that in comparison to most AAA games released in recent years, this feels way more consumable and incredibly more pick up and play, and that other titles have lost this feeling, going on to complement the title's art direction, narrative, gameplay, and scale. To put it simply, this is a very positive video highlighting all that is great about the game. All good points and harmless enough, right? Well, yes, to normal functioning members of society, yes. But to the game journalists and the weird outcasts they align themselves with, not so much. But we shall get onto that more again shortly. Later in the video, he would continue to comment on why he believes he likes the game so much, adding, Titus and company are not the most talkative bunch, and they shouldn't be. They're Marines. It's all about the mission and killing their enemies and serving the Emperor, not their personal thoughts, opinions or feelings. Over the last few years, it feels like every modern game and television show or movie is allergic to stoicism. They can't allow movies or characters to be silent. They need a character to be complicated and have feelings, and need to talk about those feelings because they don't know how to tell a great story without words. I can't help but feel as if this game came out from a major AAA studio. Titus would have multiple monologues in front of a mirror backed by a licensed My Chemical Romance soundtrack. I can see why those who appreciate tradition would feel this way. Straightforward storytelling in media feels like it's becoming a lost art form. Characters like Marines embody strength, duty and action over extensive dialogue and emotional introspection. The creator criticizes the modern tendency in media to avoid stoicism, suggesting that an overemphasis on complex emotional narratives and verbal expression has detracted from the classic portrayal of the stoic hero. A strong point indeed, when it seems that so many games these days are often sold on cinematics over gameplay, and that's without even mentioning the industry's bizarre hyperfixation on identity politics and inclusion, even though the core audience for gaming is, and always will be, very masculine men. Basically, Space Marine 2 is a game designed knowing its audience, a feat that a financial disaster like Concord was not capable of doing. As the upload continued, he would note that he believes everyone thinks they are doing something theatric, but in the end, all they're doing is giving stories that are uninspired and completely predictable. They're doing the same as what everyone else is doing. So, nothing particularly controversial or loaded here. Very simple, very common sense, very demure. Just like Space Marine 2, the video by Legendary Drops is straightforward and communicates its points in an easily digestible manner, quickly becoming a popular upload. The video's traction caught the attention of Asmon Gold, who reacted by largely agreeing with everything the previous video had stated. True to his style, however, he also elaborated on each point, adding his own detailed commentary, resulting in an upload nearly an hour long. While Asmon Gold is often unfairly targeted by certain game journalists who use his content as a means to push their own weird agendas, in this case the criticism wouldn't be directed solely at him. Instead, it would focus on someone in his comment section, shifting the usual dynamic and spreading their bizarre scrutiny more broadly. A user with the account name @MatthewKarch would claim to be the creator of the game, expressing a desire to add their perspective to the conversation. The comment reads, "Hey man, CEO of Saber here. I love your videos. When we signed the deal to make Space Marine 2, all I wanted was a throwback game. We had the chance to work on something which by its nature was old school. I can't even comprehend many of the current games that we play these days. They're too complex and too much of an investment. We worked on Halo back in the day, and that game could be distilled down to the simplest of shooting loops, but it was entirely addicting. That is what we wanted to recapture. I hope that games like Space Marine 2 and Wukong are the start of a reversion to a time when games were simply about fun and immersion. I spent some time as Chief Operating Officer at Embracer, and I saw games there that made me want to cry with their overblown attempts at messaging or imposing morals on gamers. We just want to do some glory kills and get the heart rate up a little. For me, that is what games should be about." Wholesome and honest response, right? I mean, he's bloody right. But such a statement would shortly lead to all hell breaking loose. By the 16th of September, the Space Marines Alerts X account tweeted this comment, garnering as many as 1.3 million views at the time of this video. Among those covering the ensuing developments, Kotaku would seize this as a disingenuous opportunity to portray anyone who criticizes the state of modern gaming as being on the wrong side of the culture wars and as a foolish idiot. Publishing a poorly constructed straw man argument filled with inaccuracies and deliberately biased accounts of the events, Kotaku reported that when a Space Marine 2 news account on Twitter recirculated that comment, more people became aware of it. Those in the comment section instantly flocked to it, flooding it with upvotes and positive responses, fluctuating between things like, "You are doing God's work," and "I'm glad we've got games failing hard that have pronouns in them, like who the plays these DEI games." However, for those who have the gumption to check this out for themselves, you'll see that there are people on both sides of the culture wars stoking the flames around this situation, with Kotaku themselves constantly engaging in this practice. As usual, they just cherry pick extreme examples rather than produce any content in good faith or a balanced perspective. Once again, this dreadful publication chose to create another hit piece demonising a subsection of gamers for their concerns regarding the current direction of gaming, and would use the alleged post from the CEO and the two videos I've highlighted today as examples to further their skewed narrative. Let's be honest, they've just written a load of nonsense. But then again, who cares about the truth when you can push an agenda instead? The Kotaku journalist Ethan Gatch appears to have taken issue with a specific part of the original YouTube comment, accusing it of appealing to a contingent of the anti-woke gaming backlash by suggesting that it vindicated the idea that at least one of the scourges of modern gaming is overblown attempts at messaging or imposing morals on gamers. What's particularly lacking from Kotaku's response is their failure to address whether modern games does indeed suffer from overblown or heavy-handed messaging. Instead, they simplify the criticism to merely an anti-woke stance, which is as much a politically biased oversimplification as the behaviour the journalist is trying to criticise. It's hypocrisy of the highest order. It is a well-known sentiment among many gamers that modern games sometimes prioritise delivering a social or moral message over an engaging and enjoyable gaming experience. People have been complaining about too many cinematics in their games way before the culture wars existed, hence the reason why retro gaming has been so popular for so long now. Yet Gatch's outright dismissal of these concerns as merely political seems to overlook the legitimate points raised, painting all criticism with the same broad brush. This approach not only undermines the credibility of the critique, but also alienates a significant portion of the gaming community. It's starting to feel like these people are sick in the head to view the world in such a one-dimensional way. Then again, what could I really expect from an article published on shit-ass Kotaku? Moreover, the same journalist brazenly criticises both Asmongold and the legendary Drops video, seemingly more convinced of the superiority of his perspective. He states, "There's a two-step that happens in both assessments of Space Marine 2. Each argument conflates modern gaming trends that many players find exhausting with a more recent and boutique reactionary backlash against games accused of shoehorning progressive values into their narratives. These accusations are made whenever a title dares to showcase diverse characters or tell a story that doesn't solely revolve around the straight white male traditionally centered in video game box art." This comment provides a further example of the journalist deliberately ignoring the genuine frustration many gamers have with trends that feel overly repetitive or disingenuous. Instead of recognizing that the primary issue lies with forced storytelling or underdeveloped narratives that prioritize token representation over meaningful content, the journalist attempts to create a false narrative that any critique of these elements is rooted in an aversion to diversity. Ethan, I don't have an aversion to diversity. Look at me. I am what you and your deranged and judgmental ilk would refer to as a woman of colour. I f***ing hate that term, and it's people like this who instantly see my gender and skin colour before me as a person and categorise me, noting I'm useful for their box-ticking exercises and corporate agendas, believing ironically that I'm the kind of person these critics claim to be defending. Despite my skin colour and gender, I just, like all of the white males these journalists brazenly criticise, can transparently see that more diversity is not being implemented into games to make them better. It's being done for the hollow reason of achieving ESG investment criteria. The only colour that matters here is green, and I'd rather that gameplay quality and fun were prioritised and invested in over box ticking. It's that simple. I think most gamers would agree there has been a shift in focus in recent years, and it's not a good one. The hit piece in question not only discredits legitimate concerns, but also shows an unwillingness to engage with the nuances of the debate, painting anyone who disagrees as inherently intolerant. It's a lazy, oversimplified approach that unfairly dismisses valid perspectives, demonstrating that the journalist, who himself appears to be a white male, is more interested in pushing a narrow agenda than engaging in an honest discussion about the state of modern gaming. I will continue to call this out over and over again every time I spot this biased form of writing that actively sides with the corporate machine against the public's interests. As for the YouTube comment allegedly from Kotaku would choose to reach out to Saber Interactive, asking them to verify if the comment was legitimate and for them to comment on the matter. Saber would hilariously simply respond to the email stating, "Saber is not commenting on this matter." After all, why should they? It's a ridiculous comment for these journalists to be getting upset over. One-line answers are sometimes the best way to deal with unreasonable idiots. I know this from experience. The best approach to handling these ludicrous individuals is not to engage with them or help them construct their poorly structured narratives. This is precisely the approach Saber Interactive took under these circumstances. Amusingly, while declining to answer their questions, Koch made a teasing comment on his LinkedIn profile about the situation, stating, "Whoever wrote that seems pretty sharp." As extreme as Kotaku's journalists may seem in their negative reaction to Koch's relatively benign comment, the internet forum known as Reset Era displays even more outrage, which is unsurprising to those familiar with the platform. Known for its strict moderation policies centered on social justice, inclusivity and progressive politics, Reset Era often appears extremely left-leaning, alienating users with differing views. This has led to criticisms that Reset Era functions as an echo chamber where conservative opinions are frequently banned or discouraged, creating a narrative that only one perspective on issues is acceptable. The site has faced scrutiny for banning discussions about certain games, developers or users who diverge from the community's norms, even over minor disagreements. This reputation for excessive moderation and dogpiling, where users aggressively attack those with opposing views, reinforces its image as a place unwelcoming to diverse opinions. Given this context, it's no surprise that Reset Era, like Kotaku, would react hostilely to Koch's comment. Unlike the original comment, which received a variety of responses, Reset Era shows a more homogeneous reaction, marked by a particular disdain for Asmongold. Here are some posts from the forum. Any comment proclaiming love for Asmongold's videos is not gonna be a good comment. That message is basically an anti-woke game statement. Of course it has something to do with Asmongold. It's really grim that game devs have spent decades trying to tell stories that don't just boil down to kill bad guys, only for there to be a movement denouncing any kind of moral complexity. God, gamer culture is awful. Really lame comments, but doubly lame, as I like that there are some bigger budget games that are just trying to be linear games that do one thing really well, versus a lot of more homogenized games doing a lot of things just okay. So seeing an arse hat linking those kinds of games to alt-right, anti-woke true gamer bullshit is annoying. Imposing morals on gamers? Give me a break, man. What game tried to impose morals on you? Note, having minorities as characters is not an imposition. It cracks me up how as soon as anything in media is not 100% what they want, these people feel like victims ready to cry. Keep crying, arsehole. These reactions exemplify the intense and often hostile environment that can emerge around discussions of gaming culture and diversity within the industry, and provide a glaring example of how quickly discourse can escalate and become exclusionary, especially against viewpoints that diverge from a prescribed norm, showcasing that it's not just the so-called anti-woke people whom Kotaku seem to despise so much, who have incredibly narrow takes on gaming. Why not call out these people too? It's ironic, really. It's pages and pages and pages of people crying while accusing other people of crying. What's crazy about all of this is that legendary drops, Asmongold, and the person posting on YouTube under the name of Karch all make very valid points about why Space Marine 2 has been well received by gamers and why so many are tired of sterile content that consistently checks the same corporate tick boxes over and over again. In recent years, the gaming landscape has notably shifted towards mainstream games that focus on emotional narratives, inclusive character designs, or even cozy, less combative experiences. Against this trend, a hyper-masculine, action-heavy title like Space Marine 2 stands out, offering an unapologetically brutal, over-the-top experience that feels distinct in today's market. Traditional gamers often feel a strong sense of nostalgia for games from the late 2000s and early 2010s, a time when hyper-masculine protagonists and power fantasies were more prevalent. Space Marine 2 harks back to that era with its straightforward, adrenaline-pumping action, allowing players to embody a genetically enhanced super soldier in an epic sci-fi universe. Here, wielding massive weapons and facing impossible odds isn't just a part of the game, it's a return to form. Space Marine 2 resonates in 2024 because it provides a classic high-octane experience that traditional gamers appreciate for its straightforward, unapologetically masculine action, nostalgic elements, and adherence to the beloved Warhammer 40k universe. Regardless of what outlets like Kotaku or forums like Reset Era might say, there is indeed a massive audience who are tired of developers imposing morals on gamers. Over the past few decades, American politics and its global influence have become highly polarized. The rise of 24-hour news cycles, social media, and echo chambers has amplified cultural conflicts, with media outlets, influencers, and commentators often highlighting extreme viewpoints to drive engagement, thereby making issues more contentious. With this in mind, it's clear that regardless of where you stand on certain debates, the inclusion of a top surgery customization option in a mainstream video game has become a hot topic. For those who have chosen to undergo such procedures, I feel like most would agree that top surgery is a deeply personal decision and can be a significant step forward in aligning one's physical appearance with the gender they feel they are. After all, many transgender individuals wish they had been born as the opposite biological sex, so transitioning helps them to feel more connected to their true selves. So the existence of individuals who have undergone such surgeries is acknowledged, but opinions on the broader implications can vary. Some may view it as a personal choice aligned with individual freedom, believing that adults should have the autonomy to make decisions about their own bodies. However, others express concerns about societal norms, medical ethics, and whether these procedures should be encouraged or normalized, especially for younger individuals who may be easily influenced and are often known to make hasty, poorly thought out decisions. So, top surgery remains a polarizing topic. But regardless of what you think, we all know that top surgery exists. So if this game aims to offer extensive customization, does it make sense for this feature to be included? Before we dive deeper and to understand the context further, let's super quickly recap what Dragon Age is all about. Dragon Age is a fantasy role-playing video game series, and while it doesn't reflect any specific era of human history, its setting, Thedas, draws from various historical periods. Much of its atmosphere is most reminiscent of the European Middle Ages, which spanned from the 5th to the late 15th century. It's not exactly a time or place known for gender-affirming surgeries. Then again though, since Dragon Age is a work of fiction, it of course doesn't need to be historically accurate. After all, it features bloody dragons as formidable creatures, elves inspired by folklore, and magic as a central element. This does though bring us to an interesting point, and I'm playing the devil's advocate here. In a fantasy world where people have the power to wield magic, wouldn't it make more sense for individuals to change their gender through magical means rather than having to go under the knife?
Oh man, you're just ruining it.
Moreover, considering that the Dragon Age series has always allowed players to choose their character's gender, it raises the question, why was this specific feature deemed necessary? Regardless of whether you're transgender or not, everyone has the option to play as either a man or woman in these games. This has led many to believe that the decision to include a top surgery scar on off switch is nothing more than an act of corporate moral grandstanding. Another reason many people find this inclusion thoroughly bizarre is that scars of this nature aren't typically a feature most would want to highlight. It's akin to me creating a self-insert character in a game and opting to include my unwanted pregnancy stretch marks. It's understandable why many might find this a perplexing addition to a literal fantasy setting. It's just not the same as adding battle scars achieved through combat, which are obviously much more fitting in a game like this. One of the primary draws of fantasy games is the opportunity to escape from the real world. By creating characters that differ from their actual appearance, players can immerse themselves more deeply in these fictional worlds. A perfect example of this is my experience with Skyrim, where I've invested hundreds of hours into just this one game over the years, and usually I create female Nord characters because I find them most thematically fitting. I like my character to be a beautiful blonde ex-criminal who was caught trying to flee Skyrim before being sent for execution. I then prioritise the two-handed and archery skills, followed by sneak, lockpicking and light armour. Obviously, this character build is nothing like real life for me, and I can get into a proper flow state when I play that game. It's an escape. I would hate to have my immersion broken by something jarringly out of place, like an NPC complaining about modern day taxes, for example, or pulling out a smartphone or something. It would destroy the atmosphere of the game for me, and I'm sure I'm not the only person who feels like that. If not creating a character tailored to fit a specific world, many players use character creation as a way to craft an idealized version of themselves, or individuals far more impressive than they could ever be. Let's be honest, how many of you men watching at home have made playable characters who are 7 feet tall with 300 pounds of muscle just to go on a power trip? That's the power of fantasy. Not only that, but creating a character that looks different also allows players to maintain a level of privacy and anonymity online. This can make them feel safer when interacting with others, as their real-life identity remains hidden. The real beauty is that fantasy games often provide extensive customization options beyond real-world norms, allowing players to explore creative design choices like fantastical races, unique clothing, and unconventional hairstyles or body types. Qualities that, to be fair, Dragon Age seems to offer in abundance. For these reasons, the inclusion of top surgery scars seems perplexing to many, as fantasy games are meant to let you become a completely different person or an idealized version of yourself, so why include marks that are literally remnants of old wounds? Well, let's be honest. Some people create game characters that resemble themselves as closely as possible. For them, this fosters a personal connection, making in-game events feel more impactful and emotionally resonant. It allows players to express and explore their identities in a virtual space within a controlled environment. Personally, I've never felt the need to recreate myself in a game. I'm not self-absorbed enough to want a like-for-like representation, but if others want to do that, more power to them. As for the discussion around this topic, while there are people who are upset about the inclusion of top surgery scars in the game, from my perspective, I don't see any real harm in it. Although I believe the percentage of players who will actually use this feature is incredibly small, it's there for those who want it. After all, why not have the customization options to create characters however we please? We should be able to create whoever we want, and Dragon Age gives us that freedom, right? Well, no, actually not at all. So here's the big problem. One of our favourite punching bags on this channel, IGN, published an article about this game, showering it with praise for its character creation features. They wrote, "Customization certainly doesn't stop at hair or horns, of course. Every aspect of your rook is editable, even allowing for facial asymmetry if you choose. sliders allow you to change everything from head shape to the melanin in your skin to the presence of vitiligo. My favourite addition, however, is the introduction of body diversity. The options feel almost endless. There's even a glute slider, and yes, I gave my rook one hell of an arse. Except, when you look at their video, this is clearly a massive lie. Turning the glutes slider up to 100%, it's clear from this footage that the character's arse remains incredibly small and as flat as a pancake, suggesting that the developers aren't quite as pro-body diversity as IGN and other corporate websites' game previews might suggest. The fact that this is the largest option available with that body distribution is baffling to me. Women typically have higher body fat percentages than men, often accumulating more around the hips, buttocks and thighs. Moreover, women who engage in regular strength training, particularly exercises like squats, often develop larger and more toned buttocks. Despite these biological norms and the fact that many people find such figures highly attractive, the game seems to lack this representation, which has annoyed many players. Perhaps even more insane is that the breast slider in the game only allows for smaller chest sizes, with a meme circulating suggesting that you can't create a character with a bust larger than a B cup. This means that unlike someone who has undergone top surgery, if you're a woman with a more ample chest or a curvier behind, the game doesn't offer customization options to represent yourself accurately. I mean, I can't use a measuring tape and measure the character for myself to get an accurate measurement, but I can certainly eyeball it, and I do agree with the B cup assessment. This has naturally caused outrage, as it not only alienates certain players but also denies others, particularly those who appreciate these traits, which includes women like me, the chance to create their ideal character. It's a missed opportunity to allow players to explore a very basic fantasy in this fantasy setting. But once again, a top surgery scar option was included. As for myself, I like to think that I have a pretty average body for a 35-year-old woman. I wear a D-cup bra and have a behind which is far from extraordinary, but even I can't create myself in this game, let alone many younger women than myself who are massively into health and fitness, who train their well-curated arses every day. It's surprising really how many women, myself included, can't create a true likeness of themselves despite game journalists heaping praise on its creative options, even though said options don't even allow most women to recreate their natural body shape accurately. This has only intensified the criticism surrounding the inclusion of the top surgery option, which many deem unnecessary, especially when so many other important attribute customization features have been excluded. To some, this serves as yet more circumstantial evidence that the industry is intent on making women in gaming as unattractive as possible. The fact that characters are allowed huge scars but not huge boobs or arses seems absolutely ridiculous to most and screams modern audience and the erasure of traditional feminine women. I mean, seriously, is being able to make my own arse in a video game too much to ask for? The director responsible for these huge oversights in a title that is supposed to be customizable is a person named Corinne Bush, a creator who identifies as a trans woman who, according to her description on Threads, describes herself as a queerosexual gendermancer. What's really strange about this is if you go on her developer story, which can be found on the BioWare website, she describes the Dragon Age games as being all about possibilities, which to me makes it even more odd that it doesn't seem I'll be able to make myself in the game. It reads, "The idea of being who you want to be carries a particularly special meaning for Corinne. As a queer trans woman," she says, "I have a perspective on the games that not everyone has. Dragon Age has long been a place where LGBTQIA+ folks can see people like themselves represented respectfully. It's inherently very queer, and it's such a rare thing for marginalised communities to have representation where we feel proud and powerful in how we are depicted. It's so deeply meaningful for so many. I often get emotional when I think about what it would have meant for a younger version of myself to see someone like her in a game, and as a hero no less. I hope we can be a safe place for our queer players to know they are not alone, that they are brilliant and worthy, that they are not only welcome but celebrated. That's all well and good, Corin, but why can't I as a woman make myself accurately in the game too then? Speaking from experience, she also comments that I transitioned during my time at BioWare, she tells us, and I reflect all the time on how supported and seen I felt through that process and how lucky I am to be surrounded by people of this caliber. It really speaks to the values of this team and their commitment to inclusion in their works and their lives. The fact that a trans woman directed the game, the prominent inclusion of a top surgery option, and the limited customization options for the female form in Dragon Age have understandably left many people perturbed. This is especially true in the current political and media landscape, where it often feels like AAA developers are catering to the so-called modern audience rather than appealing to the broader masses. Bizarrely, in their pursuit of inclusivity, they've somehow managed to exclude and alienate women. I do take issue with the inclusion of top surgery scars in a game that claims to be inclusive if it doesn't even allow me to create a character with my fairly average body proportions. Aside from pretty faces, most traditionally feminine physiques are entirely absent from the game. The developers seem to have a complete denial or aversion to softer, more traditionally female features, so Dragon Age customization in its current state feels nothing more than disingenuous moral grandstanding. It seems that those who make these games do not seem to be genuinely invested in diversity, instead just focused on serving their own agendas, so it's no wonder that millions of people are currently scratching their heads regarding this. IGN and other large entertainment media companies, like many independent creators, provide reviews, news, and other content related to video games and films. But here's the problem. Often the public question the integrity of these large outlets' game reviews due to perceived conflicts of interest, notably their reliance on advertising revenue from the very game publishers whose products they review. This symbiotic relationship can lead some to suspect that game journalists often skew favourably towards these advertisers to maintain a profitable partnership, rather than providing the unbiased critical analysis that discerning gamers deserve and should be receiving, or, in worst cases, be denied early access to the very media that these sites produce their so-called reviews on in the first place. After all, what would access media be without the access part? Thus, for those who cherish journalistic independence and depth over surface-level appeasements, IGN and other corporate news sites' reviews often regularly feel like extended promotional materials rather than rigorous critiques. A compelling case in point is their review of The Vanguard, which, when compared side by side with independent online personalities who have managed to get their hands on the game early, paints a bleak picture regarding the integrity of corporately produced reviews. YouTubers, on the other hand, unlike game journalists who have sold their souls to the mainstream machine, are unburdened by the heavy yoke of advertiser expectations. Thus, they often deliver insights and critiques that starkly contrast with the glossy, optimistic tones and toxic levels of positivity found in more mainstream reviews of AAA games. The huge disparity between the opinions of independent creators on Vanguard and those found in the articles published on large corporate websites not only highlight the potential influence of corporate interests, but also raise serious questions about the credibility of established gaming journalism platforms like IGN. Honestly, the difference in reception to this latest Dragon Age game is insane. However, suppose one were to naively trust the glossy corporate reviews littering Metacritic. In that case, one might be misled into believing this game represents the pinnacle of this year's releases, with numerous major outlets carelessly doling out 9s out of 10s as though they were mere participation trophies. Allow me to put this into perspective. According to IGN's curious standards, a 9 out of 10 is deemed exceptional. Yet, this is the very same outlet that rated Black Myth Wukong, a blockbuster hit and fan favourite, a mere 8. out of 10, and even more crazily, they had the audacity to give paltry 7s to Sparking Zero and Stellar Blade, both widely acclaimed by the public. It's worth noting that these are the same laughable scores they handed to notoriously bad flops like Dustborn and Concord. So, are we truly expected to take their evaluations seriously? Irrespective of your personal opinions, it's fortunate that once a game hits the public domain, the user review scores generally offer a more trustworthy gauge than the laughable drivel churned out by the shameless corporate mouthpieces masquerading as journalists at these disgraceful news outlets. So it's only a matter of time before the game's real quality gets revealed. What's really crazy is that, as already mentioned, much of the mainstream has dished out glowing reviews for this one. However, on YouTube, on the other hand, many of the reviews are scathing. The YouTube channel Skill Up, for example, has already amassed over 1 million views on a video bluntly titled, "I do not recommend Dragon Age," while Mr. Matty Plays has also released a scathing review calling it a big disappointment. Both reviews dive deep, each running over 40 minutes, offering more substantial and honest breakdowns of their experience with the game than anything the big corporate publications have managed to churn out, acknowledging that they both put in over 50 hours of playtime into the title. In contrast, mainstream outlets continue to serve up surface-level, ad-friendly takes, often leaning on the publisher's preferred narrative rather than addressing core issues. But before we even get into the honest critiques these independent creators have made, let's address the elephant in the room: accusations that the game's publishers have been manipulating access to review codes, handpicking who gets them to inflate review scores in a blatant attempt to steer public perception. So let me provide you with some circumstantial evidence of this ghastly practice. This brings us to a video recently uploaded to the YouTube channel Fextra Life, another channel with over 1 million subscribers, with its own dedicated audience sharing many fans with the Dragon Age series. Their upload explains why there's no traditional review for the game on their channel. Despite Fextra Life's long-standing relationship with Dragon Age and BioWare, which spans back to 2014 with their Dragon Age Inquisition wiki and forum preservation efforts, they outlined that their access to the game for review was unexpectedly cut off, raises huge red flags regarding the transparency and reliability of review access for Dragon Age. Due to their existing relationships with EA and BioWare, they note that they attended a preview event for the Veilguard where they shared positive impressions while noting minor critiques about the story and character models. After releasing their impressions video, which wasn't solely positive, Fextra Life's communication with EA and BioWare was abruptly ceased with the cutoff, suggesting a possible retaliation for their minor criticisms. This challenged the idea that reviewers can always provide honest feedback without fear of losing access. What makes this situation worse is that Fextra Life had discovered that they weren't the only ones denied review codes. Other creators like Wolfheart and Luke Stevens, who also attended the preview event, experienced similar exclusion despite providing balanced feedback, suggesting that providing even minor criticism as opposed to blind toxic positivity could have resulted in them all being sidelined. Fextra Life suggests that EA's decision to withhold review codes from selective creators is a tactic aimed at influencing the Veilguard's initial reception. By limiting access to creators likely to produce highly favourable reviews, EA might be trying to establish an early universal positive consensus, encouraging undecided viewers to buy into the hype before more user review scores tarnish the game's reputation. Reviewing many games in the past, Fextra Life draws a parallel to the release of Cyberpunk 2077, where limited early access reviews contributed to an overly positive perception that later unravelled when the public encountered game-breaking issues. It really does look like EA is using the same propaganda tactics to manipulate perceptions around their game. Extra Life goes on to stress the importance of transparency and recommends that the channel's viewers exercise caution, particularly with reviews from those who received early access to this game, as the selective distribution of review codes could influence these. The channel suggests that gamers wait for authentic feedback from a broader pool of players, rather than believe the curated narrative that seems to have been constructed around this game using dubious tactics. Despite attempting to control feedback around the game as mentioned earlier, a few independent creators have managed to provide both honest and negative takes regarding the game, such as the YouTube channel Mr. Matty Plays, who we mentioned earlier. So how, for example, did this one slip through the net, if there was indeed such a net? Well, amongst the 40 minutes burial of the game, Matty mentions that while his full review of the game is scathing, at an earlier date his reaction to the preview of the game was drastically different. Highly positive, in fact. This indeed backs up the theory that the publishers did indeed go out of their way to award review copies to those whom they most believed would shill the title for them. However, when you are dealing with genuinely honest people, just because they like a preview of the game doesn't necessarily mean they will enjoy the real thing. Matty notes that, for starters, extended exposure changes perspective. 50 hours is different from just a handful, but it's also due to BioWare and EA's framing of the preview. We played across 5 save files with the game's defined first act. With 2 more acts to go, I walked away hopeful, imagining the heights they could reach in acts 2 and 3. But when I got to the full game, even by the 30th hour, I hadn't reached where my preview ended. I felt misled, seeing only the first third of a 14-part story during the preview, which coloured my initial impressions positively. The reviewer found the story and characters underwhelming, feeling they had lacked depth, pacing, and the classic Dragon Age tone. Matty also felt that gameplay was equally repetitive, with the combat system failing to evolve and the environment being monotonous, evoking memories of criticisms aimed at Dragon Age 2. He confirms that his overall experience felt shallow and unremarkable, lacking the charm and intricacy BioWare fans have come to expect. His overall feeling was one of sadness and frustration at BioWare's current direction, hoping others might find more enjoyment in the game than they did. Skill Up, one of the other reviews that dunks hard on this game, despised the quality of the writing that can be found within, hilariously commenting that it lacks any nuance or wit or wisdom. It cannot communicate ideas except to say them aloud to the camera. It manufactures petty, unbelievable tension because it doesn't know how to create anything more real, and it's too scared to ever be truly confronting or dark for fear that it might make the audience uncomfortable. Every interaction between the companions feels like HR is in the room, and every interaction led by the main character, Rook, sounds like he's addressing an under-12 soccer team before a semi-final or teaching toddlers how to properly share toys. Essentially, it sounds like your regular AAA, intelligence-insulting, Western-produced game. On the subject of the review code controversy and prominent YouTubers having trouble managing to gain early access to the game, an ex-user by the name of Natalia Sirenova demonstrated that she managed to get her hands on a copy. She would gloat that, "Guess who got a review code from Dragon Age the Valguard? BioWorld just sold his soul to the devil. I just had to say I was a non-binary woman and they gave it to me. Get ready for the mega review soon, or tomorrow." Following up on the initial post, after 3 hours of gameplay, Sirenova would note that the game has terrible graphics, boring and monotonous combat. They just want to copy God of War, but in a bad way. She declares the game is very linear, the options lead nowhere, false free will. The creator of characters focused on the trans and LGBT community. The characters move very robotic, they lack animations. The script doesn't make sense, neither do the quests. From one place to another killing bugs. Too much focus on homosexuality, lesbians, drags, race swap everywhere. It's a piece of garbage as an RPG. Stay away from this game, don't even buy it on sale. It's a pile of putrefaction created by people who have no fucking idea about video games. Uninstalled already, your mother. This game will be the tombstone of BioWare. These comments are certainly intense and unapologetically harsh, bordering on the extreme. The ex-user's statements may be exaggerated and loaded with abrasive language, but they capture a seed of genuine frustration currently felt across large sections of the gaming community. Yet the abrasive tone and explicit language turn what could have been valid points into a rant that risks overshadowing the constructive feedback at its core. But let's be honest, what else can you expect from a platform that used to be Twitter? It's always been a shithole. Harsh wording aside, the noticeable inclusion of modern identity politics in Western AAA gaming has become a common critique, with many feeling it disrupts immersion in otherwise fantastical worlds. From the very first reveal, Valgard raised eyebrows, most notably for making top surgery scars a featured option in the character creator. Quite the bold choice, considering the same character creator doesn't even let players do something as basic as, say, designing a female character with a curvy physique. Clearly, this isn't about offering players a breadth of options, but given that the game's director, Corinne Bush, is a trans woman, the creative direction doesn't come as much of a shock. As a queer trans woman, I have a perspective on games that not everyone has. Dragon Age has long been a place where LGBTQIA+ folks can see people like themselves represented respectfully. It's inherently very queer, and is such a rare thing for marginalised communities to have representation where we feel proud and powerful in how we are depicted. It's so deeply meaningful for so many. I often get emotional when I think about what it would have meant for a younger version of myself to see someone like her in a game, and as a hero no less. I hope we can be a safe space for our queer players to know they are not alone, that they are brilliant and worthy, that they are not only welcome but celebrated. It's almost laughable that a game supposedly championing player choice is so selective about what choice actually means. Apparently, certain preferences are fair game, while others, like the simple ability to give female characters fuller figures, are just too much to handle. Instead, we're treated to a character creator obsessed with top surgery scars, as if that's the ultimate symbol of freedom of expression. Factor in EA and BioWare's cagey handling of review copy distribution, and it's clearer than ever what they really think of freedom in gaming. The restrictive focus ironically undermines the very idea of freedom and variety that character customization is supposed to represent. It suggests that some choices are more acceptable or meaningful than others, depending on the personal ideals of the director rather than the preferences of the player base. When a game's creative direction is shaped more by the identity of its creators than by the aim to give players an open-ended experience, it can feel less like genuine representation and more like advocacy dressed up as inclusivity. But what else is new in Western gaming? What's really interesting is that although people who identify under various subcategories of the LGBT umbrella remain extreme minorities in gaming, making up only a tiny proportion of our population and, of course, the industry consumer base, they seem much more prevalent working amongst the corporate gaming media landscape than their distributed representation among the broader gaming community. This trend suggests that LGBTQ+ individuals may feel more drawn to roles within media and journalism where they can actively shape narratives and promote their ideologies within the industry, which, while in my opinion not bad, it does provide yet another reason why video games are received so differently by the corporate review sites to the general public. For example, in the glowing 9 out of 10 IGN review, Liana Hafer, the writer behind the piece, praises the game, commenting, "While we've been asked by the devs not to spoil specifically who I am talking about here, as a non-binary person myself, Valgard includes some of the most authentic representation of coming to terms with gender stuff and having to navigate your family's reaction to it I've seen yet in a game. It doesn't feel like an after-school special or like I'm being pandered to. It's quite well handled, and finding out that the writer for this character is non-binary themselves did not surprise me at all." Obviously, I have no issue with how people choose to identify. However, I have to say that this comment from the IGN writer is simply off the mark. Themes like this are clearly sprinkled throughout the game as a form of pandering. AAA publishers openly admit that they design games this way to cater to the modern audience, which is quite frankly, a predatory attempt to pander to every niche out there. Furthermore, considering how much the corporate gaming media eats this stuff up, it's no surprise that if developers want glowing reviews, they'll pander to this crowd. For example, the journalist has even cited it as being one of the reasons for her positive review, so clearly the pandering has worked perfectly. While there's nothing wrong with pleasing people like this, as widely documented by now, the constant focus on pandering to specific niches often alienates a significant portion of the broader gaming audience. Many consumers feel that these games no longer cater to their tastes or interests, as storylines and characters seem crafted to check boxes rather than to resonate universally. It's an ongoing issue, and this shift can make some players feel sidelined or even dismissed by the industry as games start to feel less like an escape or a form of entertainment and more like a vehicle for social messaging. The results? Long-time fans may grow disenchanted, seeing their preferences overlooked in favour of trends that they don't identify with, ultimately causing them to disengage. I, for example, don't even have the option to recreate boobs in this game accurately, but I can have top scar surgery scars. What does this say about the current Western entertainment landscape? Say what you will, but the creative choices made for this game go way beyond trivial gripes about identity ideology being shoehorned in. That's a minor issue in comparison to the access media issue. The potential manipulation over who received review copies and who was conveniently left out makes EA and BioWare look, frankly, pretty underhanded. It's almost as if they were more interested in orchestrating a certain narrative than letting the game speak for itself, which doesn't exactly inspire confidence in the quality of the product or their respect for the actual gaming community. Because of all of this, as I pointed out earlier in the video, if we want any real insight into this game, we're just going to have to wait for actual user reviews to roll in. Only then will we finally be able to form an opinion on whether this game is remotely worth spending money on, or if it's just another overhyped hollow release that has been provided with artificial credibility through the often disingenuous corporate gaming media landscape. Bearing all of this in mind, it's clear why this game was quickly swept up in the culture wars, regardless of the game's quality and the obvious review code corruption. Even Forbes would write negatively about the game's politically charged dialogue, criticising certain scenes that unfold. They mention a bit that they believe will play directly into the narrative that this game is woke, feeding a cycle of online discourse that goes nowhere but earns lots of clicks. It will undoubtedly turn many gamers off entirely, not necessarily because they're unsympathetic to trans rights, but because they're tired of being preached at. In the scene in question, one character misgenders another. To atone for this sin, she does a set of push-ups and then lectures the other characters on how to properly apologise. Cringe-inducingly embarrassing stuff. Forbes also adds that the term non-binary is thrown around, despite this being a word that very few people have even heard of when Dragon Age Inquisition came out a decade ago, let alone in a fantasy setting divorced entirely from the real world. This is immersion breaking. Frankly, it's written so poorly that it comes across as self-parody. The character's performative apology is shallow and empty, as all performative apologies are. In my experience, a simple and genuine sorry is better than making a big show of it and then bragging about how much better your apology is. The whole scene feels freshly cut from some conversation in an undergrad gender studies class in the year 2024. The kind of conversations said undergrads will someday look back on and cringe over. Regarding this, they add, you can see how misguided the game's writers truly are in this scene. They're making it all about them. Also, they can be praised for their progressive bona fides rather than doing the hard work required to tell stories that might actually evoke in players true empathy and understanding. Tapping into that, creating something that people can relate to requires more than a cudgel. Nobody enjoys being beaten over the head. In the parlance of our times, do better, BioWare. Do better, BioWare. Do better, indeed. But, to be fair to them, they're not the only people currently that Dragon Age is making look foolish. This brings us to the latest Dragon Age drama, one that, fittingly enough, involves an apology. So let's begin digging into this. On the 29th of October, GamesRadar.com reported that just before the review embargo lifted on Dragon Age the Veilguard, the Twitterverse buzzed with explosive posts from a user who claimed their friend had snagged a review copy. Teasing their friend's letdown, the tweets showcased in-game snapshots of a custom main character Rook decked out in bold facial tattoos. Overall, the game had been no stranger to the perilous waters of pre-launch social media leaks, but the plot thickened dramatically in this instance. YouTube influencer Matty Schroeder, famously known as Mr. Matty Plays, dropped his much anticipated review of the game. A 40-minute in-depth critique of the game that I praised on this channel in the previous episode for the level of honesty it seemed to feature in comparison to much of the corporate drivel I had read. While Schroeder voiced his disappointment with the game, the real shocker came when fans noticed that the Rook in his video was a dead ringer for the one from those earlier mysterious leaks. Unsurprisingly, this controversy ignited debates across gaming forums and social media, stirring up a storm as fans and critics alike clamoured to connect the dots. The jig was up, intentional or not. And the footage was clearly from him, so the embargo had been broken. This would result in an extremely grovelling and long-winded apology in the form of a twitlonger, which I will paraphrase to some degree, bearing in mind that it's over 800 words long, but it reads: I think it goes without saying, but today has been an extremely hard day. I really appreciate your patience as I looked into things. First off, I would like to apologise to everyone at BioWare and EA. I've already reached out to them to let them know the truth. We already have plans to sit down and have a conversation about it. That is my gameplay. It was never my intention for clips of Dragon Age to get released ahead of the embargo lifting. I had shared these 2 clips of the game with an editor of mine. It is to my understanding that these clips were then taken, shared again, and went down the chain to someone far removed from both of us, who then posted them claiming to be associated with me. So yes, the clips are mine. If BioWare, EA or any other game company chooses not to work with me over this, then I fully understand and accept that. If you, the viewers of my content, choose not to trust me because you deem me irresponsible with the privilege I was given as a game reviewer, I also fully understand and accept that. But it's the next part of the twitlonger where things begin to get a bit spicier. With that said, it's extremely important for me to firmly shut down one element of this narrative going around about me. Whoever shared these clips on X with the attached hateful comments and replies is not me. I have no clue who runs that account. They are most definitely not my friend, and they stand against everything I believe in. I am only speculating, but I think whoever took my game footage and tweeted it as if they were connected with me was quite deliberate, as it's an easy way to paint me in a bad light. Beyond any guesses I may have, I would never leak my own footage on an alt account and then use that exact same footage in my review. Said account no longer exists, and it is my understanding that it is because it was reported multiple times following the public ridicule it rightfully received. There's no room for that type of hate. I know I can't convince each and every one of you, but I do think you will deserve an explanation. At the end of the day, my circle of trust was breached, and it was my fault for sending a clip in the first place. I'm deeply disheartened by the amount of people who believed that this Twitter account was me. I don't expect a blind loyalty, yet it hurts to see just how quickly I was thrown under the bus. The sad reality of it all is the damage is done, and many people have made up their minds about me today. Since I have started covering this game, many angry opinions have fallen in my lap. When I played the preview, I thoroughly enjoyed it and had a chance to interview the game's director, Corinne Bush. On that video, people were sending hate my way because they wanted their opinions heard. Now I have put out my honest and objective review, and people are still unhappy with my personal opinion. It has always been my goal to deliver fair, honest coverage of video games and elevate the conversation, not fan the flames. I'm deeply sad that my clips have played into the detraction of a game that, as stated in my review, others may enjoy more than me. The statements made about my character today have broken my heart into a million pieces. I don't say that so you will feel bad for me, I just feel it's important to give my love to those who willingly stood by me in the face of all of this. I know it wasn't easy having your ethics in question just by being in my vicinity. Thanks for taking the time to read this, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. Stay sexy, stay active, Matty. Wow. That was one big BP oil spill style apology. While I do feel some empathy towards Matt in this unfortunate situation, let's be clear. This apology is drowning in melodrama. It's over the top to the point of undermining its purpose. Apologising is one thing, but this level of self-flagellation, especially towards a massive, faceless corporation like BioWare or EA, comes across as unnecessarily submissive. Personally, I think that in situations like these, less is more. A concise acknowledgement of the mistake, a straightforward plan to prevent it from happening again, and a brief reassurance to fans would be far more effective. Apologies to big corporations, especially when they're written with such excessive emotion that they feel oddly misplaced, well, Matty has presented himself as a figure of pity rather than a confident, capable individual. We have seen situations like this enough times online to know that over-apologising doesn't sit well with most fans. It shifts the focus from addressing the issue to begging for approval. In my opinion, this isn't the kind of image you want to project as a creator. It makes your content and ultimately you seem shaky and unsure of yourself. But that's just my opinion. I personally do not like the idea of grovelling to the public or billion-dollar corporations, but I guess at least he didn't sing his apology with a ukulele. While this situation is undoubtedly a bit cringeworthy, it's another part of this story where things got worse. As all of this drama was unfolding, CEO, designer and former team lead for OG World of Warcraft, Mark Kern, using his well-known X account Grums, would post some damning information. The prominent voice in the anti-woke movement would tweet out, "Leak. BioWare and EA caught red-handed. Mr. Matty Play's agreement supposedly leaked. It wasn't a conspiracy theory, it was true. Return to form a required phrase. Content creation guidelines for Dragon Age Veilguard leaked. If true, this confirms everything. There is so much more here. You cannot talk about woke. This is access journalism. This is bullcrap, and we have to tear the corrupt system all down." Beneath the statement, an apparent non-disclosure agreement for Dragon Age the Veilguard addressed to Matt would be attached. It essentially outlines that the phrase "return to form" has to be used in all reviews, and that the identity politics in the game cannot be criticised under any circumstances. An interesting turn of events. If all of it wasn't just one big fat lie, Colin Moriarty, who is listed as one of the recipients of this alleged NDA, would come out and say this is completely fake. Ultimately, X's community notes feature confirms this all to be fake news. Matty too would swiftly clap back at the accusation that his NDA had been leaked, commenting that "Misinformation like this is damaging to the gaming community. This post is unbelievably false and is not the NDA I signed with EA. Not even remotely close. The creator of this post even stated they are inclined to believe it is untrue. This is the last time I will be speaking about this moving forward." While Matty understandably seems annoyed by this, I have to say from his tweets that he is just plain factually wrong. The fake NDA is not misinformation, it is blatant disinformation, and there is a huge difference. I very rarely moan about semantics, but I do feel this needs to be clarified. Misinformation is false or inaccurate information that is shared without the intention to deceive. This can happen when people unknowingly pass along incorrect facts, rumours or misunderstandings, believing them to be true. Something that Grums is 100% guilty of in this circumstance. Disinformation, on the other hand, is deliberately false information spread with the intent to deceive or manipulate people. This dishonesty is often used to influence public opinion, mislead audiences, or cause confusion, with the original creator of the fake NDA document itself certainly being guilty of this misdeed. The NDA has clearly been designed to attempt to damage the reputation of either Matty or Dragon Age itself. It's a downright nasty, unnecessary and repugnant thing to do, and due to its salacious nature, Grum's tweeting out this disinformation has so far reached 1.6 million people and counting. That's potentially a lot of people now with a false impression of things. Whether Grum's tweeted this disinformation purposefully or not, it certainly does demonstrate one thing. There are clearly bad actors on both sides of the Dragon Age drama coin, as shown by the deceitful fake NDA agreement. Grum's has, unsurprisingly, attracted criticism, especially from progressive voices on the left. Known for his online activism, including his past support for the Gamergate movement, his recent outspoken opposition to diversity and inclusion initiatives in video games, heightened by the recent Stellar Blade controversy, has intensified this divide. This has continuously amplified his already polarizing reputation. In fact, since the fake NDA tweets were sent out, it's not just those on the left who have been criticising his often excessive actions. His recent act received harsh criticism even on Side Scrollers, a show that often features Grums as a guest, along with lots of other right-leaning personalities in gaming. Oh No, It's Alex would scathingly comment regarding Grums that I think he's been a net negative. Okay, I think what happens is that anytime he's attached to something, there's so much baggage with him that it comes around and it literally brings down any sort of even semi-positive movement that is happening towards games. You can make the argument like, oh, we want games to be better, we don't really want to be force-fed bad writing bad games. This is really just like you're trying to satiate a market that isn't there. It is this thing where what happens is he makes so many mistakes continuously throughout trying to consolidate data and whatnot that it just does not help any sort of movement that he's attached to, and it makes everyone look like clowns. Although he's categorically putting things together, the problem is that it becomes like, how far in the fringe are you willing to let someone like this impact a scene in gaming, a hobby that many people definitely enjoy because they have something they want to push? Honestly, I'm going to be real about this. It's two sides of the same coin. You just got retards on both sides fighting for control. Like, how about stop and just make the good video game? Based! And an absolutely hilarious description of the culture wars. Personally, I think Alex's analysis is spot on. The two sides of the same coin is due to the horseshoe theory. The horseshoe theory in political science suggests that extreme ideologies on both the left and right converge in behaviours or outcomes despite their differing ideals. Both extremes often exhibit deep anti-establishment sentiments, propose utopian visions justifying radical actions, and employ similar tactics to push their messaging. Both sides have simplistic black and white world views, leading to the demonization of opponents and an uncompromising stance. Moreover, these groups are typically reactionary, defining themselves more by what they oppose rather than by foundational ideologies. The video game industry, particularly in Western countries, is largely based in urban areas that are culturally more progressive. The creators, developers, and other industry professionals often reflect the social norms and values of these environments, which tend to lean left politically and socially. Corporate social responsibility also plays a role, as companies are increasingly expected to support social justice issues, using games as platforms for advocacy on topics like diversity and inclusion. These factors combine to make progressive messaging more common in the industry, as it aligns with both the cultural leanings of the creators and the strategic business decisions of the industry. So I think it is very important that we regularly critique this imbalance, but I don't think we should try to replace one set of extremes with another. Partisan politics suck, including in gaming. Regarding the recent tweet of infamy, which has the potential for a lot of unnecessary reputational damage, apart from tweeted out fake news, I think the other issue is how Grums chose to frame the post. Labelling information as a leak implies a level of exclusivity and truth to the information that may not exist if it's unverified, which we know in retrospect it was unverified. This misled his audience into taking the information more seriously than they should. He also used this salacious line: "It wasn't a conspiracy theory, it was true." Asserting that something was true prior to verification undermines a writer's integrity and can lead to spreading misinformation, or in this case, actually purposefully producing disinformation. It is crucial to check facts before making definitive statements like this. By the way, simply stating later in the text, "If true, this confirms everything," contradicts the earlier absolute assertions. It's a nonsense way of writing, eroding trust in his credibility. Ethically, I think it's irresponsible to assert something as fact that has not been confirmed. It can cause unnecessary panic or mislead public opinion, affecting perceptions and decisions based on false premises. I believe that online personalities with captive audiences have a duty of care to perform due diligence in their reporting, and clearly in this particular instance, none was done. I feel this is even more important for an internet user like Grums, who is spearheading a political movement in gaming. Many members of his audience take what he says as gospel because he can be considered a person of authority, having worked in the very industry he's critiquing. Further to this, everything he writes for public consumption will always be scrutinised under a microscope, more so than the average Twitter user. Sloppy mistakes like this provide great ammunition for his detractors and political enemies, which is certainly far from ideal for someone who puts himself in the metaphorical firing line. If you're someone who regularly makes such strong, bold statements, you wanna fucking make sure your statements are watertight and factually correct, as it doesn't just hurt his credibility, but everyone who echoes everything he says. Speaking of which, while already on the topic of due diligence, this raises a parallel issue I would also like to mention. On this channel, I do my absolute utmost to provide you with the most accurate information possible, usually with the sources for where I got all of the information for a topic listed in my descriptions below. However, some weeks on the internet are not as salacious as others, and I often find that no particularly interesting news has emerged for me to discuss, so I normally resort in those instances to just covering a topic that's not trending. I'm just putting it out there that in these dry news weeks, there are a lot of creators out there who magically have some fantastically timed rumours to report on rather than verified news, and will often spout information given to them by so-called anonymous sources rather than supply us with anything sufficient and concrete. Sure, I understand that linking rumours and information from anonymous sources will certainly generate the most clicks, as you can link these stories to whatever is trending, but don't you think it's all a bit convenient that these anonymous sources always come forward when there's no actual news to talk about? It's food for thought, isn't it? I, personally, don't trust any information without a verified source. As for Grums, to give the man his due, he would acknowledge that his post about Matty wasn't actually true, commenting about the NDA. "I posted this as a rumoured link and it turns out it was false. Sometimes rumours don't pan out to be true. I'm leaving this up because it is already community noted and I'm not trying to hide a mistake. Thanks to my followers who helped track this down. You guys deserve better vetted information and I'll be doing that much more in the future." Regardless of this response, this is why these days I attempt to comment on rumours as little as possible. Without accurate information, commenting on rumours can easily come back to bite you. Engaging with unsubstantiated claims can lead to the spread of misinformation, or worse, disinformation. This unnecessarily harms reputations and undermines credibility, so in my opinion, it should be avoided when possible. Discussions and comments must be based on verified facts to maintain trust and integrity in communication. This approach helps prevent potential misunderstandings and avoids the negative consequences that arise from perpetuating or giving credence to baseless rumours. spreading fake rumours about a game like Dragon Age, which was already being criticised for its portrayal of gender ideology and alleged gatekeeping of reviewers, significantly detracts from the constructive criticism the game has been receiving and meaningful discourse around what has transpired. This is a massive shame, considering the misdeeds that took place throughout Dragon Age's review process. Ubisoft has turned into a complete joke and is consistently making colossal mistakes that severely tarnish its reputation. Once known for delivering groundbreaking franchises like Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, the company seems to be assassinating itself, becoming a far cry of its former self, plagued by lackluster game releases, constant delays and uninspired sequels that feel more like cash grabs than genuine efforts to entertain. You could say they are a shadow of who they once were, but I'd probably cover everything there is to know about that part of this show later this week. One thing is for sure, their over-reliance on bloated open-world formulas, excessive microtransactions, and an inability to listen to fan feedback has left gamers feeling disgusted and disillusioned regarding the Ubisoft brand. And these are some of the less embarrassing issues the company has faced recently, as games like Star Wars Outlaws has people talking about them for all the wrong reasons. Despite multiple opportunities to turn things around, Ubisoft seems stuck in a cycle of poor decision-making time and time again, proving they've lost touch with what made their old games sell well in the past. In fact, Ubisoft's knack for doing stupid shit in 2024 has become so extensive that it's genuinely hard to keep track of all the nonsense they've managed to pull off. But, of course, they wasted no time and are off to a flying start in this category as early as January, as the stupid company were determined to set the bar for incompetence right from the get-go. As part of their predatory push towards convincing consumers to spend out on their god-awful subscription service, in an interview with GameIndustry.biz, Ubisoft Director of Subscriptions Philippe Tremblay would foolishly suggest that gamers need to become more comfortable with not owning their games. Considering how much many gamers value physical media and how little effort publishers put into game preservation, this would rightfully cause outrage. He stated, "One of the things we saw is that gamers are used to, a little bit like DVD, having and owning their games. That's the consumer shift that needs to happen. They got comfortable with not owning their CD collection or DVD collection. That's a transformation that's been a bit slower to happen in games. So it's about feeling comfortable with not owning your game." Naturally, this sparked a predictable wave of criticism online as countless people jumped to the conclusion that Ubisoft's true intention is to strip players of control and trap them in a system where they have absolutely no permanent access to the games they've shelled out their hard-earned money for. It reeked of yet another shameless attempt to squeeze every last penny from the community, treating loyal customers as nothing more than mindless, walking ATMs rather than acknowledging them as passionate enthusiasts who genuinely value the connection and sense of ownership they have with their gaming experiences. Essentially, Ubisoft had made themselves look disgusting. Predictably, not long after this gloriously tone-deaf statement, Ubisoft's share prices took a well-deserved nosedive, with many chalking it up to the company's impeccable talents for saying exactly the wrong thing. But, as if on cue, things deteriorated further. Enter the Stop Killing Games campaign, a movement born out of pure exasperation when Ubisoft, in their boundless wisdom, decided to unceremoniously pull the plug on online support for The Crew. Despite selling over 2 million copies, loyal players who had poured their time, energy and money into the game were unceremoniously tossed aside as Ubisoft abruptly cut off access, leaving them with yet another useless product gathering dust. If there was ever any doubt that Ubisoft should be the last name associated with game preservation and digital-only gaming, this stunt erased it completely. And that's not even getting started on their train wrecks of video game projects this year. Ubisoft's recent offerings have been nothing short of a masterclass in mediocrity, riddled with a complete lack of originality, mind-numbingly repetitive gameplay, countless bugs and glitches, and a relentless obsession with squeezing every last penny out of players. It's no wonder that long-time fans who once eagerly anticipated each new release now roll their eyes in exasperation. Instead of evolving or, heaven forbid, actually listening to what players want, Ubisoft stubbornly clings to outdated formulas, churning out uninspired sequels that feel more like obligatory chores than actual adventures. Even worse, they've somehow managed to cater to an imaginary modern audience who, surprise, surprise, doesn't exist, leaving the rest of us with downright embarrassing games. It's astonishing how effectively they've squandered every ounce of goodwill their past successes once earned them. If you've spent even a fraction of time online in 2024, you're already painfully aware that 2 of their games have been lapping up the lion's share of negative attention. One is Assassin's Creed Shadows, which I might just grace with a breakdown later this week if enough of you hit that subscribe button, and the other is the pathetically bad Star Wars Outlaws. Unfortunately though, if you possess even the faintest understanding of the entertainment industry, you'd be all too excruciatingly aware of what a dreadful year it has been for the Star Wars brand. Case in point, the utterly tone-deaf catastrophe that is Star Wars The Acolyte, which somehow managed to snag the prestigious honour of being the least watched Star Wars series on Disney Plus ever. This horrible show faced well-deserved criticism for its blatant disregard of established Star Wars lore and its heavy-handed attempt to inject modern political agendas into a universe that fans once loved for its timeless escapism. Instead of delivering the thrilling, epic storytelling that made Star Wars iconic, the series came off as a dull, preachy mess with uninspired characters and lackluster plot lines that couldn't even muster up a fraction of the excitement that previous entries had. Unsurprisingly, this abysmal approach led to abysmal viewership numbers, with each episode feeling like the creator, Leslie Headland, had written the series to amuse herself rather than making any attempts to appeal to the established audience. Many fans quickly recognised that The Acolyte felt less like a genuine Star Wars series and more like a vanity project where Leslie Headland shoehorned her own life experience into an established universe. And, of course, this theory was promptly validated when Headland herself openly admitted in multiple interviews that she had, in fact, created the show this way. Unsurprisingly, it ended up lacking the spirit and essence of the beloved films from the 70s and 80s. It's no wonder then that The Acolyte secured its place as one of the most disastrous flops in Star Wars history. I suppose this is what you get when you're more concerned with pushing your own agenda and indulging yourself, rather than bothering with anything as trivial as quality storytelling. Given that disasters like The Acolyte exist, it's hardly surprising that Ubisoft and modern Star Wars are the ultimate match made in hell. So naturally, Star Wars Outlaws ended up being the perfect cocktail of everything wrong with both. The game was hyped as the first open-world Star Wars experience, and you'd think that with a franchise this legendary they might have actually put in a bit of effort. But, of course, instead we're handed yet another bland, uninspired mess that barely justifies its existence. And as if anyone needed more warning signs, criticism about the game started rolling in long before its release, with the most of the early attention being garnered from the game's snooze fest of a protagonist. Kay Vess, the star character from the title, has regularly had her design called out by gamers as an example of the uglification of women in gaming. A commonly held belief amongst some is that there is an agenda within game development to desexualize all female characters in gaming. A subtopic I have recently learned more about, but we will discuss more on why this appears to be happening shortly. As for the criticism of Kay Vess's design specifically, the internet had a field day when they discovered that Humbly Gonzalez, the real-life actress behind Kay Vess, is infinitely more attractive looking than the in-game character she played. I mean, it's almost a talent show how Ubisoft managed to take a genuinely gorgeous actress and somehow churn out the most painfully average, forgettable protagonist imaginable. It's It's as if they went out their way to strip K-Vess of any trace of sex appeal just to make sure she was as bland as humanly possible. While some believe the uglification of women in gaming doesn't exist and it's just a conspiracy theory based on pattern recognition, I have some information to share with you later that suggests otherwise. Stay tuned for that. At the very least though, we should praise Ubisoft for their consistency. They managed to design a character as bland as the rest of their game. On the 9th of April 2024, the predictably bad trailer for Star Wars Outlaws finally dropped, with it expectedly being met with tens of thousands of dislikes and a flood of scathing comments. This certainly didn't look like the Star Wars game that the majority of Star Wars fans were looking for. People were justifiably disappointed. Sometimes in circumstances where creatives get things wrong, like with the creation of Ugly Sonic for example, in rare cases the corporations actually listen to the potential audience. However, rather than attempting to address the overwhelming backlash, the game's lead writer Nikki Foy decided the best course of action was to lock down her X account, shielding herself from any criticism from having worked on the poorly produced title. Meanwhile, as fans and gamers were tearing apart the characters, the game's associate art director Marta Jonkers, in a truly heroic display of delusion, would step up to defend Kay's design but would do so by issuing the most laughable excuse imaginable. Mart would comment, "We put a lot of care into her design and what she's wearing and how she looks to tell her story. She has a lot of elements in her design that tell a bit of her story. For example, she has a broken nose. She's been through a lot. You can see that she has scars and stuff." Oh, brilliant! Because apparently it only takes a couple of scars and a broken nose to build a strong female protagonist. Truly groundbreaking work, Mart. Truly. Later in July, Ubisoft would collaborate with the equally dreadful IGN to share 10 minutes of Outlaws gameplay with the world. At the time of writing this, the YouTube video has hilariously received 85% dislikes, receiving 78,000 downvotes and only 13,000 likes. The comment section is filled with players burying the game and making their intentions clear that they will not be buying it. From this point on, people began gleefully tearing apart the game's numerous graphical and AI issues on social media, highlighting just how buggy and broken the entire mess was. But despite all of this, Ubisoft stubbornly refused to delay the game. The negativity surrounding the game was so overwhelming that during a routine earnings call, even one of Ubisoft's investors couldn't resist questioning the train wreck. They dared to ask CEO Yves Guillemot if there were any plans to delay the game and actually fix the countless issues. But in true Ubisoft fashion, the CEO responded with, "The game has gone gold, so the date is well confirmed for the 13th of August. The Outer Touch leader executive would also add, "We have factored in a strong launch for Star Wars Outlaws that reflects the fact that it is among the most awaited games of the industry this year and has a really strong positive community sentiment. And also the fact that we are coming with the biggest marketing campaign ever so far for a Ubisoft game." All I can say is, if there really is a strong positive community sentiment, I'm struggling to find it. Moving closer to the release of the game, the title would continue to be scrutinised and ridiculed by online observers, repeatedly pointing out more bugs and glitches and the protagonist's cripplingly bland design. While publicly the CEO was choosing to actively ignore all of this, the game's creative director Julian Geraghty would appear to be more thin-skinned, eventually clapping back at gamers. Speaking to the Washington Post in an ironic twist, would opt to step up and tell the world that gamers are not worth listening to. He would defiantly defend the character's design, stating that Kay is meant to be approachable, a petty thief who ends up barreling through this story, making bad decisions and centered with a lot of humor, humility and toughness. That's what's important to me. And she's beautiful, come on. After all, nothing says a traditional beauty on a woman like scars and a broken nose. He would vehemently disagree with the gaming public's opinion regarding the design, complaining that it makes no sense to me and it's not worth engaging with. If you engage with bad faith people, there's no nuance and no possibility of real dialogue, so all we can do is make the best game possible. Julian's statements are the perfect example of yet another Ubisoft mouthpiece who can't handle valid criticism and instead hides behind his own inflated sense of self-importance. And they seriously wonder why we're not buying their games anymore. His desperate attempt to cling to his so-called ideal version of Kate reeks of someone who refuses to acknowledge any perspective outside his own. Dismissing anyone who doesn't align with his vision as bad faith people is nothing more than classic gaslighting. Instead of considering that others might have thoughtful critiques about character design and storytelling, he'd rather pretend any disagreement is driven by malice. The way he smugly insists that Kay is approachable while hyping up her toughness and beauty comes across as nothing more than a checklist exercise that is so typical of these creatively bankrupt people. The very idea that toughness and femininity can't coexist unless they're wrapped up in battle scars and a busted nose shows just how two-dimensional this lot's thinking can be. It's painfully obvious he's pushing a shallow cookie-cutter idea of what a heroine should be, all while using fancy words to avoid any real discussion about dull, to some extent ugly design choices. This is exactly the kind of mentality that makes Ubisoft a joke. And trust me, there is plenty more where that came from. It seems the moment Ubisoft realised they couldn't squeeze an ounce of genuine excitement from the gaming community, they predictably resorted to their favourite tactic: throwing money around. Instead of addressing any actual issues or delivering a quality product, they opted to pay influencers to, well, influence. There's nothing unusual about this, as I've also been paid to advertise specific games on occasion. After all, if a company wants a bespoke video that highlights the positives of their game, it's reasonable to expect a fee for that service. Creating paid promotions takes considerable time and effort, and these videos often receive fewer views than regular content, since audiences tend to prefer organic content over advertisements. Therefore, charging a fee for the time invested and access to an established platform seems fairly reasonable to me. Ubisoft's approach to Star Wars Outlaws wasn't just different, it was downright shameless. Instead of the usual route of paying influencers for some straightforward, dedicated content, this dubious company took it to a whole new level of desperation. They didn't just pay them, they plucked them from their homes, flew them to California, and then proceeded to shower them with VIP trips to Disney World. Oh, and just to really seal the deal, they threw in a whale-watching experience for some, because why not go the extra mile when you're practically begging for good publicity? Let's be real here. This isn't marketing, it's borderline bribery. By pulling out all these stops, they're not just buying influencers' time, they're attempting to buy their loyalty, manipulating them both financially and emotionally. It's quite honestly pathetic and Russian oligarch level shit, and nothing screams we have faith in our game like bribing influencers with a little sunshine and Mickey Mouse. God, I hate this company. The reality is that none of this was about giving shameless influencers a good time, it was about manufacturing positivity. They weren't content to let the game speak for itself. Oh no, Ubisoft needed to grease the wheels, make sure those promoting it were thoroughly pampered, and then send them back out to sing Ubisoft's praises. After all, why bother making a game worth playing when you can just buy the goodwill instead? This serves as just another prime example of Ubisoft's tendency to rely on manipulation and shallow PR stunts rather than delivering genuine quality to the gamers who, quite frankly, deserve so much better. Out of those, Ubisoft would attempt to buy favour from the YouTuber known as Star Wars Theory, who would confirm their interactions on his channel, stating, "At the end of the day, yeah, they did reach out. We were potentially going to do something. I gave them," his fee he means, "an exorbitant amount of money. I was like, well, you need to give me this, and look, there's going to be a ton of things in the contract that will not bind me to any sort of tailoring of what I need to or don't need to say about this game. If it's complete arse, I'm going to be totally candid about that. And so at the end of the day, nothing was signed. Nothing was done. And I'm happy about that because the game looks like absolute shit. It looks like garbage. It's good to hear at least some of the Star Wars influencers are honest. He later confirms, yeah, we were in talks. They did reach out, surprisingly. I was like, oh, okay. I spoke to my network and that he was a middleman and that was it. I made him know for sure. I'm like, look, I ain't gonna play nice man. Like, if it's, you know, a certain way, I'm going to tell you how I feel about it. They know how I am anyways. In the end, I didn't sign anything, I didn't conform, I did nothing. No matter what the compensations were, it's my way or it's not when it comes to my channel. I'll never take a certain amount of money and then sign a contract which says I can say or can't say something. Like, screw that dude, I don't need that. Based. While Ubisoft was more than happy to splash the cash on whisking YouTubers away to Disneyland, come August 2024, they couldn't quite keep up the facade, as reports rolled in about them laying off around 45 employees. Just goes to show that, despite all the glitzy influencer trips, this company nearly isn't as generous as they'd like everyone to believe. But hey, why bother treating your staff decently when you can spend the money on buying superficial goodwill from YouTubers instead? Speaking to Bloomberg, a Ubisoft spokesperson stated that a difficult yet necessary decision was made to align these studios' organizations with their future business and development objectives, leading many to speculate if this was a decision that was made to help brace for the, by this point, almost inevitable failure of Star Wars Outlaws. On the 30th of August 2024, Star Wars Outlaws finally limped its way onto the market, greeted by an underwhelming and utterly forgettable reception, with reviewers generously slapping a 7 out of 10 on it, a score that's become a running joke in gaming circles. IGN would ignorantly be one of the publications to give it this score, as it's the classic case of game journalist math, where a 7 out of 10 means mediocre at best, yet somehow gets masqueraded as a good score. It's laughably transparent at this point. What should be a blatant 5 on a proper 1 to 10 scale gets puffed up by critics desperate to stay in the good graces of game publishers. This constant pandering and refusal to call out genuinely subpar games is why so many have lost faith in these so-called professional reviews and are increasingly relying on independent content creators for their opinions instead. So largely these days, what game journalists think deservedly doesn't have the impact it once had in the past anyway. So, how did the game begin to perform sales-wise? As sales figures began to trickle in, it would be reported that in my country, the United Kingdom, Star Wars Outlaws sales figures were 55% lower than Star Wars Jedi Survivor, further illustrating the lack of interest in this game and the missteps that had been made with it. Soon became apparent that sales were less than expected for this game across the board. Building on issues surrounding the newly released game, some bugs would reportedly be so bad they would stop players from progressing in the game. This led to emails being circulated from the people behind the game that would advise players to start an entirely new game with a brand new save to prevent the problem. On top of the numerous bugs and the uninspiring character design that can be found in the game, gamers would criticize the title for its stealth elements being considered too basic and not very challenging, with the title feeling monotonous and lacking variety. The game neither looks like the Star Wars everyone knows and loves, nor does it play like games people actually like either. In addition to the countless bugs and the utterly bland character design, it seems that gamers dared to expect more from this title's so-called stealth elements, which turned out to be as simplistic as they come. Every aspect of the game feels like a repetitive chore, with about as much excitement as watching paint dry. It's almost impressive how they managed to create something that neither captures the iconic look of Star Wars nor delivers a gameplay that anyone with any shred of taste would find remotely enjoyable. If Ubisoft has perfected one skill in recent years, it's the uncanny ability to churn out the most uninspired, unappealing creations imaginable. If there wasn't already enough negativity surrounding this corporate disaster, rest assured that some of the game's staff couldn't resist chiming in with even more tone-deaf takes, along with a generous helping of tasteless jabs at both gamers and the Star Wars community. After all, the game isn't the problem here, right? The journalist said it's a 7 out of 10, so clearly you must be the issue. In an interview with CGMagOnline.com, Outlaws read scriptwriter Nikki Foy and Humberly Gonzalez, who portrayed Kay Vess, jumped at the chance to spread their misguided opinions across the internet. The interviewer Dana Eileen would ask Foy the following question. So, our nerdy fandoms, especially things like Star Wars, present very male-dominated, whether that's the creative team or the fans. What's it like to lead the charge on this, both as the creative team and as the voice and the body of Star Wars Outlaws? To lead this male-dominated universe and have it be women first right now? Before even moving forward, I have to interject that this question is idiotic, as Star Wars has never been entirely male-dominated because it has consistently featured strong female characters and maintained a sizable female fan base from the very beginning. Princess Leia, introduced in 1977, was a pioneering figure who embodied leadership and strength, standing on equal footing with male characters and founding member of the Rebel Alliance. Mon Mothma is also a woman. Strong females have never been absent from Star Wars. But who cares about the facts when you can insert in some spicy identity politics, hey? Rather than acknowledge what I just acknowledged, Foy claimed that she loved Princess Leia but wanted to be Han Solo, which is fair considering how cool that character is, but here's where things get stupid. She goes on to tell a tale regarding constructing a lightsaber at the Star Wars attraction known as Galaxy's Edge. She states while there, "I just cried very hard the whole time because it was like this brand meant so much to me and I didn't have someone like Kay to really see myself in. I loved Princess Leia, but I wanted to be Han, right? And I think getting to bring that to life is so special, and our whole team really, that's been the goal from the beginning. It's been really special." So, that's right, the bland, dreadful Kay Vess, who we are bored to tears by, is, according to the writer herself, a female version of Han Solo that she can see herself in. No wonder people hate this self-insertion character so much, as comparing her to such a legendary figure in Star Wars lore pretty much meant that Kay Vess was doomed to fail from the start. People love Han Solo largely because of Harrison Ford's unparalleled charisma and good looks, which brought the character to life in an unforgettable way. Ford's effortless charm, roguish smile, and confident swagger made Han instantly captivating, turning what could have been a typical rogue into a deeply magnetic presence. Tell me how this ugly design of a woman with a broken nose has any chance of resonating with fans in the same way. The very idea is ridiculous, if not completely delusional. Actress Humberly Gonzalez would give an even more perplexing answer, though in the process lambasting the entire video game industry, stating that it tends to have a lot of limitations and misogyny and kind of in and out politics of who can be a part of it and who you want to play as. These words are utterly ridiculous. Humberly Gonzalez's statement reeks of someone who hasn't spent much time actually engaging with modern gaming. The video game industry is one of the most diverse and inclusive entertainment sectors out there today, with a wide range of protagonists, female, male, non-binary, and everything in between across countless genres. In fact, it's so diverse that it doesn't actually reflect the rest of the world and the people who play it, which is one of the reasons why so many people see diversity in gaming as a shallow corporate box-ticking exercise rather than an attempt to improve the game's quality. But why let facts get in the way of a good virtue signal, am I right? If anything, the only limitations here seem to be in her understanding of the gaming world. This embarrassingly corporate mouthpiece then uses this as an opportunity to score minority points, even though her race was never part of the question that was asked, adding, "Representation is incredible for me as an immigrant Latina in Canada to bring, to even get to speak about my country, about Venezuela. Even in Star Wars, there aren't a lot of Latinas in this space. And so for me, I knew that this was going to mean a lot, not just to me and my community and my family, but to everybody else who's watching it too and playing it. I despise statements like this. I think that these people are so weird and self-absorbed to be so obsessed with their race and personal identity. No one asked for this information. It says so much more about her for bringing this up in the first place, as it wasn't even relevant to the question and suggests she has some kind of chip on her shoulder to want to bring it up. At the end of the day, representation doesn't matter. What does this mean anyway? Being the same race as someone doesn't mean that they represent you, nor that you represent them. It's egomaniacal and shallow to think that way. What truly matters are individual merit, skills, and character rather than demographic characteristics. No child should ever be taught to look up to someone more than someone else purely on the basis of sharing a few ethnic characteristics. It's bullshit. It honestly disgusts me that the likes of Hollywood and the entertainment industry as a whole place so much emphasis on skin colour. It sickens me. If representation truly mattered, then shouldn't I, in theory, be looking up to people such as Rishi Sunak and Kamala Harris, because they are powerful people of influence in the West? After all, they carry South Asian heritage like me. By this actress's logic, I should be able to take a personal sense of pride from their achievements and feel represented by them. But the truth is, I feel exactly the same about them as the politicians who are black, Caucasian, whatever. Race is such a trivial thing to be obsessed about, and quite frankly, I find this really weird, how it's the first thing these people always bring up. True representation should be about finding inspiration from those whose actions, principles, and successes resonate on a deeper level, regardless of their cultural background. Race shouldn't come into the equation. Regarding the rest of her answer, especially referencing her claim that there are no Latino people in Star Wars, well, Star Wars is packed to the brim with actresses and actors who identify as Latino, making me question whether she has ever seen Star Wars in the first place. Oscar Isaac, who played Poe Dameron, is of Guatemalan and Cuban descent. Pedro Pascal, the Mandalorian, is of Chilean descent, and Diego Luna, who portrayed Cassian Andor, is of Mexican descent. If we are talking women, the now legendary Gina Carano, who played Cara Dune, is of Mexican descent, and Adria Arjona, who plays Bix Kayleen in Andor, is of Guatemalan and Puerto Rican descent. The list goes on and on, showcasing she didn't know what she was talking about and was, as is usual with these sorts of people, moral grandstanding for the sake of it. Neither Star Wars nor gaming is short of contributors from Central and South America. Seriously, I wish people understood the products they were working on before running their mouths about representation. Clearly, none of this was enough to help Ubisoft, as by early December, the company's stock price dropped by 7%. This would come in the wake of Outlaws reportedly only receiving soft sales. That parkplace.com would report that this would lead to investors AJ Investments sending an open letter to Ubisoft's board of directors, encouraging them to go private or sell to a strategic investor. After detailing how they believe the company should be valued, the firm posited that blame should be placed on the current management. Ubisoft at current state is mismanaged, and shareholders are hostages of Guillermo family members and Tencent who take advantage of them. Management is focused on pleasing investors with beating quarterly results and not focusing on long-term strategy to provide exceptional experience for the gamers. The letter asserts, "We believe that the Guillermo family and Tencent are discounting potential value of Ubisoft in order to buy more shares at lower valuation and eventually take full control of the company at heavily discounted valuation. We value the great work that has been done by the Guillermos over the decades in Ubisoft, but now is the time to move on and restart the business with a new shareholder approach and new management/CEO. the investment firm threatened, "We will use the French minority law to collect enough shareholders to start proxy fight and initiate a sale process of Ubisoft to increase shareholder value for all shareholders." What an absolute show. Shortly after all of this, several financial analysts downgraded Ubisoft stock, blaming Star Wars Outlaws for the disaster, stating it had underperformed and not reached expectations. True Trophies would report that despite the huge amount of money thrown at Outlaws, by the end of the game's first month, it would not rank any higher than 39th on the PlayStation Network charts, further highlighting what a colossal waste of money this project was. By the 25th of September, a document providing new financial targets for Ubisoft would illustrate that they would drastically cut net booking projects for the next financial year. They would cut bookings by 30% after reflecting on the release and lack of release of Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows. At least, though, they would finally admit somewhat the game is a broken mess that needs fixing, by writing, "In response to player feedback, Ubisoft's development teams are currently fully mobilized to swiftly implement a series of updates to polish and improve the player experience in order to engage a large audience during the holiday season to position Star Wars Outlaws as a strong long-term performer." With things going from bad to worse, a French game union known as Syndicat des Travailleurs de Jeux Vidéo would call for staff strike at Ubisoft as a result of the company demanding staff spend more time at the company's offices. It was believed these structural changes were quickly pushed through as a result of the embarrassing and financially woeful Outlaws disaster. The union challenged this, stating, "This decision was announced immediately after the failure of the profit-sharing negotiations. Exactly like previous salary negotiations, management's proposals were unacceptable. The negotiations timetable was appalling, and management was deaf to the proposals of the various employee representatives. A formal agreement on remote work, with a due process of real negotiation between management and unions, should have taken place. Not an arbitrary decision taken several months in advance, one which guarantees that each person can freely choose its number of remote days and when they are in the week, as well as being counted by the month and not by the week. The union's demands would include an immediate increase in all salaries to compensate for the drop in living standards in recent years, and for employees' opinions to be considered by the implementation of a social dialogue worthy of the name. The union would claim that Ubisoft management seems to confuse monologue with dialogue. As you can probably tell from all of this, Ubisoft doesn't seem like a great place to work at the moment, with the awful failure of Star Wars Outlaws forming just one chapter regarding what's going wrong at the company. With the drama continuing to unfold, YouTuber The Legendary Drops has recently uploaded a video titled, "I talked to Ubisoft devs, it's far worse than we thought," with the content documenting a number of internal problems at the company from the perspective of Ubisoft's own employees. One element I found particularly interesting about this upload was that it provides a decent answer regarding why female characters, including Kay Vess, are so incredibly bland looking. Essentially as bland as Ubisoft games. During the #MeToo movement, Ubisoft faced significant scrutiny and controversy over allegations of sexual harassment, misconduct, and a toxic workplace culture. In mid-2020, numerous reports emerged accusing several high-ranking Ubisoft executives and employees of harassment, discrimination, and abuse of power spanning over many years. A wave of allegations began surfacing on social media and through investigative journalism, with many former and current employees speaking out. This prompted Ubisoft to launch internal investigations. In response, several top executives resigned or were fired. Reports highlighted that a culture of sexism, misogyny, and abuse was pervasive at Ubisoft, with allegations pointing to a long-standing pattern of misconduct that was often ignored or tolerated by management. Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot acknowledged the company's failings and promised comprehensive changes to improve workplace culture, including overhauling HR processes, hiring new executives to lead efforts on diversity and inclusion, and implementing mandatory anti-harassment training for all employees. It appears that, according to current Ubisoft employees, the pervasive fear of facing disciplinary actions from HR has effectively paralysed the creative process, leading to an avoidance of designing female characters who might be interpreted as sexualised. This trepidation has given rise to the proliferation of bland, so-called safe characters such as Kay Vess, whose unremarkable appearance, including her broken nose, fails to resonate with audiences. Thus, our only recourse in this lamentable situation is to continue expressing our discontent loudly and withholding our financial support from such games until the company amends its regrettable practices. The question is that, if Kay Vess was attractive like all of the good video game heroines of the past were, would Star Wars Outlaws have been a more successful game? Well, probably not, considering a bad game is a bad game. However, making her better looking certainly wouldn't have done any harm, and as a result, Ubisoft would have drawn a hell of a lot less negative attention to an already negatively received game. Ghost of Tsushima is absolutely beloved by its fans. Celebrated for its stunning visuals and meticulously designed open world, the game successfully captures the beauty of feudal Japan, offering lush landscapes, dynamic weather, and attention to detail in every corner. This game looks truly beautiful, meaning that it is no wonder that players enjoy exploring its diverse environments so much. This instant classic, with its dense forests and tranquil villages, offers the perfect form of escapism, making it the perfect game to play while winding down, thanks to the fact that it's immersive enough to make players feel like they're actually living in a samurai epic. Pair all of this with a great combat system that masterfully blends traditional samurai swordplay with stealth mechanics. The title offers up the AAA experience, but done right, mixing the perfect level of pick up and play with engagement. Speaking of the mechanics, they are even woven into the story itself, as players are given the choice to fight honourably or adopt more unconventional, stealthy tactics as the Ghost. This works wonderfully as the tale follows Jin Sakai, a samurai who struggles between upholding the samurai code and using stealthier, more ruthless methods to save his people from the Mongol invasion. It champions themes of honour, loyalty, and sacrifice. Perfect things to contemplate as you explain to someone else that you're single by choice, and not because you spend too much time watching YouTube videos about the latest gaming dramas. While on the subject of Tsushima, you might be wondering why I'm talking about it so much in a video that is supposed to be about the drama surrounding Ghost of Yote. So my answer to that is that context is everything, and in order to understand the current drama around the upcoming release, we first have to understand the drama that emerged around its predecessor, as all of the negativity that is circling today partially exists due to what's happened with Tsushima previously. So with that said, let's jump into covering Tsushima's spicy past. Ghost of Tsushima was developed by Sucker Punch Productions and published by Sony Interactive Entertainment, seeing release in the apocalyptic summer of 2020. While I've already spoken passionately about what made this game special, a further reason it stood out was for its cultural immersion. Ghost of Tsushima is thoroughly steeped in Japanese history and tradition, from its architecture to its reverence for nature and honor. Even the game's Kurosawa mode, which adds a black and white grainy filter, pays homage to classic samurai films, further enhancing the authenticity of the experience. If you do not keep up with your gaming current affairs though, what may surprise you is that despite being set in Japan and featuring Japanese themes, the entire game was developed in the West. And bearing in mind that 2020 by this point was the hottest year so far for the culture wars, you can probably imagine that most game journalists were not at all happy about this. One of the main debates concerned whether a Western studio like Sucker Punch could authentically portray Japanese culture. While the game was generally well received in Japan, some Western critics raised concerns about potential cultural appropriation. Cultural appropriation, an American term that, whenever I hear it uttered by someone in a negative context, instantly makes me see them as a gatekeeper and complete idiot. Complaints about cultural appropriation are completely overblown and frankly ridiculous. Human history has always been about cultures borrowing from one another, exchanging ideas, traditions and innovations. After all, there is only one race, the human race. And as someone with mixed heritage, I would not even exist if two people didn't decide to come together from different cultural backgrounds. It's this blending of cultures that has led to some of the most beautiful aspects of society: food, music, fashion, and even language. And most importantly of all, me. Cultural appropriation is how civilization has grown and flourished. To suggest that we need to put up walls around cultural elements as if they belong exclusively to one group is truly absurd. Cultures aren't static. They evolve and blend together naturally. Trying to control or limit how people engage with or adopt different cultural influences is not only unrealistic but also stifles the progress we've made as a global society. No matter how many students from California try to convince you that Super Mario wearing a sombrero is offensive. What really bothers me about this line of thinking is the attempt to police artistic expression. Creativity thrives on inspiration, and that inspiration can and should come from anywhere. Telling people they can't use certain elements in their art or personal style because it doesn't belong to them is not just an attack on a freedom of expression, but an attack on Western values themselves. In Ghost of Tsushima's case, journalists would question whether a non-Japanese team could faithfully represent Japanese history and culture, with some likening it to what they deem as problematic depictions seen in Hollywood in the past. The game also drew criticism for blending various elements of Japanese history and samurai mythology, some of which were not entirely accurate to the period. Ironically, really, as from what I can tell, a lot of the same publications who criticised Tsushima for this in the past are the same people defending attacks against Assassin's Creed Shadows, a game that, unlike Tsushima, has upset and offended a lot of Japanese people. It's baffling to me how many Western journalists were outraged by the portrayal of the Mongols in this game. Some argued that the depiction was overly stereotypical, painting them as savage and faceless with little nuance, especially when contrasted with the noble portrayal of the samurai. Really? This is what they're upset about. The same crowd that has no shortage of harsh words for the British Empire and Western imperialism suddenly has a problem when the Mongol Empire is portrayed as the villain in a video game. I thought we'd all agreed that imperialism was bad, or is it only bad when white people do it? The Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan engaged in violent campaigns for conquest abroad throughout China, Korea and Southeast Asia, spreading brutality everywhere they went. Yet game journalists wanted them represented more sympathetically. The inconsistency is staggering. Despite all of this negativity around identity politics surrounding the game and many game journalists not being particularly enamoured with the gameplay that can be found in this one too, compared to a lot of other games that were released on the market at the time, Ghost of Tsushima would end up becoming a smash hit and would become beloved by its audience for all the reasons we discussed earlier in the video. However, it would also be appreciated for an additional reason. As stated earlier in the video, Ghost of Tsushima came out in the summer of 2020, the year of the COVID-19 lockdown, the #MeToo movement, the Black Lives Matter protests, and so much more. With a lot of people stuck at home watching all the madness unfold, many would crave normality or even experience nostalgia, daydreaming about the simpler world before a Chinese virus had sent the world spiraling into chaos. In contrast to The Last of Us 2, which was packed to the brim with modern Western political messaging, Ghost of Tsushima, on the other hand, was a game that was free from tackling the current Western social issues. So many would latch onto it as their favourite game of the year. Ghost of Tsushima was perceived as a return to traditional immersive storytelling rather than contemporary social issues. For many, the game was seen as a rejection of what they perceive as an overemphasis on modern identity politics in media, focusing instead on a narrative deeply rooted in another culture, rather than on what everyone else was fixated on at the time. Additionally, Ghost of Tsushima was noted for its predominantly Japanese cast, set within the context of medieval Japan, without the inclusion representation of characters or themes that some might perceive as pandering to contemporary ideas about diversity. In premise, it was simple, straightforward, and seen as a breath of fresh air, free from contemporary agendas. So, bearing this in mind, 4 years down the line, what is the current conversation around its sequel? On the 24th of September 2024, during Sony's State of Play event, Ghost of Yote was announced. The long-awaited sequel to Ghost of Tsushima set in the region surrounding Mount Yote, a volcano located in what is now Hokkaido, Japan. In the trailer, a beautiful black and white cinematic sequence would play, revealing a title set in 1603, a time period 400 years after the story of Ghost of Tsushima takes place. After transitioning to colour, we are then introduced to a brand new masked protagonist who we get to witness gallivanting around the world. But right at the end, a not so surprising turn of events would take place. The trailer revealed that our previous series protagonist is being replaced with a woman. In all fairness, in comparison to the perceived ugly design of Kay Vess in Star Wars Outlaws, reaction to this has been relatively mild so far. After all, writing off a game as guaranteed to be poor based on the fact that it will star a woman alone would be unhinged behaviour. Despite this, some have felt though that this change is a concerning one, mostly due to Sony Entertainment's track record in recent years of making a lot of what many perceive to be terrible, politically motivated decisions based around the agenda of including an advanced level of representation in every title they produce. Bearing in mind that Tsushima is a game that features more traditional storytelling set in a different time, the huge worry is that in a fashion typical of the brand, Sony is going to inject modern social issues into a game where many feel they will be distracting and unwelcome. Essentially, some traditionalists see the changing of the star character from a male to a female as what progressives would refer to as a dog whistle, a signalling that the game is going in a so-called more modern direction in line with the Sony PlayStation brand's current corporate value set. One of the most outspoken creators of influence online who has been critical of this has been YouTuber Endymion. Shortly after the game was announced, he would tweet on X that Ghost of Tsushima sequel stars a Japanese woman samurai warrior because, of course, it does. They can't help themselves until every franchise that was built on masculinity is replaced by women. Ghost of Yote is, hopefully, a smaller spin-off game, but if this is the true sequel and this is the new main character over Jin Sakai, that. So sick of the forced girl boss narrative, man. Now, when we take into account that this trend seems so cliche and so overdone across all forms of modern media, it's very easy to see why he would come to such a hasty conclusion. If you head over to Sony Interactive Entertainment's website, it clearly outlines that an active push to diversify games based on gender and identity is continuously underway. In fact, as highlighted before on this channel, the way the website reads, this seems a higher priority for the company than either providing value or delivering the best experience for customers. In this push against tradition, the website states, diversifying the gaming industry is one of our most important goals. Sony Interactive is committed to preparing and nurturing underrepresented talent for careers in the gaming industry. With the voice actress who has been chosen to voice the character who is replacing Jin Sakai reflecting Sony's goal of employing people who are largely different from the average player. Woman and new protagonist Atsu is set to be voiced by Erika Ishii, an individual who in fact doesn't seem to consider themselves a woman, but instead non-binary, going to the effort of claiming in their X bio that they accept all pronouns. That parkplace.com reports that Ishii is a radical trans activist who, through screenshots gathered via X, builds up a picture of a person who is neck deep in the culture wars with a drastically different worldview compared to the majority of the global population. Videos and tweets can also be found on there of her attacking Hogwarts legacy and saying trans exclusionary radical feminists. The only point I'm trying to make is that politically she is very, very vocal about her differing views, with few attributes suggesting that she values tradition. Considering that we already know that she is working on the Yote project, it builds on the suspicion that this is going to be yet another Sony title that positions modern issues in a historical narrative. Right-leaning source That Park Place believes that in Sony's current position and the way they now hire staff, it would be challenging for them to make a game without it including progressive messaging and undertones, adding that not only does the company seemingly have discriminatory hiring policies based on skin color and sex, but it also makes it clear it is injecting woke messaging into its games. Backing this point up by adding that it states on Sony's website that we are also committed to highlighting diversity in products. We feature curated collection on PlayStation Store around themes such as amazing heroines, LGBTQIA+ characters, and accessibility-friendly titles. They add that they consider it unlikely that creators will be able to produce a story without inserting their values, whether it be conscious or not, using The Lord of the Rings as an example of this. Quoting Tolkien, they add, The Lord of the Rings is, of course, a fundamentally religious and Catholic work, unconsciously so at first, but consciously in the revision. That is why I have not put in or have cut out practically all references to anything like religion, to cults or practices in the imaginary world, for the religious element is absorbed into the story and the symbolism. However, that is very clumsily put and sounds more self-important than I feel. For, as a matter of fact, I have consciously planned very little and should chiefly be grateful for having been brought up since I was 8 in a faith that has nourished me and taught me all the little that I know and that I owe to my mother, who clung to her conversion and died young, largely through the hardships of poverty. They conclude that they assume Sony staff will consciously attempt to inject their own philosophies and values into a series that was first successful, largely based on its focus on masculinity and tradition. As this discussion has been emerging, it has caught the attention of former Sony chairman Sean Layden. Responding to a tweet on X criticising Endermion's tweet that we mentioned earlier, Layden himself would tweet, 1. It's a game, an entertainment, a story a team of creators believes in. They want to make this. 2. It's a game. If you don't like it, don't buy it. In fact, why not make the game you want yourself? Oh, Sean, you poor thing. What a profound grasp of the obvious. It's a game. If you don't like it, don't buy it. Groundbreaking stuff. It's almost as if you've completely forgotten that the entire industry hinges on consumer feedback, whether positive or negative. But sure, just tell people to ignore a $400 million catastrophe like Concord, because clearly telling people not to buy things works wonders for Sony's bottom line, right? That was an absolute masterclass in market research, wasn't it? And the cherry on top, why not make the game you want yourself? Genius advice, truly, because, you know, we all have the luxury of multi-million-dollar budgets and development teams at our disposal. Who needs professional game designers when every random critic can just whip up a AAA title from their living room? Bravo, Sean. Bravo. What a dumb rebuke, showcasing how out of touch some of these people can be, because really, another Concord disaster is all Sony needs at present, the audacity of these people. Holding the failures of Concord in mind and many other AAA blunders that have occurred recently, one thing is clear. Publishers need to start listening to gamers more, whether they are comfortable with the feedback or not. That's the only way these companies are going to begin churning out the money again they desire. While at this point it's impossible to write off the potential of Yote, looking at Sony's track record and current corporate policy making, I can fully understand why some consumers are so worried about the development of this game. There are certainly red flags popping up that illustrate that Yote is going to end up a very different game to the beloved title that came before it. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is making waves, reigniting the excitement of fans with its return to the beloved fast-paced 3D fighting gameplay of the iconic Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi series. This arena fighter doesn't just meet expectations, it surpasses them, delivering the adrenaline-fueled action fans have been craving for nearly 17 years. Many are calling this game a true love letter to the Dragon Ball universe, skillfully weaving together characters from every era of the franchise. The massive roster appeals to longtime fans whilst welcoming newcomers, making it a hit across generations. The early buzz has been overwhelmingly positive, with players and reviewers alike praising the thrilling story battles and lightning-fast combat. This momentum has only grown, with the game smashing early access records. On Steam, Sparking Zero has a staggering peak of 91,000 concurrent players, a far cry from recent Western releases like Concord, which has struggled to pull in even 700 players at launch. With far less budget than some of its rivals, Sparking Zero is proving to be a colossal success, over 100 times more played than Sony's recent flop, likely cementing itself as the fan favourite fighter for years. It's currently the top-selling game on platforms like Steam and the PlayStation Store, demonstrating the demand for this one. It's clear that Bandai Namco and Spike Chunsoft have struck a chord with fans by delivering a game that resonates with the enduring popularity of the Dragon Ball franchise. But then again, let's be fair, this is Dragon Ball. You can't f*** up a franchise that popular. That would be like if someone Star Wars. Oh, wait. But, jokes aside, Sparking Zero is proving popular as it is everything Star Wars Outlaws isn't. And comparing and contrasting these two franchises is a great way of demonstrating why one brand is thought of a lot more favourably by those who have kept up with it than the other. Since its inception, Dragon Ball has remained relatively consistent in its tone, themes and character portrayals. Sure, the franchise has evolved a lot, particularly when it became Dragon Ball Z, but it continues to deliver what fans expect. Over-the-top action, powerful transformations, and a straightforward narrative centered around strength, perseverance, and friendship. This consistency keeps long-term fans engaged and brings in new viewers, particularly younger audiences who are drawn to the vibrant visuals and fast-paced action. So producing a game that includes these elements isn't just common sense. It's a recipe for success. Conversely, Star Wars has seen more creative shifts, particularly in the Disney era. The sequel trilogy in particular was divisive, with different installments receiving polarized reception. These films brought new characters and directions, but for many fans they lacked the charm that made the original trilogy iconic. The latest literal shows, such as The Acolyte and Star Wars Outlaws, in the realm of gaming have both included lots of creative choices that have alienated long-term fans, particularly when characters or plot lines have contradicted established lore, with The Acolyte being one of the biggest defenders for doing this. Dragon Ball, in contrast, has a clear core audience of young males, often targeting adolescents and adults who grew up with the series. The creators understand what these fans enjoy and continuously build upon that foundation with new transformations, exciting fights, and expanding the power levels of the heroes and villains. You know what you're getting with anything Dragon Ball, and it works. The Star Wars franchise, on the other hand, now targets what Disney and Ubisoft call the modern audience, leading to storytelling choices that often feel forced and unnatural. By trying to allegedly appeal to everyone, games like Outlaws appeal to close to no one. The tonal shifts between nostalgic callbacks and new, more progressive directions has certainly annoyed most long-term fans. The ongoing success of Dragon Ball and its accompanying games can also be attributed to its controlled expansions. The creators introduce new universes, powerful gods, and multiverse tournament arcs that keep the narrative fresh without completely overhauling its core. Let's be honest, we haven't found ourselves in a situation yet where the beloved Goku has been replaced permanently with a more powerful Mary Sue female who has never trained in her life. The polar opposite of what would happen with Luke Skywalker in the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Essentially, fans of Dragon Ball are rewarded for their loyalty with more of the same core experience, but on a larger scale. Whereas a lot of the Star Wars content, including Outlaws, doesn't even feel like the same product as the popular trilogy from the 70s and early 80s. Sparking Zero proudly embraces nostalgia, giving longtime fans plenty of callbacks and characters from previous sagas, while also delivering new transformations and villains not seen in the previous Budokai Tenkaichi video games. This blend of the old and new keeps fans engaged without alienating the core elements of the series. In Star Wars Outlaws' case, most old-school Star Wars fans feel disconnected from games like this, as it pushes beyond familiar territory to an unrecognisable place. For example, why do we need a disastrously disliked character like Kay Vess, who is allegedly inspired by the creator's love for Han Solo, when they just could have had a game starring Han Solo instead? Honestly, the mind boggles. It's truly baffling how some of these high-budget Western AAA developers seem utterly incapable of grasping what makes popular franchises and formulas successful in the first place. It's as if they've convinced themselves that they're smarter than the fans and original creators, despite all evidence to the contrary. The classic, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, clearly doesn't apply to them, as their ego-driven belief that they know better continues to drive these series straight into the ground. Honestly, the level of arrogance on display is almost impressive. As for Dragon Ball, up until recently, it has largely involved the input of its legendary creator, the late, great Akira Toriyama. Akira Toriyama is a legendary figure in the world of manga and anime, renowned for his groundbreaking work on Dragon Ball and his significant contributions to other bodies of work. His distinct art style, innovative storytelling, and the ability to blend action with humour have always made him an enduring icon in Japanese pop culture. In addition to his success with Dragon Ball, Toriyama has also made a lasting impact on the video game industry through his work on the Dragon Quest series. Since the first Dragon Quest game was released in 1986, Toriyama has been responsible for designing the characters and monsters, giving the series its distinctive look. His clean, expressive art style brought the game's world to life, making even the simplest enemies, like the now iconic slime, memorable and instantly recognizable. His collaboration with Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii helped establish this series as one of the most beloved and successful RPG franchises in Japan, with a strong fanbase that continues to grow internationally. It's largely because of Japanese legends like these individuals that these brands have stayed so pure and true to their roots. And with the recent tragedy of Toriyama's death, paying respect to this man just provides yet another reason why so many fans might be rushing to purchase Sparking Zero. As mentioned though, clearly not everyone has the same level of reverence for these franchises as I or the rest of the fandom do, and rather than continue to channel what makes these brands so successful, some want to insert very modern Western ideologies and messaging into these 1980s Japanese works of art.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Nothing is sacred to these people. They want to bastardize it all. Amongst these people are those who work at Western consultancy companies, agenda-driven entities that are currently on a rampage throughout the gaming industry, aggressively pushing so-called progressive changes in games where they are neither wanted nor required. Infamously, Sweet Baby Inc.'s Kim Belair admitted to these practices during a presentation, sparking backlash against the consultancy firm and others like it across the internet ever since. Bragging about already changing the gaming industry's vision, she would essentially gloat that she and her ilk gaslight big publishers into implementing diversity, equity and inclusion into their games by creating a sense of fear. In the past, she has stated what she believes to be the best way to achieve her agenda, stating, "If you're creative working in AAA, which I did for many years, put this stuff up to your higher ups. And if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want." On the subject of Sweets Baby Inc. and their desire to be paid abhorrent amounts of money by devs to change the narratives throughout the gaming industry, even on the day that the death of the legendary Akira Toriyama was announced, he would not be free from their progressive scrutiny. A company writer, Chris Kindred, would choose to use the death of the beloved Japanese creator as the perfect opportunity to moral grandstand, tweeting out that Toriyama gave us the best and worst black characters in anime in the same series. It took range to do that. Honestly, it's hard to find anything more classless than the sort of behaviour we've seen from Sweets Baby Inc., especially their out-of-touch writers like Chris Kindred. Apparently, no event is too sacred for them to hijack with their so-called progressive agenda, even the passing of a legend like Akira Toriyama. While fans around the world were mourning the death of the man who gave us some of the most iconic works in anime, Chris took this moment to virtue signal with a condescending and unnecessary jab about Toriyama's portrayal of black characters. It's disrespectful, self-serving, and a clear signal that companies like Sweets Baby Inc. care more about scoring social justice points than honouring the contributions of creators who shaped entire genres. These consultancy workers aren't real creatives, they are race-baiting predators with some of the most warped worldviews around. Fortunately, as far as I'm aware, Sparking Zero is largely free of modern messaging ruining the immersion of experiencing this classic franchise, but sadly, elsewhere in the gaming world, another project that is part of Toriyama hasn't been so lucky. In early July 2024, the once great Dragon Quest series was dragged into the cultural abyss at Square Enix. Bowing to the almighty diversity and inclusion mob, decided to replace the traditional male and female character options with the ridiculous option A and B. I mean, really? Are we seriously expected to pretend that this makes the game more inclusive? At this point, it's like we're all living in some absurd Monty Python sketch rather than reality.
I came here to complain.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's next door. It's being hit on the head lessons in here.
What a stupid concept.
You can almost hear those involved patting themselves on the back for this groundbreaking moral grandstanding. Meanwhile, the rest of us just want to play the game without feeling like we're trapped in a never-ending satire of modern culture, as everything feels so forced and disingenuous. And just when you thought it couldn't get any more absurd, we would find out that jobs will no longer be distinguished by gender in name, because apparently the words male and female are now too offensive for a fantasy game.
No, it isn't. Yes, it is.
You can't even have the basic roles like sorceress or warrior without someone crying foul. How dare we acknowledge biological differences, even in a completely fictional world? I imagine this is the kind of nonsense that gets applauded in Western boardrooms while the rest of us are left shaking our heads, wondering if common sense is extinct. If they spent half as much time worrying about making a great game as they do appeasing the Twitter mob, the world would be a much better place. This insanity would be showcased in Weekly Shonen Jump magazine, which would result in a number of fans claiming that they would be boycotting Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake after these intelligence-insulting changes were announced. By this point, you might just think that it is a vocal minority complaining online about this, but nope. Standing on the side of gamers is one of the actual original creators of Dragon Quest itself. The man I am talking about is Yuji Horii, who, as mentioned earlier, is the iconic creator of the Dragon Quest series, one of the most influential RPG franchises in gaming history. Horii designed Dragon Quest with simple mechanics, a focus on storytelling and turn-based combat, establishing many of the conventions that define the JRPG genre. During an interview at the Tokyo Game Show, he would attack the US for what he perceived they were doing to his creation. As outlined by thatparkplace.com, when asked about the unnecessary changes to the character designs, particularly why more clothing was slapped onto Jenna Sharp, the female hero, Yuji Horii's response was as telling as it was frustrating. According to a translation by Valued News, Horii commented, "Yeah, there were various regulations in place. Apparently they weren't allowed to show too much skin." He went on to add, I really don't understand that either. If there's too much exposure, the age rating goes up. It means we won't be able to sell it as an all ages product. The real issue here is how Western media, once a bastion of freedom of expression and artistic vision, is now content to be handcuffed by arbitrary regulations that seem more interested in policing what people see than in supporting creative integrity. It's as if we've decided that protecting fragile sensibilities is more important than letting audiences engage with content that respects their intelligence. Meanwhile, the rest of the world, notably Japan, continues to push forward with creative works that aren't afraid to explore bold and daring concepts. Sadly, with the West on the other hand, some are desperate to sanitize everything for the broadest audience, and in all honesty, it is becoming a little more than a joke in the global creative landscape. When discussing the absurdity of bending to various countries' regulations, Torishima, the former chief editor for Weekly Shonen Jump magazine, who was also present, couldn't have been more blunt. He said, "Under the name of compliance, it's like an absolute god, an evil disguised as good. There's no such things as content that doesn't make someone uncomfortable because beauty and ugliness, good and evil, are different for everyone." He added, "There are a few things that absolutely must not be done. As long as you follow those, you're free to do the rest." Then he pointed out the glaring issue. There's a religious concept from the West, especially in America, that influences their approach to sex education, right? Their approach to compliance is really narrow-minded. When selling manga in America, everything has to be categorized by age groups. For Shonen Jump manga, they couldn't be sold unless they were rated for ages 13 and up because there's a risk of lawsuits. And the company also has to get insurance. Doing business with such a ridiculous country is really frustrating. Because of that, Japan gets negatively influenced. So he doesn't just blame the left for all of this, but he's also blaming America's religious extremists. He seems based. The reality here is that the West, particularly America, seems hell-bent on sanitizing creativity to the point where everything must be boxed into age ratings and legal disclaimers just to avoid triggering some lawsuit-happy watchdog. Instead of fostering an environment where artistic expression can thrive, they're strangling it under the pretense of moral righteousness. And as the culture wars have gotten more and more intense, the level of grandstanding has been stepping up too. Adding to all of this, Hori didn't hold back when addressing the baffling removal of the option to choose between male and female characters. He said, "In Dragon Quest, you used to be able to choose between a male and female main character. But now you can't choose between a man and a woman anymore." Then, with obvious frustration, he added, "We have to label them as Type 1 and Type 2. I really wonder, who's even complaining about this?" In my opinion, this is where the West's obsession with overcorrection has reached peak absurdity. Instead of letting players enjoy simple choices that reflect basic human realities, we are now using a dehumanizing system of labels, all to appease some invisible group of perpetually offended individuals. So, who is this actually for? Certainly not the gamers, regardless of your gender. It's almost laughable that we've reached a point where the mere concept of gender is so controversial that some game developers like Square Enix here are terrified to even acknowledge that it exists. How is this not completely ridiculous? The sheer lunacy of this whole situation was so absurd that even Elon Musk, king of stirring up controversy, couldn't resist subtweeting the interview, simply stating, "This is insane." Of course, Musk drawing attention to it only fanned the flames, and before long, the ideologically unhinged mob had descended on Dragon Quest's creator. Naturally, because this is 2024 and the fact that a legendary video game creator in his 70s dared to express any sort of opinion on gender meant that he was immediately labelled a Nazi by the same self-proclaimed tolerant crowd. It didn't take long for the terminally online progressives to start eviscerating Hori for his crime of thinking. Because we can't have that anymore, can we? Some even took the opportunity to attack the recently deceased Akira Toriyama just because, well, why not? One genius declared, "No surprise people associated with Toriyama would be this chuddy," while another enlightened soul chimed in with, Every time I see something new from dinosaurs in charge of Dragon Quest, I get happy that I don't like Dragon Quest. Easily the worst of the remaining JRPG franchises for me. Bravo! Truly groundbreaking insights from the people who apparently have nothing better to do than police the opinions of creators who built the industry they now claim to care about. Hey, Abdul, get the rocks! The saddest yet entirely predictable part of this whole saga is that the Twitter mob's censorship crusade actually seems to have worked. In their self-righteous Dragon Quest to cancel Hori, the clips of the interview mysteriously disappeared from Twitter and the original YouTube video was quietly set to private. The message here is crystal clear. If you don't parrot the correct opinions, you shouldn't voice any opinion at all. Never mind if you're an industry legend who has helped define an entire genre. Apparently, decades of contributions to gaming mean nothing if you stray even slightly from the ever-shifting dogma of the online outrage machine. It's a tragic commentary on the state of discourse today where the loudest, most self-righteous voices get to dictate who's allowed to speak and, worst of all, provide a justification for abhorrent consultancy companies like Sweet Baby Inc. to exist. Hori got dogpiled as he gave an alternative take on DEI to the Western AAA industry. Regardless of the unnecessary changes seemingly being implemented in Dragon Quest, at least Toriyama's legacy appears to be honoured in Sparking Zero. It would be great if sales numbers reflected this fan-pleasing game's existence as well. For that at least, we should be thankful. In the same couple of days, Sony would make everyone very sad and angry by dedicating half of their State of Play presentation to the embarrassing Concord. The Nintendo Direct we would witness would be much more palatable. This would include seeing Mario and Luigi Brothership, the highly anticipated new entry in the beloved Mario and Luigi series, developed by Acquire and published by Nintendo for the Nintendo Switch. This marks the 6th main installment and the series' exciting return after a nearly decade-long hiatus. Considering the amount of Mario RPGs we've been spoiled with lately, no one saw this coming, especially with it breaking new ground, with fully 3D gameplay and the debut of the series on a home console. Set in the vast sea of Concordia and its many islands, Mario and Luigi Brothership takes players on an unforgettable oceanic adventure. Mario and Luigi journey across the waters on a ship-shaped island, a unique structure that's part ship, part island, blending seafaring with exploration in a way that only the Mario and Luigi series can deliver. The trailer, looking to stay true to the series, also revealed that the iconic gameplay style of the series past would return, bringing back the advanced jump and hammer attacks that allow both brothers to work together in battle. However, much of the excitement and goodwill surrounding Mario and Luigi Brothership has soured into outrage and frustration, all thanks to IGN's bold declaration that, in their opinion, the game is a disappointment which has missed the boat. This harsh verdict has ignited a wave of annoyance among fans who had eagerly anticipated the game's release. But then again, who cares about IGN, right? Well, sadly, a lot more people than you think. IGN's dominance at the top of the search results is no accident. It's a calculated grip on the flow of entertainment information, wielded with a near unbreakable authority. By leveraging decades of online experience, exploiting SEO tactics, and strategically aligning with game studios and publishers for exclusive content, IGN ensures that its voice is often the first one gamers online will encounter. Money fuels IGN's ironclad hold over Google results, giving them an advantage that few others can challenge. Backed by vast resources, they can invest in cutting-edge services to manipulate search rankings and maintain relationships with game studios and production companies, giving them significantly more power than all other critics. This lets them flood the market with heavily optimized content at a rate that smaller sites simply can't afford to match. The sheer wealth behind IGN allows them to dominate the field, ensuring their version of events is amplified while less funded other voices are buried under an avalanche of their articles and reviews. With a sprawling content network, they cast an all-encompassing web that helps to shape the narrative around games, movies and shows, while maintaining an illusion of impartiality that's backed by algorithms and massive traffic. This means that money not only buys them visibility, but subtly steers the opinions of millions, crafting an illusion of consensus that leaves little room for dissent. This setup all but guarantees that alternative voices are pushed down, leaving IGN's perspective as the first one that millions of users are exposed to every day. This is why when people dismiss videos like this, saying things like, "Who cares, it's only IGN," they're actually overlooking a deeply troubling issue. Sure, we can turn to sites like Metacritic to get a broader view, but for the casual gamer online, the IGN review score might be the only one they see, especially since their reviews consistently top Google search results. This gives IGN's voice far more influence than many realise. When IGN reviews a game and presents an opinion sharply at odds with the general consensus, it raises serious concerns about the power they wield. Power that can be excessive or even harmful. Perhaps the most absurd aspect of all of this is that IGN, despite its influence, likely as a cost-cutting measure, still relies on a single reviewer to assess each game, a practice that's both laughably simplistic and an embarrassingly poor standard for a platform of its size. By entrusting just one individual's perspective, IGN promotes narrow, biased opinions with little to no attempt to incorporate broader consensus or balance. For an outlet that holds such sway over public opinion, this approach is glaringly inadequate, resulting in potentially unnecessary drama like the swirl that is currently circling Mario and Luigi brothership on social media. I think the discourse around this is going to get really messy. The truly astounding part is that IGN has shown time and time again just how spectacularly they can miss the mark. They've handed out 4 out of 10s to cult classics like Double Dragon Neon and Lollipop Chainsaw, games that have since become fan favourites. Each of these misguided reviews was met with a well-deserved backlash and ridicule, as fans couldn't help but shake their heads at what they saw as IGN's shallow, poorly constructed feedback. It's almost impressive how consistently they managed to underestimate what players love, but giving such a dismal score to a highly anticipated Mario game? That's uncharted territory even for them, and bearing in mind so many other sources have given it a 9 out of 10, I'm really looking forward to seeing where this journey leads. Honestly, this situation is going to require a lot of popcorn, so sit back and watch it unfold. After all, Nintendo fans are famously passionate, and when a review even slights one of their beloved franchises, they can be downright fierce. Let's be clear, a poor review of a major Mario title is practically a declaration of war, and IGN's dismissive take on Mario and Luigi brothership is sure to spark a firestorm. The game is not even out, and fans are flooding social media with counter-arguments, tearing down IGN's points, and even creating memes mocking the review. If there is any review in history that is likely to showcase why IGN's opinion shouldn't be trusted, if they haven't got this one right, then the drama that will be unleashed will be off the scale, and Nintendo fans will likely make IGN feel the heat for every word. This is gonna get hilarious. According to IGN Corporate, IGN assigns games to reviewers who have a genuine interest and expertise in the genre or series, ensuring informed and passionate evaluations. This, of course, explains why games like Concord and Dustborn earned their illustrious 7 out of 10s under IGN's highbrow metric and were, in their esteemed opinion, classified as good games. If the target audience for a game is roughly the size of a dinner party, say about 12 people, IGN must have felt Dustborn was more than sufficient for that exclusive circle of players. After all, it's not like they need to cater to a crowd any larger, right? Let's be clear, we're not talking about some niche nonsense crafted for the enjoyment of random weirdos and alternative losers here, are we? This time we're talking about a Mario game. Yes, Mario, a universally adored character, easily one of, if not the, most iconic figures in gaming history, and IGN wants us to believe he is in an RPG that is dreadful? Sounds a bit sus to me. From both my perspective and a critical standpoint, Mario RPGs have consistently ranged from good to excellent within the genre, with Paper Mario Sticker Star widely regarded as the weakest entry in the lineup. Even though plenty of gamers didn't enjoy this one, IGN still awarded it an impressive 8.3 out of 10, significantly higher than the Metacritic average of 75 out of 100 and miles above the dismal 5.4 out of 10 user score it scraped together. For full transparency, I'll admit that I cautiously enjoy Sticker Star. For me, it suffers from the same issues as The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask and Final Fantasy XIII-3 Lightning Returns. It features an intimidating mechanic that, on first encounter, feels like it could ruin the game. In Majora's Mask and Lightning Returns cases, it's the ominous countdown to the end of the world, creating an uncomfortable sense of anxiety that can make you want to stop playing before you really get going. In Sticker Star, there's the need to collect individual stickers to perform any attack, which gives the impression you'll run out and be left helpless. That false sense of impending limitation is what made me and many others set aside all these games the first time we played them, but on the second attempt, I loved each of these. In Sticker Star's case, I enjoyed the game and clearly IGN enjoyed it too. However, the general public had a very different reaction, with many outright rejecting Sticker Star. This disconnect reveals that IGN's review didn't really capture how most gamers would experience and feel about the game. While IGN praised it, mostly focusing on its unique mechanics and style, the majority of players found those same elements frustrating or off-putting, leading to a far more mixed or even negative reception. Most felt Sticker Star sucked. So ultimately, IGN's review came across as out of touch with the broader player base. By not addressing the specific aspects that would impact players' enjoyment, like the stress of managing stickers or the sense of restriction it created, they missed key points that could have better aligned their review with the public's perspective. The review came across as what many today might call IGN spreading toxic positivity, instead of delivering an assessment that would genuinely help most readers. Instead of acknowledging the game's more divisive aspects, they leaned into excessive praise, making the review less practical for the average consumer. Essentially meaning that, in my opinion, the review failed its target audience. In the case of Mario and Luigi Brothership, if we compare IGN's review to those from other publications, it seems like we might be seeing the same situation unfold, but in reverse. This time it looks like they could be unfairly criticising a game that most players are likely to enjoy. Of course, we won't know for sure until the game's release, but the early impressions suggest IGN's review may not align with the broader public's experience. So take what they have to say with the biggest pinch of salt in the world. What's truly amazing is that many of the elements IGN criticises in Mario and Luigi are exactly what fans of the series would celebrate. For instance, they bash it for being packed with dad jokes and lengthy dialogue, features that define the charm and humour of Mario RPGs. Beyond complaints about platforming and frame rate, what seems to bother them most is the story itself and the game's tendency to guide players through it. Essentially, despite Mario and Luigi being a family game designed for both young children and adults, IGN's main gripe seems to be that they feel this Mario offering is condescending to its audience in both storytelling and guidance. Ironically, they criticise it for the very same traits they would praise in Dragon Age: The Veilguard, a title aimed at a much older audience. This double standard is striking, as the gentle hand-holding and accessible storytelling in Mario and Luigi looks like it should make the game approachable for younger players while still charming long-time fans, which is exactly what a family-friendly game should achieve. Amongst a review, they would bury the title, stating that apart from its action-packed, turn-based battles, it fails in almost every way to recapture the magic of the best Mario and Luigi games, while also clinging to their bad habits like ridiculously chatty dialogue, overbearing hand-holding, and boring runtime padding fetch quests. They add, the tutorials and dialogue are constantly holding your hand. For example, almost any time you enter a new area, the camera slowly pans over to your objective and slowly pans back, followed by an excruciatingly long explanation from a new assistant named Snoutlet, who basically spells out exactly what you need to do. The dialogue repeatedly reminds you of the overarching story and objective, and Brothership spends far too much of its already bloated 34-hour runtime rehashing the same tired notes. I would be more forgiving of the overwhelming amount of text if the humour and story were on point, but unfortunately, the writing just doesn't land. Brothership makes an admirable attempt at telling a story about the importance of friendship and connections and the dangers of isolation, but it's another area where the idea is better than the execution. The writing is just so unoriginal, and I didn't get attached to any of Brothership's large cast. Now, here is what seems really stupid and hypocritical about this review. The criticisms levelled at Mario and Luigi, like excessive dialogue, overbearing guidance, and tedious fetch quests, could easily be directed at much of modern gaming, not just this title. All the above issues seem to be far more present in Dragon Age, yet the very same publication did not scrutinise that game to close to the same level and instead awarded the Valguard 9 out of 10. I think that most of us would agree that many contemporary games struggle to balance engaging storytelling with player freedom, often resorting to lengthy cutscenes, heavy-handed tutorials, and repetitive tasks to extend playtime. Even some of the greatest modern video games around, such as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, can be guilty of this, so why be so harsh against this Mario game for featuring the same tropes as other titles? This trend of runtime padding and hand-holding has become common, as developers aim to make games accessible to all players, but it often backfires by stifling exploration and autonomy, even in genres where discovery is central to the experience. What IGN criticises here isn't unique to Mario and Luigi, it's a reflection of broader industry practices that seek to guide, explain and stretch content to appeal to everyone but risk frustrating dedicated players along the way. I fully believe Mario and Luigi featured these sorts of issues, as this seems common across the entire gaming medium. The bit I am really perplexed about, though, is why they are choosing to criticise this game for these issues but not others that are guilty of the same problem. When it comes to Mario and Luigi exhibiting these issues, I fully believe it. After all, this kind of thing is practically woven into the fabric of modern gaming, but what really puzzles me, though, is why IGN singles out Mario and Luigi for criticism while giving a free pass to countless other titles guilty of the same flaws. It really helps perpetuate the theory that IGN will praise one game over another for political reasons or monetary gain, rather than based on consistent, unbiased standards. The review system certainly doesn't feel fair or balanced. This selective criticism can leave fans wondering if certain games are given a free pass because they're bigger, more lucrative titles, while smaller or family-orientated titles are scrutinised more harshly to uphold a certain image or align with Western industry pressures. This has sparked a wave of jokes online, with people humorously suggesting that IGN didn't give Brothership a higher review score because, clearly, the playable characters are just white dudes and the game doesn't include enough trans characters. Fans are poking fun at the idea that IGN might have hidden criteria, imagining their review checklist. Cool gameplay? Check. Humour? Check. Diverse cast? Uh-oh. Deduction. To be fair, while jokes, there is an element of truth to this, given that IGN has notably praised games like Dragon Age simply for including a non-binary character. If they were awarding higher scores based on what they see as inclusive practices, by that nature it implies that games with more traditional casts may be scoring lower by default. This approach suggests that representation alone can and has swayed their ratings, creating an uneven playing field where a game's cast diversity seems to factor as much into the score as the gameplay itself. So, picking apart Mario and Luigi while giving a pass to Dragon Age, a game some players found so bogged down with stiff dialogue that it felt like HR had written it, seems more than a little unfair. Games across the industry rely on heavy dialogue, excessive hand-holding, and padding with repetitive quests, yet these aspects are often overlooked or even praised in other titles. This raises the question of why Mario and Luigi is judged so harshly when these issues are widely accepted, even celebrated in other games. I think it goes without saying that the skepticism towards IGN's review isn't unwarranted. In fact, it's practically inevitable. They carved out a niche in gaming journalism where it feels like consistency and integrity comes second to maintaining an image of pandering to broader industry whims. It's almost laughable how this double standard persists. Fans aren't blind to it, and they're clearly not fooled by it. The selective criticism hints at an agenda, one where certain games are lauded not for their gameplay, but how well they fit into IGN's unwritten, perhaps politically driven criteria. Meanwhile, a light-hearted, family-oriented game like Mario and Luigi gets flack for the same padding and hand-holding that passes as immersive storytelling in bigger, trendier games. The truth is, most players don't want too much hand-holding and runtime padding, but if it's there, they want it critiqued fairly across the board. When they see games with bloated dialogue, uninspired mechanics, and poor narrative stories being given 9 out of 10, like in Dragon Age's case, while Mario and Luigi gets slammed for similar flaws, it's enough to make anyone question IGN's motives, and honestly, that's fair game. Monster Hunter games are the epitome of escapism, providing players with vast, immersive worlds that feel completely detached from the worries of modern life. There's little in the way of moral agendas or social commentary, just pure, unfiltered adventure. The thrill of tracking down massive monsters, strategizing to take them down, and mastering a variety of unique weapons and armor transports players into a primal, adrenaline-filled experience that taps into a sense of discovery and challenge, and the very hunter-gatherer instincts we have lurking in our DNA. Repeatedly, the franchise has offered worlds that feel fresh and alive, where players can lose themselves in epic battles and enjoy the camaraderie of teamwork free from the complexities of modern-day issues. It's an escape in the truest sense, allowing players to embrace a world that's beautifully simple, exhilarating, and completely separate from modern life. So it's no surprise that close to 7 times as many people were keen to play Monster Hunter Wilds over the morally righteous Dragon Age. The Monster Hunter series, developed and published by Capcom, is now beloved. The series' popularity even eclipses franchises such as the well-celebrated Street Fighter and Resident Evil franchises that are well cherished in the West. However, in Japan, Monster Hunter has been big business for decades. Debuting in 2004, Monster Hunter has grown into a massive series with an evolving history, gameplay, and loyal fan base. Originally showing up on the PlayStation 2, the first Monster Hunter introduced the players to the core mechanics of hunting large monsters and gathering materials to craft weapons and armor. Its focus on multiplayer gameplay in this sort of environment was also a fresh concept. This game laid the groundwork for the series' central gameplay loop and built a loyal niche fanbase. Gamers across Japan were falling in love with Monster Hunter. But Monster Hunter World, released in 2018, would be the first game to truly achieve mainstream popularity in the West. While earlier entries like Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate for the Nintendo 3DS gained a dedicated Western following, World was a game changer due to its more accessible design, open world structure, seamless environment transitions, and improved multiplayer functionality. Capcom made several strategic changes in World to appeal to a broader audience, such as streamlining mechanics like tracking monsters and upgrading equipment, and enhancing graphics for consoles like the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. These changes made the game more inviting to new players, and its release on popular home consoles further broadened its reach. Monster Hunter World quickly became Capcom's best-selling game of all time, significantly boosting the series' popularity in Western markets and establishing Monster Hunter as a global franchise. The Iceborne expansion released in 2019 continued this momentum, offering even more content and keeping the Western fanbase highly engaged. Building on this forever growing momentum, Monster Hunter Rise, released in 2021, quickly became a major success and further solidified Monster Hunter's popularity in the Western market. Developed for the Nintendo Switch and later ported to PC, Rise introduced innovative mechanics like the wire bug, which allowed players the unprecedented mobility to zip through environments and engage in dynamic aerial combat. The addition of palamutes, rideable canine companions, also streamlined exploration, enabling faster movement across the maps. The game's Japanese-inspired setting, Komura Village, introduced a fresh cultural aesthetic which, combined with new features like wyvern riding and the intense rampage mode, gave the game a unique identity. Rise achieved critical acclaim for its fresh gameplay approach and user-friendly experience, capturing the interest of both new players and long-time fans. Once again, in terms of popularity, Monster Hunter Rise soared to impressive sales, with over 12 million copies sold globally, a remarkable feat given its initial exclusivity to the Switch. This success marked it as another one of Capcom's best-performing titles, proving that the series could maintain its global reach even on a portable platform. In the West, Rise was widely praised for making Monster Hunter accessible on the go, appealing to players who may not have previously had the opportunity to experience the thrill of Monster Hunter. The games do exactly what they say on the box, allowing players to hunt monsters. Monster Hunter has always known what it wants to be. From the beginning, it had a consistent core that fans can rely on: track a monster, play any strategy, take it down, gather materials, and then craft better gear to go after even bigger prey. Sure, each game enhances this formula, but these additions build upon, rather than disrupt, the gameplay loop that makes Monster Hunter, well, Monster Hunter. But now let's talk about Dragon Age and how little respect it has for its audience. The series can't seem to decide what it wants to be. Dragon Age Origins gave fans a taste of deep tactical RPG combat, only for Dragon Age 2 to completely shift gears into an action-centric experience, abandoning the roots that first drew players in. Then came Inquisition, trying its best to jump on the open world bandwagon, with uneven results that left the series feeling like it was chasing trends rather than carving its own path. By the time Dragon Age The Veilguard rolled around, fans had grown weary of this endless identity crisis, with many believing The Veilguard feels less like Dragon Age than ever before. It's no surprise really that so many long-term fans rejected the game. Who wants to commit to a franchise that's constantly abandoning its own identity? Not the majority of gamers, that's for sure. Many are proudly stuck in their ways. This is why so many gamers are looking to buy Monster Hunter Wilds, as there's none of this subverting audience expectations nonsense. The franchise knows what its fans want: giant monsters, intense battles, and a satisfying cycle of crafting and progression, and it delivers that without feeling the need to throw in contrived twists or modern reinterpretations. Each installment knows exactly what it is, respects its audience, and stays laser focused on the core gameplay that fans have loved for years. You won't find the developers bending over backwards to reinvent the wheel or dilute the experience to chase the latest gaming fad or worse, modern political issues. And when it comes to storytelling, Monster Hunter and many other Japanese games seem to know how to keep it simple and focused without all this reimagining for modern audiences nonsense. While some Western influence on decision making is unfortunately undeniable, Japanese developers seem to feel less of a need to fundamentally overhaul their characters or lore to tick boxes or align with fleeting trends overall. In Monster Hunter, you're a hunter and your job is to hunt. It's as straightforward as that. In contrast, Dragon Age has become a mess of shifting narratives and endlessly retooling itself, leaving its long-term fans doubtful it will ever remember its original strengths. This is incredibly sad, but what else can you expect from a franchise owned by EA? As for Monster Hunter Wilds specifically, the story kicks off with a boy named Nutter, who was found wandering the border of the Forbidden Lands after escaping a strange monster that attacked his village. His story sets everything into motion, and the guild, basically the hunting organisation, decides to launch an expedition to find out what's really going on in these lands. As you explore, you'll start to uncover a connection between the people who live around this dangerous area and the creatures themselves. One of the coolest things about this game is how the environment itself almost feels alive. It's split into cycles: fallow, plenty and inclemency. These cycles affect everything. During the plenty phase, the land is rich with resources and animals are generally more relaxed. But when fallow and inclemency hit, resources become scarce and the monsters get aggressive, even hunting in packs to survive. This encourages players to adapt their hunting style during each phase, since different monsters behave differently depending on the season. Speaking of monsters, the ones here aren't your standard fantasy creatures. They've adapted to their harsh environments in interesting ways. You'll notice they behave differently depending on the conditions, and part of the challenge is learning how to track them and anticipate what they'll do next. In addition, players will have the opportunity to meet other hunters, locals and expedition members who'll help them along the way. These people bring their own skills and perspectives, and Capcom hopes this element of the game will make players feel like they're part of a community learning about these wilds together. The idea when playing the game is that it's not just about beating monsters, it's about understanding them and the world they live in. So if you're up for exploring a world that keeps you on your toes and figuring out how to coexist and sometimes clash with nature, Monster Hunter Wilds has potentially a lot to offer. Provided it lives up to the franchise's stellar track record, of course. As mentioned, the Monster Hunter Wilds beta has taken the gaming community by storm since being made available to play. It has inspired both anticipation and valuable feedback from fans. Right from the start, it made a splash, boasting over 500,000 concurrent players on Steam within its very first hour, an undeniable testament to the game's appeal and the excitement it's generating among seasoned hunters and newcomers alike. Many felt that one of the beta's highlights was the in-depth character creation suite. With this, it seems Capcom really listened to its players by providing an array of customization options, allowing fans to create characters with incredible detail. And guess what? There is not a huge emphasis on top surgery scars. This feature, which will carry over into the full game, means that players will be able to bring their unique hunter personas from the beta straight into the main adventure without any interruption. Additionally, the beta introduced the game's story and gameplay through a cinematic opening cutscene and 2 exhilarating hunts featuring the formidable creatures Chattacabra and Doshaguma. Players found the transitions between cutscenes and gameplay to be so smooth that it added a seamless, immersive quality to the experience, blending storytelling with gameplay like never before. Cross-play support between PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC received a warm reception. It makes it easier for friends to team up and hunt together no matter what platform they're on. To sweeten the deal, Capcom rewarded beta participants with bonus items that will carry over to the full game, which is nice. Though the beta was largely a hit, a few areas for improvement emerged, and these too reflect the community's high standards and love for the Monster Hunter series. Performance issues were mentioned by some players, with visual clarity on the PS5 and frame rates on the Xbox Series S being the primary concerns. But it's worth noting that betas are a critical time for identifying and addressing such issues, and this feedback provides Capcom with the opportunity to fine-tune the game's performance across platforms, ensuring the smoothest launch experience possible. The monster AI, while challenging and dynamic, also raised some mixed feelings. Some players found that the monster's behaviour was almost too clever, with bosses frequently relocating and changing areas. This made hunts feel more authentic to a real-world hunt scenario, but also added an unexpected layer of complexity. This AI behaviour hints at a more intelligent, lifelike approach to monster encounters, pushing players to strategize and adapt, traits that Monster Hunter fans appreciate as part of the challenge. Capcom may well consider minor adjustments here, but this complex AI has the potential to deepen the thrill of each hunt for fans who enjoy the series. Rather expectedly, some players have, of course, found themselves comparing Monster Hunter Wilds to previous titles like Monster Hunter World and Rise, noting that there are areas that feel fresh but perhaps less familiar. This is common with a new entry that pushes boundaries, and Capcom's team has clearly taken steps to give Wilds a unique identity while retaining the core appeal fans know and love, which is a lot more than what can be said for Dragon Age: The Veilguard. With all the positives and constructive feedback in mind, it's clear that Monster Hunter Wilds is shaping up to be an exciting addition to the franchise. Capcom now has the chance to polish and refine, ensuring a launch that meets fans' high expectations and delivers an unforgettable hunting adventure. As you will be aware, Palworld, the action-packed survival adventure from indie studio Pocket Pair, is making waves in the gaming world. Released in early access in January 2024 for Windows, Xbox One and Xbox Series X and S, Palworld's lunacy has captivated players ever since. The game takes place on the fictional Palpagos Islands, a sprawling open-world environment that players explore and survive in. As already mentioned, much of the gameplay involves capturing creatures called pals and utilising them in various ways we outlined earlier. But before a lawsuit was even actioned, fans of Palworld had already begun noticing the striking similarities between this game and Pokemon before Pocket Pair was faced with Nintendo's ire. So let's dive into the parallels and differences between these two IPs. Much like Pokemon, the central part of Palworld lies in capturing creatures with unique appearances, types and abilities. Players are encouraged to collect pals with a variety of abilities, strengths and elemental types, which play into their effectiveness in battle and utility for tasks. This creature collecting and battling aspect is core to the game, making Palworld feel very similar to the traditional Pokemon experience where each creature has distinct qualities that affect gameplay. Just as Pokemon are categorized by types like fire, water, grass, electric, etc., pals also come with elemental properties that determine their strengths and weaknesses. For example, a fire-type pal may be strong against grass-type pals but weak against water-type pals. This familiar typing system allows players to make strategic choices in combat just as they would in a Pokemon game. Players who are familiar with Pokemon's battle strategies will find it easy to transition to Palworld's elemental matchups, as this is well-trodden territory. In addition to this, in Palworld, players can breed pals to create offspring that may inherit desirable traits from their parents. This mechanic mirrors Pokemon's breeding system, where trainers can breed Pokemon to pass down abilities, traits, or even specific moves. Breeding in Palworld allows players to customize their collection further, giving them the chance to create stronger or more specialized pals for battle or other in-game tasks. For those familiar with the creature collecting genre beyond just Pokemon, it's well known that games in this style often share similar mechanics. For example, Yokai Watch and Cassette Beasts also feature comparable elements, from capturing creatures to using them in battles. Since its release, one of the more controversial aspects of Palworld is the visual resemblance between certain pals and existing Pokemon. Some pals have sparked debate among fans and critics alike for appearing too similar to certain Pokemon, both in terms of general design and type combinations. This has led some players to label Palworld as a Pokemon clone, although the developers claim their inspirations come from a wide range of creature designs. The designs of Lucario and Anubis, for example, look strikingly similar to each other. In addition, the game has been embroiled in controversy over accusations that it may have used AI tools in the development of its creatures. These suspicions largely stem from the strong resemblance between many of the pals and Pokemon. Many players and critics have noted that design similarities, like we just showcased, go beyond homage, leading some to speculate that AI might have been used to generate designs that skirt the line between familiarity and originality. One key factor fueling these accusations is Pocket Pair's history with AI technology. The studio previously released a game titled AI Art Imposter, which integrated AI-generated images as part of its gameplay. This background, along with statements by Pocket Pair's CEO Takaro Mizobe, who has publicly expressed interest in AI's potential applications, has led some to question whether Palworld might be an extension of their exploration into AI-assisted game creation. Speculation around this has been further fueled due to players noticing Palworld's rapid development timeline and level of polish compared to most other games from smaller studios. Video Games Chronicle would state that reports indicate that much of the game's character concept work was handled by a single graduate student, which has sparked questions about how feasible such rapid production could be without some form of AI assistance. With AI tools able to accelerate concept design, some in the gaming community believe it could explain the game's speed to market and the high volume of creature designs. Games Radar reports that Pocket Pair has consistently denied these accusations. In a public statement, the company's global community manager clarified, "We didn't AI generate any pals. Our artists are fantastic and we're so lucky to have them." Despite this assertion, the controversy persists, reflecting broader debate in the gaming community over the role of AI in game development, the authenticity of artistic contributions, and the ethical implications of its use. But is any of this grounds for Nintendo to sue Palworld? Well, no, not on the grounds of copyright infringement at least. Despite all of the similarities, it would be practically impossible for Nintendo to pursue a lawsuit against Palworld with this reasoning, and here's why. Although Palworld and Pokemon share the concept of catching monsters, copyright law focuses on protecting specific expressions, not broad ideas. Just as various game genres overlap without legal consequences, the concept of monster catching itself isn't owned by any one company. In fact, the original idea of monster catching traces back to the 1980s game Megami Tensei, released years before Nintendo's world-famous Collectathon, and like Pokemon and Megami Tensei, there are a lot of huge differences between Palworld and Pokemon which make them very, very distinct franchises. For example, unlike Pokemon, Palworld incorporates survival mechanics, which require players to manage their characters' hunger and health, gather resources, and craft items to survive in a harsh world. This involves players having to forage or hunt for food, build shelter, and defend themselves against both hostile creatures and environmental challenges, giving Palworld a more intense survival feel. This survival aspect pushes the game into territory more familiar to fans of titles like Ark, Survival Evolved, or Rust, rather than traditional Pokemon games. Palworld offers a complex base building system where players can create and customize their own home base, adding structures, storage, and other utilities. Pals can also be assigned to perform specific tasks around the base, such as farming, producing resources, or even operating machinery. Pokemon, by contrast, focuses primarily on creature collection, battling, and exploration without any focus on survival or construction. But differences, of course, do not stop there. One of the most striking differences between Palworld and Pokemon is the combat system, which includes firearms and other weapons. Players and their pals can infamously use guns in combat, gameplay we will, of course, never see in any official Pokemon game. This completely changes the tone of battle significantly. Rather than turn-based or tactical battles, Palworld opts for a more chaotic, real-time combat system where both players and pals can take direct action in the heat of battle. Alright, so while investigating Palworld for the heinous crime of borrowing ideas from Pokemon, I am struggling to see the problem yet. I'm like, so you're telling me they're capturing magical creatures, making them fight like every other monster catching game that's ever been released? So what's the real crime here? Do Nintendo not like that they gave them guns? Look, I don't know about you, but it sounds to me like Palworld is just teaching Pikachu some survival skills which should be celebrated, and who doesn't love a Second Amendment Pikachu? As you can see from comparing these games thus far, they are a lot more different than they appear on the surface. Simply having similar looking creatures to Pokemon likely isn't enough to constitute copyright infringement because copyright law protects specific expressions of ideas, not the ideas themselves. Copyright law copies the unique and original design of a particular creature, not the broader concept. In this case, the idea of a creature like a fire-breathing lizard can't be copyrighted. Instead, it's Charizard's unique combination of traits, like its specific design, colour, proportions, and distinct look, that are protected. Fortunately, this means that other games can have their own fire-breathing creatures as long as these creatures are distinct enough in their details. In addition to this, of course, creature collecting games often draw on similar inspirations like folklore, mythology and nature, which naturally lead to some overlap in creature types and themes. Just having electric rodent-like creatures, for example, doesn't infringe on Pikachu's copyright unless it closely copies Pikachu's unique design elements. Copyright law acknowledges that creators within the same genre might develop similar ideas, so as long as the creatures in Palworld aren't near identical to specific Pokemon, the designs are generally considered distinct. Even if some of the designs do look a little too close for comfort in places. Courts have generally recognised that artists can create works that feel similar without being direct copies, as long as they are sufficiently different in appearance and execution. For example, the Egyptian god Anubis and Lucario do look somewhat similar, so of course there is going to be some overlap, whether intentional or not. For Palworld to face copyright issues, the powers would need to be considered derivative works, meaning they'd have to take protectable aspects of existing Pokemon characters and modify them rather than creating something new, something rather hard to prove without very concrete evidence. But of course, this has yet to prevent Pocket Pair from being sued by Nintendo anyway. Unsurprisingly, the similarities between Palworld and Pokemon didn't go unnoticed by either the Pokemon Company or Nintendo. While Palworld appears to be in the clear on the copyright front, in September 2024, the companies filed a lawsuit against Palworld, citing patent infringement relating to the game's mechanics rather than creature designs. The lawsuit claims that Palworld borrows too heavily from patented gameplay elements central to Pokemon, which is how such a lawsuit has been actioned. Game Rant would report on the 19th of September 2024 that Pocket Pair would publicly acknowledge the lawsuit filed against them by Nintendo and the Pokemon Company. In their official statements, Pocket Pair expressed that they have received notice of the lawsuit and would commence appropriate legal proceedings and investigations into the claims of patent infringement. They emphasised their current unawareness of the specific patents they were accused of infringing upon, stating they had not been notified of such details, but would reiterate to their fanbase that they are just a small indie game company based in Tokyo with the simple goal of creating fun games, with them expressing gratitude for the support from their fans. Given the significant differences between Pokemon and Palworld, news of Nintendo's lawsuit against Palworld's developer Pocket Pair instantly left many fans feeling disheartened and even disgusted with Nintendo. What a bunch of bastards! As an industry giant, many see Nintendo as leveraging its immense resources to stifle a much smaller indie developer whose game, while sharing some genre similarities, doesn't directly compete with Pokemon or confuse its audience. For many, this feels like a blatant attempt by Nintendo to monopolize the creature collecting genre, rather than embracing diversity and encouraging creativity within it. In fact, some theorise it's the differences between this game and other creature collecting titles that have provoked Nintendo into attacking this one. One thought circulating among fans is that Nintendo and the Pokemon Company are especially bothered by Palworld's inclusion of guns and darker themes. Palworld sets itself apart from Pokemon with gameplay that allows players and creatures to wield firearms, introducing a level of violence not seen in Nintendo's family-friendly franchise. Some believe that Nintendo, known for its carefully curated kid-friendly brand, may have been particularly uneasy about Palworld's pals, creatures similar to Pokemon being placed in gritty, combat-heavy scenarios. This drastic shift in tone makes Palworld feel like an edgier, mature version of Pokemon, with Nintendo potentially believing that this affects their own brand's wholesome image by association, resulting in Nintendo's aggressive legal response. Fans who grew up with Nintendo's games see this sort of behaviour as a betrayal of the company's fun image, as it appears to prioritise protecting its bottom line over allowing other creators to interpret and expand on genre ideas and innovate. This heavy-handed legal approach continuously makes the beloved company seem like less of a champion of gaming and more like an overprotective gatekeeper and vexatious litigator. Essentially, to many, making them look like the scum of the earth. Many see aggressively pursuing copyright and patent claims, especially in creative fields, as deeply damaging to artistic expression and innovation. Copyright and patents should be used as shields, not swords. For example, it's in the name of copyright protection, not attack. Aggressive protectionism like this is absolutely pathetic and, in my opinion, it hampers the natural cycle of creative freedom, resulting in restrictive landscapes defined more by legal boundaries than artistic integrity. This kind of legal action creates a culture of fear where smaller creators might avoid doing certain things to avoid legal trouble. Over time, this narrows the scope of what gets created and makes art less about exploration and more about ownership. And in my opinion, Nintendo are repeat offenders when it comes to these ethical crimes against art, regularly acting like opportunistic scumbags when given the legal wiggle room. Due to these morally unethical practices, Nintendo now built up a hugely negative reputation for taking an aggressive, no-holds-barred approach to protecting its intellectual property, often to the detriment of fans, independent creators, and even the broader gaming community. In fact, Nintendo has become notorious for unleashing shameless lawsuits against anyone who dares to engage with its content in a way that it hasn't explicitly sanctioned. From pursuing massive fines against fan-made ROM sites to stifling innovation with patent claims, Nintendo seems determined to maintain an iron grip on its assets, regardless of the collateral damage it results in. One prime example is Nintendo's lawsuit against ROM Universe, a fan-run website that offered copies of classic Nintendo games for players who couldn't access them through official channels or wanted to revisit the past without shelling out money for Nintendo's often overpriced ports. Rather than seeking a middle ground or offering a fan-friendly solution, Nintendo ruthlessly pursued the site, ultimately winning $2.1 million in damages. This kind of legal strong-arming might have lined Nintendo's pockets, but it also crushed a source of nostalgia for fans who loved and wanted to celebrate Nintendo's old games. Games that Nintendo has largely kept locked away in its vaults, except for the occasional re-release with a hefty price tag. They make many great games, but they are a horrible company in some ways. As for their recent legal proceedings against Palworld, Nintendo's ruthlessness isn't limited to companies, it extends to independent creators, developers, and the very community that has supported the brand for decades. In 2024, Nintendo filed a lawsuit against the developers of Yuzu, an emulator that allowed players to experience Nintendo Switch games on their PCs. Nintendo cracked down hard, forcing Yuzu's developers into a settlement that included ceasing development and paying damages. Nintendo's actions here reek of a company eager to squash any way of playing its games outside of the strict and expensive limitations it imposes. Through these actions, Nintendo has proven time and again that it is willing to crush anything, be it fan sites, small companies, emulators, or independent creators, that stands between it and total control over its intellectual property. So, it's no surprise that they're going after Palworld, but what exactly did they apparently infringe? On the 8th of November 2024, Pocket Pair posted a statement on their website regarding the lawsuit, stating, "As announced on the 19th of September 2024, the Pokemon Company and Nintendo Company Limited, hereinafter referred to as the plaintiffs, have filed a patent infringement lawsuit against us. We have received inquiries from various media outlets regarding the status of the lawsuit, and we would like to report the details and current status of this case as follows. The plaintiffs claimed that Palworld, released by us on January the 19th, 2024, infringes upon the following 3 patents held by the plaintiffs, and are seeking an injunction against the game and compensation for a portion of the damages incurred between the date of registration of the patents and the date of filing this lawsuit." They would go on to list the 3 patents which Nintendo are targeting, which we shall discuss in a moment, and a summary of the claim stating, "The claimants want an injunction against Palworld's payment of 5 million yen, plus a late payment damages to Nintendo Company Limited. Pocket Pair promises its audience that it will continue to assert this position in this case through future legal proceedings, but will refrain from responding individually to inquiries regarding the case." So, keeping this in mind, what does all of this even mean? Well, the 10 million yen the claimant is asking for is nothing in comparison to the amount of money Palworld has likely generated. The total figure only amounts to about $65,000 US, but the injunction against the game appears to be a lot more sinister. If Nintendo and the Pokemon Company secure an injunction against Palworld, the repercussions could go far beyond a simple legal ruling. An injunction could mean an immediate and complete halt on all sales and distribution of Palworld, preventing new players from joining and enjoying the game. For fans who have come to appreciate Palworld's fresh take on monster catching, Nintendo's aggressive legal action would appear as a calculated move to squash competition rather than protect legitimate interests. Moreover, the injunction could extend to stifling any further development or updates of Palworld. In the gaming world, as we more than know by this point, updates are crucial for fixing bugs, improving gameplay, and expanding content to keep players engaged. By freezing Palworld in its current state, Nintendo's injunction could effectively sabotage the game's potential growth and evolution, blocking any patches or new content from reaching fans. This is a potentially underhanded way for the corporate giant to be able to successfully limit players' access to choices in the monster catching genre, a genre that Nintendo did not even invent but has capitalized on for years. Imagine a world where Megami Tensei, home of the Persona series, legally crushed Pokemon in its maiden year for featuring many of the same mechanics. That's the despicable potential scenario that we're looking at taking place here. Adding to this, an injunction could prohibit all marketing or advertising for Palworld, making it nearly impossible for the developers to attract new players or even sustain interest among existing ones. Cutting off all avenues of promotion is a ruthless move on Nintendo's part, underscoring just how far they're willing to go to shut down a small competitor. For an industry behemoth, silencing any visibility of Palworld's borders on monopolistic behaviour, squeezing out any alternative games of tactics that seem more about eliminating competition than any genuine concern over intellectual property. But then again, what's new with Nintendo? The 3 patents cited by the Pokemon Company and Nintendo in their lawsuit against Palworld are crucial to understanding the specific claims of infringement. These patents each cover distinct aspects of gameplay, mechanics, and design that Nintendo believes are essential to its intellectual property in the monster catching genre. But to break it down into terms as simple as possible, essentially Nintendo is claiming exclusive rights to be able to make games where you throw balls at monsters to catch them, have said monster follow you before actioning them to launch into battle, and the ability to ride your creatures as steeds. PC Gamer would report on this situation, essentially stating that Nintendo's decision to file a lawsuit against Palworld reeks of opportunistic bullying. The timing and strategy behind it appear more calculated than concerned with genuine patent infringement. When Nintendo first announced the suit, it broadly accused Palworld of infringing on multiple patent rights, but suspiciously left out specifics, leaving fans and industry observers in the dark. Only after Pocket Pair's official report did we learn the specific patents Nintendo claims Palworld is infringing. What's even more questionable is that Nintendo's patents, the very foundation of their lawsuit, were filed and granted after Palworld had already hit the market in January 2024. By strategically filing these patents after Palworld footage began circulating, Nintendo appears to have tailored its claims specifically to target the game, sculpting its legal tools for a suit it may have been planning long before. PCGamer.com reports that they reached out to an IP attorney named Kirk Sigman, who explained to them that this practice enables Nintendo to fine-tune patents to target specific elements of a competitor's game. Essentially, it is an almost predatory tactic that feels more like corporate warfare than legitimate IP protection. Pure scumbaggery. According to Sigmund, even if Pocket Pair could potentially win, the sheer cost of hiring specialists and putting together a defense team could bleed the company dry. Nintendo seems fully aware of this financial toll, using its vast resources as a weapon to drain Pocket Pair financially and possibly intimidate other small developers from ever attempting anything remotely similar to Pokemon. Nintendo's reputation for wielding its legal power with impunity is well documented, but the risks here aren't entirely one-sided. In a twist, the lawsuit gives Pocket Pair a chance to challenge the validity of Nintendo's claims by proving that these areas aren't as original as Nintendo would have everyone believe. If Pocket Pair can show that core concepts in Nintendo's patents have existed in other works, Nintendo's overly broad patents could backfire, potentially leading to their invalidation. This approach by Pocket's Pair wouldn't just be a victory for one small developer, it could pave the way for a much needed overhaul in how companies like Nintendo use patents to suppress competition. But as we know, a smaller company competing in the courtroom against a company with the financial might of Nintendo certainly isn't a fair fight. So, defeating them will be a challenging feat. It's hard to imagine that a corporation like Nintendo, with its billions in revenue, genuinely feels threatened by a smaller competitor. This heavy-handed approach looks less like a defense of its own IP and more like an attempt to stomp out any spark of creativity that doesn't bear the Nintendo brand. For Palworld to continue existing in any form, Nintendo's legal power play might force the developers into a position where they must strip or drastically alter core features that define the game. For fans, this would likely mean a watered-down version of Palworld that's been forced to give up what made it distinct. Rather than respecting the game's originality and allowing it space to breathe, Nintendo seems bent on controlling every aspect of the monster-catching genre, undermining creativity and leaving fans with only what Nintendo deems acceptable. Adding insult to injury, this legal blitz would come with a steep financial toll. The costs of this suit aren't about recouping lost revenue for Nintendo, they're a calculated attack on a small team trying to offer something new in a crowded market. For a corporation that continually claims to support innovation and creativity, Nintendo's actions here suggest a different story, one where any game that resembles their own is fair game for a legal crusade. Nintendo's pursuit of an injunction against Palworld paints a bleak picture of an industry giant unwilling to tolerate even the smallest potential competition. Nintendo seems intent on shutting down any challenges in ways that feel more predatory than protective. For fans who simply want more choices and a fresh experience in monster-catching games, Nintendo's approach here shows how far it's willing to go to protect not just its IP, but its monopolistic hold on a beloved genre. And that, my friends, is worrying. As for the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy, it's clear from every aspect we have seen so far that the decision to focus on one segment of the original game at a time allowed the developers to polish every part of the story, making the experience feel complete while setting the stage for future installments. Take the Don Corneo and Wall Market section of the game, for example. A sequence many expected would be cut in the remake, given its over-the-top humour, campy tone, and potentially dated elements. Square Enix not only kept the Don Corneo section in Final Fantasy VII Remake, but elevated it into one of the game's standout moments. The expanded Wall Market became a sprawling, neon-lit hub filled with eccentric NPCs and activities, immersing players in its chaotic charm. Cloud's reluctant transformation into a bride was hilariously handled without undermining his character, while Aerith and Tifa's expanded roles added depth and agency, showcasing their personalities, strengthening their camaraderie, and, most importantly, their bougie dresses. Just like the one I am wearing in this video. A heartfelt thank you to my wonderful Patreon backers for making this costume possible. Your support means the world to me, and as a token of my gratitude, I've added a photo sheet featuring this costume to my growing behind-the-scenes Patreon library. It's my way of giving back and sharing something special with all of you who back the channel. If you'd like to check it out, you'll find the links in the description. Thank you again for your amazing support. So now, after providing context about how many of our fears around this trilogy have been alleviated in the past, let's begin to discuss why they are beginning to resurface. On the 21st of November 2024, several articles appeared on the Daily Star's website, of all bloody places. Now, before I go on, let me just say this. You know gaming journalism is going down the toilet when breaking gaming news this important comes from a British tabloid newspaper rather than, say, IGN or Kotaku. But jokes aside, I know which one out of these three brands I would rather trust. It's hardly what anyone would call a reputable news source, more like the bottom of the barrel dregs that prioritise salacious stories. So for them to land an exclusive interview with Naoki Hamaguchi, the director of Rebirth, that's absolutely hilarious in my opinion, but I digress. Regardless of the bizarre source, these exclusive interviews have revealed a plethora of brilliant, yet at times worrying snippets of information that could certainly set the most ardent remake and rebirth fans on edge. So allow me to break down as much of this as I can for you now. The first point I'd like to make concerns the release of DLC, or lack thereof, as far as Final Fantasy VII Rebirth goes thus far. According to the interview, unlike Remake, which was obviously released on the PlayStation 4, Rebirth will not have any DLC to call its own, with at least there not being any planned anyway. Instead, the source states that the development staff are fully focused on completing Part 3 of the trilogy. After all, it is said that the Yuffie DLC, which exists with Remake, wasn't necessarily created to hold fans over while Rebirth was being made. It was mainly created to test how best to work with the PS5, and with the third installment of the trilogy also expected to arrive on the same system, no extensive testing will be required this time around. Speaking of which, the Daily Star all but confirms this, reporting that Square Enix's decision not to produce DLC is to expedite the development of the third part of the Remake trilogy. Essentially, the team wants to get the third part to fans as soon as possible, and producing DLC would only delay this. Still, many of us really enjoyed the Yuffie DLC, with a lot of people, myself included, agreeing it built on the previous story and allowed us to learn more about Yuffie than ever before, a character we were not even required to play as in the 1997 version of the game, with her existing as an optional unlockable individual we could do with or without. In the interview, Hamaguchi acknowledged the fans' desire for DLC, but pointed out that other fans are more eager for the next installment of the series, stating, "We definitely do hear the desire from fans, the voices out there that want that kind of thing, and I understand it completely, but I think from my perspective, what the fans really want to see the most is not necessarily DLC. They want to see the third part of the series as quickly as possible." And I, for one, am one of those people. It makes sense really that fleshing out and adding content to Rebirth would drive resources away from creating Part 3. However, I can also see it from the other side that some would like something to tide them over until it has been formally released. But then again, why have an appetizer if it's going to dramatically delay the main course? Hamaguchi would go on to state that, "So that's why we've decided not to focus the development resources on creating additional extra episodes for DLC at the moment. We really are putting all our efforts into getting the third game out as quickly as we can. So for the moment, that's where we're focusing our time." So in the end, while some may see a lack of DLC for Rebirth as a bit of a letdown, it's obvious that Square Enix seems to be going all in on getting the third part of the trilogy out to us as quickly as possible. It's a trade-off really, and whether you're happy with this approach or wishing for something to fill the gap while we wait, one thing's clear: the team is laser focused on delivering the trilogy's conclusion with the quality it deserves. Or so we would hope, but some, myself included, still fear this might not really be the case. While it's clear that they want the third game out as quickly as they can manage, we can also learn something else from this interview. Square seems to want to continue expanding on the story of Final Fantasy VII way past the release of just the next game. Hamaguchi explains, "I want it, Remake Chapter 3, to come out as quickly as possible, and then move on to maybe look at some other stories, dig a bit deeper. There's definitely a call out there to see other spotlights on other parts of the world and the universe, different characters, so I'd like to maybe switch to looking at them in a different way after we've got the third game out." And that there, folks, is the part that's worrying me in particular. It's no secret that Final Fantasy VII is an absolute cash cow for Square Enix, especially at the moment. Between the Remake trilogy, Crisis Core and its re-release on modern hardware, the questionable Dirge of Cerberus, and the Advent Children movie, as well as the other media they've released over the years, the Japanese company have been milking this universe for decades now. And let's be honest, the original Final Fantasy VII already wrapped up its story in a way that felt complete. Sure, there were some lingering questions about Zack and the Nibelheim incident, but those mysteries were part of what made the game's narrative so powerful. They added depth and left just enough to the imagination. But then came the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, and suddenly it felt like Square Enix was pulling a Star Wars. Much like how George Lucas revisited the original trilogy with prequels and spin-offs, Square Enix has been expanding on Final Fantasy VII's universe in ways that sometimes feel less about answering questions and more about finding ways to monetize nostalgia. Crisis Core was a fantastic addition that gave Zack Fair the spotlight he deserved and fleshed out his role in the story, but Dirge Cerberus? That felt like a bit of a stretch, trying to turn Vincent into a lead in a game that just didn't hit the mark. As for Advent Children, while visually stunning, and I have to say I did mostly enjoy it, it divided fans with its attempt to continue a story that many felt was already complete and didn't, for any reason, need a sequel beyond the quest to make more money. Don't get me wrong, I love Final Fantasy VII, we all do, but there's a point where it stops being about storytelling or innovation and starts to feel like Square Enix is squeezing every last gill from nostalgia surrounding one of the greatest video games ever made. And with Hamaguchi openly discussing expanding the Final Fantasy VII universe even further after Part 3, I can't help but feel uneasy about it. It's one thing to revisit beloved characters and stories, to explore fresh ideas or provide closure, but it's another thing entirely to risk diminishing the impact of the original by overexposing the world and its characters. Too much of anything can be bad for us, and Final Fantasy VII is no exception. You see, the problem isn't just that Square Enix might keep churning out spin-offs instead of moving on to fresh ideas like Final Fantasy XVII, for example. The bigger issue is what this says about the state of AAA gaming as a whole. Much like Hollywood, the industry is spending so much money on these massive projects that failure simply isn't an option anymore. To avoid the risk of flopping, they stick to sure things, sequels, remakes, and nostalgic throwbacks, because those are almost guaranteed to sell. And Square Enix appears to be falling down this very same trap. How long until it is the end of new Final Fantasy stories being conceptualized before we just exclusively get expansions on the tail of Final Fantasy VII? Here's the thing, and I've said this many times before, playing it safe stifles creativity. Instead of pushing boundaries or experimenting with new ideas, we're getting the same worlds and characters recycled over and over. And while I'm excited to see how they wrap up the remake trilogy, I'm also worried that Part 3 might not actually feel like an ending. What if, instead of giving us closure, they leave it open-ended to tease more games, more spin-offs, and more ways to keep this cash cow alive indefinitely? I honestly believe that this endless cycle of nostalgia-driven content is something we as gamers need to begin thinking about more critically. Sure, we all love revisiting our favourite worlds, but at what cost? Are we okay with trading groundbreaking new experiences for the safety net of what's already familiar? Let's be honest here, none of us want another Disney Star Wars on our hands, and I fear this is where Final Fantasy VII could end up going. I don't know about the rest of you, but I, for one, always cherished each entry in the Final Fantasy series as completely different from the next, and absolutely adored the recent release of Final Fantasy XVI, even if according to the statistics it underperformed sales-wise. I'll pin a Black Friday discount code for the new Steam version of this game in the comments below. I recommend you play it. I dived into this game head first, finished every side quest, and loved every second of it. The story was incredible, the characters were well developed, and the world they created was just stunning. I mean, come on, let's be real here. Whether you are a male or female, who doesn't love sexy, sexy Clive? Clive's arc, even Joshua's arc, Clive's relationships with those around him, and even the quieter moments of the game all felt immersive and memorable to me. Truly, in my opinion, the team really outdid themselves with this one, and I know I'm not the only person who feels this way and adores that game. Toggle the dog for the win. Over the years, I've genuinely loved all of the Final Fantasy games I've played, even the ones that didn't win everyone over. Final Fantasy X-2, for example, with its quirky tone and dress sphere system, had a weird charm that I still appreciate. Then there's Final Fantasy XIII. I know it's not the fan favourite, I completely get that, but I loved its ambitious world building and the intensity of its story, even if the story was a bit of a downer at times, with it coming across like everyone was slowly dying of magical Lassie cancer. I even really enjoyed 12, with Balthea being my favourite character, though Not enough to join the husbando list. Sorry, Balthea, my digital heart is with Clive. So when I talk about my concerns for the future of Final Fantasy, it's not coming from a place of cynicism. I'm saying this as someone who's loved this franchise for years, including the installments that didn't get the universal praise that I think they deserved. I love Final Fantasy, every single one of them. Not just 7 and 10, but 12, 13, 15 and 16 too. I love them!
Alright, chill out, don't have a cow, mate.
Something else I have admired about this series, particularly in the last couple of decades, has been how often it dares to step outside of its comfort zone. And that's exactly why I'm so hesitant about Square Enix potentially getting stuck in the cycle of revisiting Final Fantasy VII over and over again. As much as I adore the remake trilogy, as far as Final Fantasy VII is concerned, I want them to finish the story that way. Perhaps most terrifying, if we look around at the rest of the modern gaming landscape, we've already seen countless other development houses consolidating and only focusing on their biggest brands, ignoring all of their other IPs, whether they have a fan base or not, let alone creating completely fresh stories. Take Capcom, for example. Once upon a time, Capcom was home to a thriving roster of fighting game franchises that extended far beyond the juggernaut that is Street Fighter. Classics like Darkstalkers and Rival Schools not only showcased their creativity, but also pushed the fighting game genre in unique directions. Yet, over time, these franchises were left to gather dust as Capcom funneled all of its resources into Street Fighter. While Street Fighter is undeniably a cornerstone of fighting games, the sidelining of other beloved series created a void that many fans still feel to this day. Capcom has opted to play it safe, focusing on their proven moneymaker and leaving the rest behind. The results? A narrower portfolio and a lingering sense of loss among fans who craved something more diverse. After all, why make lots of fighting games when you can just release Street Fighter 6 and make people buy season passes year after year after year? Stuff like this serves as cautionary tales that apply to Square Enix and Final Fantasy VII. While the remake trilogy is spectacular and has reinvigorated interest in the franchise, the risk of leaning too heavily on nostalgia is clear. If Square Enix continues to expand the Final Fantasy VII universe at the expense of developing new ideas or revitalizing other parts of the Final Fantasy brand, they may find themselves stuck in the same cycle. Sure, it's profitable in the short term, but what happens when the shine of Final Fantasy VII begins to fade? Like what's happened with Star Wars, for example. As much as I love Final Fantasy VII and everything that it is brought to the table, both past and present, I can't help but feel cautious about where Square Enix is heading. The remake trilogy has been a phenomenal experience so far, but the idea of continually milking this one universe instead of fostering new ideas and taking bold steps forward like they did with Final Fantasy XVI feels short-sighted. Nostalgia is a powerful thing, but if it becomes the sole driver of creativity, we risk losing the very magic that has made these games special in the first place. As for the many existing in the Final Fantasy universe, as well as the rest of the Final Fantasy series for that matter, including the entry that includes Sexy Clive, good games do indeed exist, even if modern messaging in many feels increasingly forced and unnatural. Don't forget, you can get huge discounts on Sparking Zero and thousands of other AAA, modern, indie and retro games using my affiliate link down below. Every sale helps support my independent voice, and if you'd like, you can back my channel in a more personal way and gain access to my behind-the-scenes cosplay library and more by becoming a backer on Patreon. I'll see you all in the next video.